Chapter 3704. Finally, Qi Xiong approached the peak of the mountain. He carefully looked for cover and approached Princess Huofeng. The mountain was littered with rocks, so it was easy to find cover. Qin Feiyang hid in the void and followed Qi Xiong. From his point of view, the sneaky Qi Xiong looked quite comical. When Qi Xiong sneaked to the last cover, he was only a few meters away from Princess Huofeng and the silver dragons. In fact, a few meters away, no matter how well he hid, it was easy for the other party to notice. After all, experts at the sovereign realm were far more sensitive to danger than ordinary people. As for now, Princess Huofeng and the silver dragon did not notice it at all because of the fluctuations from the battle of the sovereigns. These fluctuations could hide everything. In addition, their attention was focused on the battlefield in front of them. Their sense of danger was greatly reduced. Do it! Qi Xiong smiled coldly and shouted at Qi Yefeng. Boom! The two of them attacked almost at the same time. Qi Yefeng slapped at Princess Huofeng's sea of qi. Qi Xiong also dashed out from behind cover like a bolt of lightning. He was holding a dagger in his hand, which he aimed directly at the silver dragon chief's back. Before the two of them could react, their sea of qi was destroyed on the spot. Qi Yefeng, what are you doing? Princess Huofeng stared at Qi Yefeng in shock and anger. Qi Xiong, why are you here? The silver dragons exclaimed. Qi Xiong. Princess Huofeng was shocked and immediately looked at the silver dragons. She saw a middle-aged man standing behind the silver dragons. Who else could it be but Qi Xiong? Why can't I be here? Qi Xiong smiled coldly. As his voice fell, Qi Xiong waved his hand and a soundproof barrier appeared. Although the battlefield of the sovereign's divine weapons was far away, it was better to be cautious. Princess Huofeng and the silver dragons looked at each other and then at Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng. She said in a low voice, "You colluded with each other?" "Yes." "How can we let you have the three sovereigns' divine weapons?" Qi Yefeng nodded. "Don't forget that we have already formed an alliance." The silver-haired patriarch was seething with anger. "Alliance? Not bad. We have indeed formed an alliance, but I don't think there's any rule that says that we can't make a move on you." Qi Xiong and the other man laughed. Princess Huofeng said gloomily, "You're breaking the rules. Aren't you afraid that Dragon King and Feng Ho will find out and settle the score with your Qilin clan?" "Young man, you are still too naive. When we leave the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury, the Divine Kingdom will descend. Do you think that in the face of the powerful Divine Kingdom, Feng Ho and the Dragon King would still have the mood to find trouble with our Kirin clan? No. By then, even Feng Ho and the others will have no choice but to swallow their anger and fight against the Divine Kingdom with us." Qi Yefeng chuckled. Hearing this, Princess Huofeng and Princess Yu's hearts sank. He had really been plotted against. They were still too naive. They thought that Qi Yefeng would also look at the big picture like them, but the other party didn't think so at all. "Instead of worrying about my Kirin clan, you might as well worry about your current situation first. I've already endured the two of you to the extreme." Qi Xiong sneered. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was also standing inside the soundproof barrier. Hearing this, a trace of curiosity crept up on his face. Princess Huofeng didn't mention it for the time being. After all, she had offended Qi Xiong in the Kirin Holy Land. However, the silver dragons didn't seem to have done anything to let Qi Xiong down. How could he endure it to the extreme? At the same time, the silver dragons also had a puzzled look. "Let's talk about you first." Qi Xiong looked at Princess Huofeng and sneered, "You are obviously the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, but you fooled around with Qin Feiyang and the others. You even spoke rudely to me in the Kirin Holy Land. Do you really think that with the Fire Feng people backing you up, I won't dare to touch you? You are a despicable person, and you won't let others say it?" Princess Huofeng's eyes were gloomy. "I'm despicable?" Qi Xiong laughed and looked at Princess Huofeng. He shook his head and said, "It seems that your father has really spoiled you. You don't even know the basic respect for your elders." After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped Princess Huofeng hard on the face. An eye-catching palm print immediately appeared, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked pitiful. "Your father can't bear to teach you a lesson, then let me do it." Qi Xiong kicked again. Princess Huofeng immediately half-knelt on the ground. Her lower abdomen was exposed, and her face was twisted in pain. Do you deserve respect? Besides, even your own son is like that. Are you qualified to teach me a lesson? Princess Huofeng was furious to the extreme. Don't mention my son. When Qi Xiong heard this, he was like an enraged beast. He rushed forward and grabbed Princess Huofeng's neck. He said ferociously, "If it weren't for you, my son's power of law would not have been taken away? He deserves it. Tell me the truth." Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King. If it weren't for their identities, regardless of talent or character, they would be above you. The dignified Kirin clan, for your own selfishness, you didn't hesitate to plot against your allies behind their backs. I really feel sorry for you. Princess Huofeng sneered. Even now, you're still protecting them? Look at you, you're really stubborn. Qi Xiong stepped on Princess Huofeng with one foot. His face was incomparably ferocious. To this, Qi Yefeng did not show the slightest bit of sympathy. The Silver Dragon's chief was furious. He said in a deep voice, "No matter what, she's still a junior. If you want to kill her, be straightforward. Why do you have to torture her like this?" Shut up. Qi Xiong stared at the Silver Dragon's chief and laughed sinisterly. Since you're in such a hurry to jump out, then I'll talk about you. The Silver Dragon's chief said, "Then tell me, how did I offend you?" Qi Xiong said, "Do you still remember the last time, when I joined forces with you to ambush Qin Feiyang and the others at the entrance of the Death Glacier?" "I remember." "I didn't go." The Silver Dragons nodded. "Then why didn't you go? 9 of the 10 great clan leaders of the dragons have gone. You're the only one who didn't go. Tell me, what's the meaning of this? As a common enemy, shouldn't we all be united against a common enemy? If you're so cowardly, do you still deserve to be the Silver Dragon clan's patriarch? If I'm a joke, then aren't you an even bigger joke?" Qi Xiong shouted angrily. "Just because of this, you're starting to hate me?" The Silver Dragon's chief was stunned. "Isn't that enough?" Qi Xiong sneered. Good. Your Excellency's breadth of mind is admirable." The Silver Dragon's chief was so angry that he laughed. "How could there be such a self-righteous person in this world? You told me to ambush Qin Feiyang, and I had to listen to you and ambush Qin Feiyang? What the hell? Not to mention Qi Xiong, even the ancestors of the Qilin clan were not qualified to order him, the Silver Dragon's chief. The only person qualified to order him was the leader of the dragons, the Dragon King. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it was. You don't know how to repent, and you're still being sarcastic with me? Qi Xiong was like an angry lion. He rushed in front of the Silver Dragons and raised his hand to slap him. If you have the ability, then try slapping me. Let's see if this matter can be resolved peacefully. The Silver Dragon's chief was not afraid at all. His eyes were full of coldness. Hearing this, Qi Xiong's hand paused in the air. His expression was uncertain. Even your big brother Qi Ji, the leader of the Fire Qilin clan, has to be polite to me, let alone you. If you dare to slap me today, I promise that the soul I left outside will immediately bring people to kill your Qilin's sacred land. You should have left your soul in the Qilin's sacred land too, right? Do you think you'll be able to keep the wisp of soul you left behind? Don't forget that Qin Feiyang is still in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. If you didn't have that strand of soul to protect your life, then there's no need for me to tell you what would happen to you when you encountered Qin Feiyang, right? The Silver Dragon's chief sneered. Qi Xiong's pupils shrank. Qi Yefeng could not help but frown. The Silver Dragon's chief was different from Princess Huofeng. Although Princess Huofeng was the daughter of the Fire Feng people, she was still a junior. However, the Silver Dragon's chief was one of the leaders of the dragons. Whether it was strength or status, he was not inferior to them. If it really reached the point of a life and death struggle, as long as the Silver Dragon's chief said a word, the flames of war between the two clans would completely start. They could not bear the consequences of such a thing. Qi Yefeng looked at Princess Huofeng and asked, "You also left your soul in the phoenix nest?" "Of course." Princess Huofeng smiled coldly. Qi Yefeng's eyes darkened. The Fire Feng people's chief was also an extremely protective person, and Princess Hofeng was his beloved daughter. Once this matter was known by the Fire Feng people's chief, he would undoubtedly fly into a rage. Originally, they thought that Princess Hofeng did not leave her soul in the phoenix nest, so as long as they did it cleanly, the Fire Feng people's chief would not be able to find out. But now, it seemed that they could not hide it at all. However, it was already too late to regret. Qi Yefeng looked at Qi Xiong and sighed, "Let's give them a quick death." At the very least, they could not let Qi Xiong continue to torture them like this. Otherwise, there would really be no way to save them. "Qi Xiong, why don't you hit them? If you don't hit them with this slap, I will look down on you." Suddenly, a mocking voice suddenly sounded from the side. Hearing this voice, whether it was the chief of the Silver Dragons or Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng, their faces changed. A trace of joy rose in Princess Hofeng's eyes. As the voice fell, Qin Feiyang came out of his invisible state. Qin Feiyang. Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng immediately looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Previously, the chief of the Silver Dragons had just mentioned this person. They did not expect him to appear immediately. Was his mouth blessed? "Don't move. The sovereign divine weapon beside me is not to be trifled with." Qin Feiyang looked at Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng and laughed. Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng originally wanted to escape, but when they heard this, they immediately became obedient and trembled. "Why you here?" Princess Hofeng ran to Qin Feiyang's side and asked suspiciously. Although Feng Ho had already told them to get rid of Qin Feiyang if they had the chance, but now that she saw Qin Feiyang, no matter what, she did not have the slightest hostility in her heart. On the contrary, when she saw Qin Feiyang appear, it was as if she had seen her family. Her heart felt unprecedentedly at ease. Chapter 3705. Speaking of which, this is fate. Not only did I meet you, but I also met them. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Them? Princess Hofeng was taken aback. When Qin Feiyang spoke of them, he was naturally referring to the Green Cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the Great Golden Bell. However, he didn't give any unnecessary explanations. He glanced at the Fire Phoenix eldest princess and said, "Why are you so close to me? We are opponents now." Princess Hofeng's expression froze. She lowered her head and said, "You already know? There's nothing wrong with my ears. I heard your conversation just now." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. "Let me explain," Princess Hofeng hurriedly said. "No need to explain. I can understand your situation. After all, it's Feng Ho's idea." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He looked up at Qi Xiong and said playfully, "Why don't you hit him? The chief of the Silver Dragons can't fight back now. What are you afraid of? Why, do you want me to look down on you? What do you want to do?" Qi Xiong's eyes were gloomy. "Isn't it because I want to see the three races form an alliance? So, I have to find a way to break up your alliance. If you slap the chief of the Silver Dragons now, the dragons won't let it go. In that case, I'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight." Qin Feiyang laughed. "You really don't hide it at all." Qi Xiong's eyes flashed coldly. "Why should I hide it? Do you think I'm like you? You say one thing on the surface and another behind it? It's too tiring. Let me tell you, if you don't slap him today, I'll let you have a taste of being trampled under someone's foot and living a life worse than death." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Is he helping me to avenge my humiliation?" Princess Hofeng muttered. Qi Xiong clenched his fists. "It seems that you can only show off with your mouth." Qin Feiyang shook his head in disappointment. In fact, he was forcing Qi Xiong. He wanted to see if Qi Xiong had a sovereign-level divine weapon. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any. Based on Qi Xiong's personality, if Qi Ji's sovereign divine weapon was in his hands, he would have attacked in anger. "Alright, I'm not in the mood to torture you. The two of you can just kill yourselves. In any case, I've left my divine soul outside. It would be a complete waste of time for me to act personally." Qin Feiyang looked at Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng. Wasting time? The two of them were furious. He wasn't even willing to make a move. How much did he look down on them? "What is it? Do I need to repeat myself?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. You know that we left our divine souls outside, yet you still dare to be arrogant? We are not afraid of death, but what about you? If I'm not wrong, you didn't leave your soul outside before coming to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure, right? Let's perish together. Qi Xiong laughed sinisterly as a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Self-destruct. That's right. You want to sit back and reap the benefits? No way. Qi Yefeng also wanted to self-destruct. They wanted to use self-destruction to alarm the sovereign divine weapon so that Qin Feiyang wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Perish together? They were all super experts. How could they be so naive? If he didn't have enough confidence, would he dare to appear so openly? The Grim Reaper sword appeared. The sharp light instantly swept out in all directions. Accompanied by a painful scream, the two's sea of qi shattered on the spot. The self-destruction was forcefully cut off. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, grabbed Qi Xiong, and pressed him to the ground. He smiled and said, "How does it feel to be pressed against the ground? You will die a horrible death." Qi Xiong roared. "I'm sorry. Not only will I live well, but I will also live a more exciting life than you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The law of destruction gushed out from his palm and drowned Qi Xiong. Accompanied by a painful scream, Qi Xiong was crushed bit by the power of destruction. Although his divine soul was left outside, the pain before death was enough to be remembered for the rest of his life. Good kill. Princess Huofeng and the Silver Dragons couldn't help but clap their hands and cheer. What about you? Qin Feiyang clapped his hands and looked up at Qi Yefeng. It's a small world. Let's wait and see. Qi Yefeng looked at Qin Feiyang coldly and immediately destroyed her divine soul. Because she knew that Qin Feiyang definitely wouldn't let her go. So instead of being tortured to death, it was better to die directly. At least it wouldn't be so painful. At least you know your place. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the Silver Dragons and Princess Huofeng. Thank you, little brother. The Silver Dragons bowed and thanked him. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Similarly, I don't want to make things difficult for you. After all, I am more or less related to your daughter. So, I hope you can end it yourself. Compared to when he faced Qi Xiong and the other two, Qin Feiyang's current attitude toward the Silver Dragon Clan's clan chief was already considerably polite. Understood. The Silver Dragons nodded and glanced at the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful that he had to leave before encountering any good fortune. At the same time, he also felt a myriad of emotions. The current Qin Feiyang was no longer the Qin Feiyang who had just entered the Sky Cloud realm. Even supreme experts like them had to be respectful in front of this child. With a sigh, the Silver Dragons decisively destroyed their divine soul. Only Princess Huofeng was left at the scene. Don't look at me. I can't just leave like this. But you and the Silver Dragon's daughter, what's the relationship between the two of you? Princess Huofeng saw Qin Feiyang looking at her and asked curiously. It has nothing to do with you. Also, we're talking about you now. Why are you staying in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why do you care? Princess Huofeng snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he said angrily, You shouldn't have come to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure in the first place. It had already opened the door of potential and stayed in the phoenix nest to cultivate in seclusion. Was it uncomfortable? Why did it have to come here to join in the fun? If you can come, why can't I come? Princess Huofeng was a little unconvinced. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead weakly. Princess Huofeng secretly smiled proudly, as if to say, See, even this fierce person can't do anything to me. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked shyly, What about him? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Princess Huofeng blushed and said angrily, Aren't you asking the obvious? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, and he frowned very seriously. How would I know what you're asking? Aren't you annoying? Of course I'm asking him. Princess Huofeng was extremely anxious. Who is it? Can you make it clear? I don't like to talk in riddles. Qin Feiyang was suspicious, but he was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed that this woman still had some feelings for the white-eyed wolf. You, Princess Huofeng was so angry that she was trembling, and finally said weakly, "The white-eyed wolf. So you're asking about the white-eyed wolf?" Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. Princess Huofeng blushed and asked, "I didn't see him at the Sea of Heavenly Clouds, did he not come in?" This, Qin Feiyang pretended to ponder. "What's wrong? Did something happen to him?" Seeing this, Princess Huofeng's face immediately revealed a trace of anxiety. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. He sighed and said, "All right, since you miss the white-eyed wolf, I won't make things difficult for you today." "What do you mean by this?" Princess Huofeng asked nervously. "It's a long story, but I believe that the white-eyed wolf's spirit in heaven will be very gratified to know that there are still people who miss him." Qin Feiyang lamented. Spirit in heaven. When Princess Huofeng heard this, her body suddenly stiffened, and her expression became dull. Sure enough, it's only useful to be stimulated. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. But isn't this method of stimulation a bit inappropriate? The Grim Reaper's sword transmitted. Qin Feiyang said proudly, "In terms of strength, I'm not as good as you, but in terms of the matters between men and women, you're definitely not as good as me." "Is that so? But why did I hear that you were an idiot in love before?" The Grim Reaper's sword laughed mockingly. "Who said that?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "It doesn't matter who said it. In any case, you're really not qualified to talk about the matters between men and women." The Grim Reaper's sword looked down on him. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. No matter what, he was still an experienced person. An experienced person was not qualified? Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura rolled over. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He looked up and said in a deep voice, "This aura, it should be that reclusive old antique of the dragons." He should have sensed the fluctuations of Qi Xiong's self-destruction, so he ran back to check. The Grim Reaper's sword replied, "Since we've already been exposed, there's no need to hide anymore. Let's go. Let's go to the battlefield directly and give you a surprise." Qin Feiyang laughed. The Grim Reaper's sword immediately released its divine power and wrapped around Qin Feiyang. Suddenly it asked, "What about her?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Princess Huofeng, who was in a daze. After pondering for a while, he said helplessly, "Take her with us. After all, she might be my future sister-in-law. I can't just leave you here and let her fend for herself." "Sister-in-law? It's a bit too early to say that." The Grim Reaper's sword wrapped around Princess Huofeng again. Its divine power condensed into a barrier to protect the two of them. Then, it turned into a stream of light and flew toward the center of the battlefield without hiding. Soon, a figure came toward them. White hair and an old body. It was that reclusive old antique of the dragons. Qin Feiyang. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the white-haired old man's face suddenly changed. He immediately stopped in the void with a trace of fear in his eyes. What he was afraid of was naturally not Qin Feiyang, but the Grim Reaper's sword that was floating above Qin Feiyang's head. Why is Princess Huofeng the only one left? Where are Qi Yefeng and the silver dragons? What did you do to them? The white-haired old man stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly rushed toward the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was angry and panicked. He kept retreating. Chapter 3706. A reclusive old man is afraid of me? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips in ridicule. He was polite to the chief of the silver dragons because of the little princess of the dragons. After all, they were partners. Besides, the chief of the silver dragons didn't come during the ambush last time, which was a kind attitude. As for the other dragons, he wasn't in such a good mood, so he was very polite. Hearing this, the white-haired old man felt humiliated and said angrily, "Put down your sovereign divine weapon if you dare. Let's see how I kill you." "Are you stupid? If it were you, would you put down your sovereign divine weapon and fight someone who is much stronger than you with your bare hands?" Qin Feiyang sneered. The sword of Thanatos sped up. The white-haired old man immediately turned around and ran toward the center of the battlefield. Why are they here? At the center of the battlefield. The sovereign divine weapons, the Feng people and the reclusive old men of the Kirin clan all sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and the sword of Thanatos. Two completely different emotions arose in their hearts. The reclusive antiques of the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan, as well as the four sovereign divine weapons of the Fire Phoenix clan and the Divine Jade clan, were all nervous. The Green Cauldron, the Golden Bell and the Ancient Pagoda were a little happy. The white-haired old man rushed to the center of the battlefield and landed next to the Feng people and the two old men of the Kirin clan. Is it him? The reclusive old man of the Feng people asked hurriedly. The white-haired old man nodded. This little bastard really knows how to join in the fun. The two old men's eyes darkened. Little bastard? You don't like me that much? It seems that I don't have any deep hatred for you. Qin Feiyang came and stood in the void opposite them, looking at them with a smile. The old man of the Kirin clan said with a hoarse laugh, Little brother Qin, how can we not like you? That's not true. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Old antique Feng people looked at the barrier and saw that Princess Huofeng was alone. He asked suspiciously, Where are Qi Yefeng and the others? He's been killed. Old Dragon said in a deep voice. What? The pupils of the Feng people and Qilin race's old antiques contracted. As expected, this was a vicious and merciless junior. But why did he keep Princess Huofeng alive? Impossible. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. At this moment, Princess Huofeng finally recovered. She rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and roared hysterically. Princess Huofeng's sudden shout not only startled Qin Feiyang, but also the three old antiques and the sovereign divine weapons. What's going on? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. I say, big sis, can you tell what the situation is right now? I don't care. You have to make it clear to me. Princess Huofeng shook her head. Alas. I can only say I'm sorry. Cherish each other in your next life. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and pushed Princess Huofeng away. When Princess Huofeng heard this, it was as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and she directly collapsed. Old antique Feng people looked at Princess Huofeng in surprise and asked, What's wrong with you? But Princess Huofeng didn't seem to hear him and kept mumbling. Why did it become like this? Her eyebrows were filled with pain and despair. The three old antiques looked at each other. What on earth was going on? Don't worry. She's fine. She'll be fine after calming down for a while. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and smiled faintly. Old antique Feng people looked suspiciously at Princess Huofeng, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Since Brother Qin is here, we might as well join forces. Join forces? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The old antiques of the dragons and Kirins looked at each other and frowned. Frankly speaking, they were very unwilling to join forces. But in the current situation, if they didn't join forces, then Qin Feiyang would definitely interfere. Old antique Feng people pointed at the ancient pagoda, the green cauldron, and the golden bell and asked, Do you see those three sovereign divine weapons? Qin Feiyang nodded. They are the sovereign divine weapons of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to take them down. Old antique Feng people smiled confidently. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three sovereign divine weapons. After such a long battle, the bodies of the three sovereign divine weapons had already suffered some damage. At this moment, the green cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the golden bell's hearts were also drumming. They were already in an extremely dangerous situation when the three races joined forces. If Qin Feiyang joined forces, what would happen? One had to know. They knew of Qin Feiyang's strength, and had even seen with their own eyes how the Golden Dragon Spear, White Dragon Sword, Ice Phoenix Sword, and Black Dragon Mirror were all subdued by Qin Feiyang. Not to mention joining forces with the three great races, even if it was just Qin Feiyang alone, he could easily suppress them. But was Qin Feiyang such a person? After all, they had helped Qin Feiyang back then. Could it be that this human was also a two-faced despicable person? After confirming the injuries of the three sovereign divine weapons, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the three old antiques, smiling. It's not a problem to join forces. The three of them were overjoyed. The mood of the Green Cauldron and the other two sovereign divine weapons instantly fell to the bottom. It seemed that they had really made a mistake. Qin Feiyang looked at the three old antiques and said with a faint smile, "After all, we are now four forces joining forces. No matter what, there should be four sovereign divine weapons for us to share. That is indeed a problem. However, we can wait until we suppress them first, then we can slowly discuss it." That's right. If it really doesn't work, we will use the most primitive method and draw lots to decide. The three old antiques laughed. Draw lots to decide? This method is quite humane. However, at this point, Qin Feiyang suddenly changed the topic and chuckled, "I'm more interested in the sovereign divine weapons of your three races." What? The three of them were shocked. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, Fire Phoenix Sword, Silver Dragon God Bao, and Qi Yefeng's sovereign divine weapon could not help but feel their hearts tighten. This tone was not right. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly, and he raised his head to look at the three sovereign divine weapons, cupped his hands and smiled. "Three seniors, we are really fated to meet again so soon." The three sovereign divine weapons were stunned. Such a respectful tone, such a friendly attitude. Could it be that they had misunderstood this human? At the same time, the three old antiques and the four sovereign divine weapons were shocked. Qin Feiyang knew the three sovereign divine weapons? Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and landed on the three old antiques. He smiled. "You still don't know, right? These three seniors have helped me before. Moreover, Green Cauldron knows my ancestor, the Emperor of Feathers. Do you think I will help you suppress them?" The three old antiques' hearts sank when they heard this. "Am I, Qin Feiyang, the kind of person who bites the hand that feeds me? I am sorry. If I don't suppress them, it will be you." Qin Feiyang looked at Green Cauldron and the other two sovereigns' divine weapons and said, "Seniors, let's join hands and kill them." "That's right. As expected, I didn't misjudge you." Green Cauldron laughed. "You really gave me a fright. Since we are going to do it, let's do it to the end." The Ancient Pagoda and the Golden Bell also laughed. To be honest, they had been frightened earlier. Boom. The three sovereign divine weapons unleashed terrifying auras as they charged towards the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade's four sovereign divine weapons. With a loud clang, the ancient castle flew out from Qin Feiyang's body and charged forward with monstrous divine might. For against four, of course, they were not afraid. Damn it. The three old antiques were furious. They looked at the four sovereign divine weapons and roared, "Retreat!" Once Qin Feiyang decided to help Green Cauldron and the three sovereign divine weapons, they could only run away. Retreat? Is that possible? All of you die. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The sword of the Grim Reaper immediately attacked the three old antiques with a sharp edge that could destroy heaven and earth. Whether in terms of strength or speed, the sword of the Grim Reaper was superior to them. There was no suspense at all. "I wanted to learn about your ultimate ultimacy, but I am not in the mood now. When I return to the Sky Cloud realm, I will find you and ask for your advice." Qin Feiyang looked at the three old antiques and said, "Okay. I hope that when the time comes, you will not hide behind the sovereign divine weapons." The three old antiques said coldly, "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled. Following a loud explosion, the three old antiques were completely destroyed by the terrifying sharpness of the sword. Clang. The sword of the Grim Reaper attacked the four sovereign divine weapons. 5 against 4. This time, the Fire Phoenix Sword and the other three sovereign divine weapons were in a passive position. The Silver Dragon God Bao and Qi Yefeng's sovereign divine weapons were already afraid of retreating. However, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Fire Phoenix Sword were desperately resisting. Don't worry about Princess Huofeng. Anyway, she left her divine soul outside. Even if she dies in Qin Feiyang's hands, it won't matter much. Break out of the encirclement with us. The Silver Dragon God Bao roared. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Princess Huofeng. Hey, don't be in a daze. Tell the Fire Phoenix Sword and Fire Phoenix Divine Jade to stop. Otherwise, I will destroy them together. Princess Huofeng quivered and finally came to her senses. Boom. At this time, the 4 sovereign divine weapons had already begun to break out of the encirclement. Even the ancient castle could not stop them. Princess Huofeng suddenly pointed at Qi Yifeng's sovereign divine weapons and shouted, Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, help suppress the Heavenly Star Sword. What? The Fire Phoenix Sword and Fire Phoenix Divine Jade were stunned. Why did she ask them to help suppress the Heavenly Star Sword? The Heavenly Star Sword and Silver Dragon God Bao were also shocked to the extreme. The Heavenly Star Sword came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, don't mess around. She must be controlled by Qin Feiyang. I'm not controlled by him. You guys were fighting here before, so you don't know. Qi Xiong was also nearby and teamed up with Qi Yifeng to sneak attack me and the Silver Dragons. If not for Qin Feiyang's appearance, I don't know how much I would have been tortured by them. Princess Huofeng coldly snorted. Bastard! Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, and Silver Dragon God Bao flew into a rage when they heard this. Princess Huofeng sneered. Heavenly Star Sword, I don't believe that is Qi Yifeng's sovereign divine weapon. You don't know about this? The Heavenly Star Sword was a little flustered. You guys are really good at scheming. When we and the 3 sovereign divine weapons of the Green Cauldron are both injured, your Qilin clan will come and reap the benefits. This is the alliance you guys were talking about? Bastard, I'm going to destroy you today. Not only the Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, and Silver Dragon God Bao were also crazily attacking the Heavenly Star Sword. As a sovereign divine weapon, how could it tolerate others using it as a pawn? Chapter 3707. This sudden scene made the ancient castle, the Sword of Death, the Green Cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the Golden Bell couldn't help but be stunned. This was too dramatic. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Dragon God Bao, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, and the Fire Phoenix Sword all changed sides. The Heavenly Star God Sword was fighting alone. Facing the 8 sovereign divine weapons alone, wasn't this only the fate of being beaten? Clang, clang. After the ancient castle and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons came back to their senses, they once again joined the battle. There was no suspense at all in the situation of 8 against 1. In just a moment, the Heavenly Star God Sword was forcibly suppressed, and its body was torn apart. Stop! Seeing that the Silver Dragon God Bao and the 3 sovereign divine weapons had no intention of stopping, Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. No matter what, the Heavenly Star God Sword was also a sovereign divine weapon. If it was destroyed like this, it would be a pity. With Qin Feiyang's shout, the ancient castle and the Sword of Death immediately stood in front of the Heavenly Star God Sword, blocking the Silver Dragon God Bao, the Fire Phoenix Sword, and the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. The Green Cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the Golden Bell, after a slight hesitation, also landed beside the ancient castle and the Sword of Death. At this moment, the Silver Dragon God Bao and the 3 sovereign divine weapons, if they dared to continue to attack, they would definitely be suppressed by the 5 sovereign divine weapons. To this, the Silver Dragon God Bao and the 3 sovereign divine weapons, although unwilling in their hearts, could only retreat to the side. They did indeed have the idea of destroying the Heavenly Star God Sword. After all, they had already agreed in advance that the 3 major races would form an alliance, but the result was that they were still plotting against them behind their backs. How could they tolerate this? However, looking at Qin Feiyang's current posture, it was clear that he wanted to subdue the Heavenly Star God Sword. Although they were all sovereign divine weapons, facing the current Qin Feiyang, they really didn't dare to offend him. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he stopped it in time, otherwise the Heavenly Star God Sword would really be destroyed. Immediately, he looked at the shattered Heavenly Star God Sword. I submit. Before Qin Feiyang spoke, the Heavenly Star God Sword took the initiative to roar. Ugh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Gu Bao and the other sovereign divine weapons were also shocked. Surrender just like that? Wouldn't that be too spineless? Actually, this was the smart move of the Heavenly Star God Sword. If it didn't submit now, not only the Silver Dragon God Bao and the other two sovereign divine weapons, even Qin Fei Yang wouldn't let it go. The Silver Dragon God Bao and the other three sovereign divine weapons were already enough to make it despair, let alone Qin Fei Yang's 5 sovereign divine weapons. If he wanted to live, he had to be decisive. Not bad. I like your decisiveness. Make a blood oath. Qin Fei Yang regained his senses, looked at the Heavenly Star God Sword and laughed. All right. The Heavenly Star God Sword did not hesitate and quickly swore a blood oath. Once the oath seal was formed, it meant that they were officially under Qin Fei Yang's command. Gu Bao and the other sovereign divine weapons immediately turned from strong enemies to companions. Therefore, the Heavenly Star God Sword immediately wanted to take revenge. Qin Fei Yang, why don't you take the opportunity to take the Silver Dragon God Bao, Fire Phoenix Sword, and Fire Phoenix Divine Jade? As soon as the Heavenly Star God Sword said this, the atmosphere instantly froze. The Silver Dragon God Bao, Fire Phoenix Sword, and Fire Phoenix Divine Jade were extremely nervous. Another scammer? But the two of us like it. The Gold Sun Divine Sword and the Silver Moon Divine Sword ran out and laughed. When they were forced to submit, they immediately thought of dragging others down. If this wasn't a scammer, what was? There are 2 more sovereign divine weapons? Princess Hufeng's eyes trembled. The Silver Dragon God Bao, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, and Fire Phoenix Sword were also extremely shocked. They had never seen these 2 divine swords before. Moreover, their bodies were seriously damaged. Obviously, Qin Fei Yang had subdued them in the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. How long had it been since he came to the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure? He had actually subdued 2 sovereign divine weapons. The 2 swords, the Heavenly Star God Sword, Qin Fei Yang's original sovereign divine weapon, the Ancient Castle, the Horsetail Whisk, the Grim Reaper's Sword, the Blood Dragon Blade, and the sovereign divine weapons of the Demon Palace and the Heavenly Palace. Now, didn't Qin Fei Yang already have 9 sovereign divine weapons? Such a foundation was already enough to compete with the 4 Forbidden Lands and the Heavenly Cloud Sea. But they didn't know. Now, Qin Fei Yang didn't only have these sovereign divine weapons. He also had the Ice Phoenix Sword, the Golden Dragon Spear, the Black Dragon Mirror, and the White Dragon Sword. There were a total of 13 sovereign divine weapons. Even if he returned the Grim Reaper's Sword and the sovereign divine weapons of the Demon Palace and the Heavenly Palace, he still had the capital to compete with the Forbidden Lands. As for the Dragon King and the other giants, although they were very powerful, don't forget that Qin Fei Yang also had a big killer move, the Slaughter Domain. The Fire Phoenix Sword came back to her senses and hurriedly said, Qin Fei Yang, no matter what, we have some friendship after all, I hope you can show mercy. Even the sovereign divine weapons had to lower themselves to gain sympathy. That's right. Once upon a time, we fought together. If you really want to, you can look for the Silver Dragon God Bao. After all, you have always been on bad terms with the dragons. It's understandable for you to look for the Silver Dragon God Bao. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade also said. Hearing this, the Silver Dragon God Bao said angrily, You 2 are bastards. The 2 sovereign divine weapons smiled awkwardly. Qin Fei Yang's eyes flashed and suddenly looked at the Silver Dragon God Bao. The Silver Dragon God Bao's heart jumped. Was he really going to attack it? I won't force you. You choose. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile. What? You want me to choose? The Silver Dragon God Bao was stunned. It was simply too unexpected. One had to know. In the current situation, if Qin Fei Yang really wanted to force it to submit, it had no choice at all. But it never expected that he would let it decide for itself. When did this person become so kind? This was not in line with his personality. The dragons will be destroyed sooner or later. Thus, if you continue to follow the Dragon Clan, I can announce to you your future ending right now. You are destined to perish. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. So confident? The Silver Dragon God Bao sneered. Of course. The dragons are now on the decline, it's just that you don't know yet. Qin Fei Yang nodded. I really don't know. The Silver Dragon God Bao snorted. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, then we'll wait and see. The door on my side will always be open for sovereign divine weapons like you. The silver dragon god Bao pondered for a moment and said, okay, I'll remember what you said today. See you later. With that, the silver dragon god Bao turned around and flew away like lightning. You really let it go just like that? The golden sun divine sword was stunned. Qin Feiyang silently watched the silver dragon god Bao leave and said with a smile, I can force the other dragons to submit, but the silver dragon god Bao, it will come to me sooner or later. So confident? The golden sun divine sword was speechless. It really didn't know where this confidence came from. Whoosh! The Fire Phoenix sword and Fire Phoenix divine jade came back to their senses and immediately rushed into Princess Huofeng's body. They were also confident that as long as they hid in Princess Huofeng's body, Qin Feiyang wouldn't do anything to them. But in fact, they were thinking too much. Qin Feiyang never thought of forcing them to submit. After all, his relationship with Princess Huofeng had already reached this point. If she really got together with the white-eyed wolf in the end, wouldn't that be equivalent to a flood rushing into the Dragon King's temple and fighting each other? Even if the white-eyed wolf didn't get together with her in the end, with the kindness and trust that Princess Huofeng had for them, he would be too embarrassed to do anything. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Princess Huofeng and said, I say, why don't you not wander around here and go back to the phoenix nest to cultivate? As for the Fire Phoenix divine jade and Fire Phoenix sword, I will take good care of them for you. Wander around? Princess Huofeng was stunned and immediately glared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, do I look like I'm wandering around? As for taking care of them, I don't dare to give them to you even if you have such good intentions. Cuff cuff. Don't doubt my intentions. Not to mention others, just for you, I really have a clear conscience. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Don't give me that. Princess Huofeng snorted and said in a low voice, let's get down to business. Who killed him? Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Huofeng. Did she really believe his nonsense? Why didn't he realize that this woman was so innocent before? I'm asking you a question. Princess Huofeng said angrily. You want to avenge him? Qin Feiyang asked. Princess Huofeng snorted. I'm not that kind. I just want to see who has the ability to kill him. You don't mean what you say. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. But you don't have to worry about this. I will handle it myself. Princess Huofeng said angrily, you have to tell me, or I won't let you off. Then I really want to know, how do you plan to let me off? Qin Feiyang looked at her in amusement. She obviously wanted to avenge the white-eyed wolf, but she just had to be stubborn. These people were too stubborn when it came to relationships. I'll keep pestering you. I don't believe that I can't find out anything if I keep following you. Princess Huofeng said angrily. Qin Feiyang shrugged. Princess Huofeng was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Qin Feiyang walked to the green cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the golden bell and said with a smile, Seniors, I'm sorry that I acted a little late and caused you to suffer. It's fine. The green cauldron laughed hoarsely, a trace of weakness in his voice. After fighting with the silver dragon god and the 4 sovereign divine weapons for so long, he was indeed a little weak. Then you have to be careful in the future. There are still many people from the 3 races in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. If they find you, they won't let you off easily. Qin Feiyang warned. Thank you for your concern. But then again, I thought that I had repaid the Feather Emperor for saving my life back then by helping you last time. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I'll owe you another favor. It seems that the karma between the sovereign and the Qin clan is really unbreakable. The green cauldron laughed bitterly. There's nothing to owe. We're all friends. It's only right that we help each other. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Friends? The green cauldron mumbled. The ancient pagoda and the golden bell also had some thoughts in their hearts. They didn't expect that there would be such a young man among the humans. Old Death Knell, old devil, how about this? Since we have nothing to do, why don't we escort him to the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure together and repay this favor? On the way, we can also take revenge on the dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan. The ancient pagoda suddenly said. Chapter 3708. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but look at the ancient pagoda. Escort him? Really? If the three Dominator divine weapons really came to escort him, then in the future, it could be said that he would be able to kill any god or devil that stood in his way. The most important thing was, when everyone was together, he would have a lot of opportunities to convince the three Dominator divine weapons to follow him out of the Heavenly Bell divine treasure. This proposal is fine. Lu Ding pondered for a moment and said, the Golden Bell said, since even the old devil has agreed, this sovereign naturally has no objections. Qin Feiyang was secretly delighted when he heard this and bowed, then I'll have to trouble the three seniors to take care of me in the future. The three Dominator divine weapons laughed. This kid's popularity is really good. Fire Phoenix Sword and Fire Phoenix Divine Jade couldn't help but mutter when they saw this scene. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. Following closely, a ray of light streaked across the sky like lightning and flew towards them. Ice Phoenix Sword. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look, and a trace of joy immediately crept onto his face. At the same time, Princess Huofeng couldn't help but frown. If the Ice Phoenix Sword was here, then Bing Runing must be here as well. I've finally found you. The Ice Phoenix Sword flew over and said happily. Qin Feiyang laughed. I was looking for you guys too. What's going on? Princess Huofeng was surprised. When enemies meet, shouldn't they fight? Why was this man and sword talking and laughing now? She's here too? Seeing that Princess Huofeng was also here, the Ice Phoenix Sword seemed to be a little nervous. I just happened to meet him. Qin Feiyang laughed. What a coincidence. The Ice Phoenix Sword was helpless. Why did he meet this woman? Now that it was following Qin Feiyang, it was equivalent to being the enemy of the Feng people. Ignore her. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked suspiciously, where have you and Li Feng been in the past 10 years? Where else can we go? I've been accompanying him to hunt skeletons. Ice Phoenix Sword said. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang asked. It's been confirmed. It is indeed the same secret technique as the Blood Ancestor. In the past 10 years, he has been constantly absorbing the souls of the dead. He has already raised the power of the laws of space to the level of ultimate profundity. That's unbelievably fast. Ice Phoenix Sword exclaimed. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Isn't this a little too fast? In just 10 years, he had raised an ultimate law to the level of an ultimate profundity. If this continued, wouldn't he be able to raise an ultimate law to the level of an ultimate profundity before the end of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? This was simply heaven-defying. Ice Phoenix Sword changed the topic and said in a deep voice, but now he has encountered a big problem. What trouble? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Ice Phoenix Sword replied, our wanton killing of dead souls has attracted the attention of the Primal Chaos Royal City. Chaos Royal City? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. What? The Primal Chaos Royal City actually noticed you? At the same time, Green Cauldron, Ancient Pagoda, Golden Bell, Gold Sun Godly Sword, and Silver Moon Godly Sword were also shocked. Qin Feiyang looked at the 5 sovereign divine weapons in surprise. Why were they so surprised as well? Not only did the Primal Chaos Royal City notice us, but they also sent people to arrest us. Ice Phoenix Sword said. Why are you so careless? Even we don't dare to provoke the Primal Chaos Royal City, let alone you. Green Cauldron said in a deep voice. What exactly is the Primal Chaos Royal City? Qin Feiyang looked at Green Cauldron suspiciously. If even the sovereign divine weapons were so afraid, it was definitely not ordinary. The Primal Chaos Royal City is also a sovereign divine weapon. But its level is higher than ours. Green Cauldron said. Higher level than yours? Then isn't that an intermediate sovereign divine weapon? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't know what an intermediate sovereign divine weapon meant. But now, after the Grim Reaper Sword and the 2 battle swords explained the levels of sovereign divine weapons to him, he knew how serious this matter was. An intermediate sovereign divine weapon was comparable to an existence that grasped the ultimate meaning of the two strongest laws. Not to mention provoking such a terrifying divine weapon, it was best to run away as soon as they saw it. It might not be an intermediate sovereign divine weapon. It might be even stronger. Green Cauldron said solemnly. What? It might be even stronger? Qin Feiyang was shocked. But the Primal Chaos Royal City isn't the only terrifying one. There's someone even more terrifying. This is the master of the Primal Chaos Royal City. Green Cauldron said solemnly. Master? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. That's right. This person is also an undead, but he has already condensed a physical body, no different from you humans. He calls himself the Divine King of Primal Chaos. His strength is so strong that he can be considered the strongest person in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. All the undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure have to listen to his orders. You can say that he's the king here. Even we have to be respectful to him. Green Cauldron said. The Divine King of Primal Chaos, Qin Feiyang murmured. Never would he have thought that the Sky Bell Divine Treasure actually had such a peerless expert. How strong is the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the Primal Chaos Royal City? The Grim Reaper Sword asked. I don't know. Rumor has it that the Primal Chaos Royal City is a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon. There are also rumors that it's an autarch sovereign divine weapon. As for the Divine King of Primal Chaos, similarly, there are many different opinions. Some say that he has already grasped the 5 ultimate meanings. There are even rumors that he has grasped the 6 ultimate meanings. Green Cauldron said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Princess Huofeng and the Grim Reaper's sword also trembled. Even the ancient castle was extremely fearful of them. Of course. This is just a rumor. No one knows their true strength. I'm afraid that even the 10 demon kings under him are not sure. In short, this time, you have provoked an existence that you shouldn't have provoked. Green Cauldron sighed. 10 demon kings? Qin Feiyang once again fell into a state of shock. The Divine King of Primal Chaos has 10 demon kings under him. These 10 demon kings have already condensed flesh and blood. Each of them is extremely powerful. However, speaking of which, Green Cauldron seemed to have something that he couldn't figure out and muttered to himself. However what? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. However, the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the Primal Chaos Royal City have never cared about the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. It's even difficult to meet them. Why would they take the initiative to appear this time? In their eyes, the skeletons of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure are nothing at all. Why would they come to make things difficult for Li Feng and the Ice Phoenix sword just to hunt some skeletons? Green Cauldron's tone was full of doubts. What about the last time? When the Sky Bell Divine Treasure opened last time, did the Divine King of Primal Chaos appear? Qin Feiyang looked at the Ice Phoenix sword and asked. To be honest, in the past, we only heard of the existence of the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the Primal Chaos Royal City from the mouth of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. As for their original bodies and the 10 Demon Kings, I have never seen them before. The Ice Phoenix sword said. Then this is really strange. He didn't appear last time, but he ran out this time. Qin Feiyang frowned. Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and think of a way to save Li Feng. The Ice Phoenix sword urged. Save Li Feng? Qin Feiyang was slightly startled and said in surprise, Don't tell me that Li Feng has already fallen into the hands of the Primal Chaos Royal City? I don't know either. The situation at that time was too dangerous. The two of us were separated when we were escaping. The Ice Phoenix sword sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and said, Quickly lead the way. Don't go. If you go, you will die. The Scarlet Gold Bell hurriedly stopped him. Qin Feiyang looked at the Green Cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the Scarlet Gold Bell, and shook his head. Thank you for your concern, but I cannot abandon my companions. As for the 3 seniors, the situation has forced me, so I will not force you. Finished. Qin Feiyang then kept the ancient castle, the Death God sword, and the 2 great divine swords, and then followed the Ice Phoenix sword and left without looking back. Wait for me. Princess Huofeng immediately chased after him. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Fire Phoenix Sword kept trying to persuade her not to join in the fun, but she didn't listen at all. You're really going to throw your life away? The ancient pagoda looked at Qin Feiyang's back view with a firm attitude. This was courting death. What should we do? The Scarlet Gold Bell asked. Sigh. Let's follow him and take a look. After all, he saved our lives. The Green Cauldron sighed deeply. What bad luck. The ancient pagoda and the Scarlet Gold Bell said angrily, and together with the Green Cauldron, they chased after Qin Feiyang. Princess Huofeng caught up to Qin Feiyang, looked at the Ice Phoenix sword suspiciously, and asked, What's the situation with the Ice Phoenix sword? It has already submitted to me. Qin Feiyang thought. What? Princess Huofeng was stunned. Even the Ice Phoenix sword had submitted to this bastard? What about Bing Ruaning? She asked again. Of course I've already sent her to hell. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Princess Huofeng's pupils contracted. He was indeed a ruthless person. No, you really want to follow me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Nonsense. This princess has always kept her word. Princess Huofeng coldly snorted. Now is not the time to be willful. You heard what Lu Ding and the others said just now. The Chaos Imperial City is not something we can provoke. It's too dangerous for you and me. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. At the same time, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and the Fire Phoenix Sword were also secretly persuading him. It's fine. I have the protection of the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and the Fire Phoenix Sword. Princess Huofeng waved her hand. Hearing this, the two sovereign divine weapons didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was really no need to trust them so much, because when they really encountered the Chaos Imperial City, they might even have to run away. Alright, if you want to follow me, then follow me. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He looked at the Ice Phoenix sword and asked, How far is it? Quite far. It took me half a year to come back. The Ice Phoenix sword said. That's indeed not an ordinary distance. Qin Feiyang whispered. The speed of the sovereign divine weapon was even faster than the instantaneous time. For example, the Sky Cloud Realm. The Sky Cloud Realm was already very big, but it only took half a month for the sovereign divine weapon to travel across the Sky Cloud Realm. And now, it would take half a year to travel from here to the scene of the incident. One could imagine how big the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was. It was estimated that the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasure would need at least dozens or even hundreds of Sky Cloud Realm to compete with it. Chapter 3709. He really didn't expect that there would be a world bigger than the Sky Cloud Realm. Just how many terrifying experts were hidden in this Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that the Sky Bell Divine Treasure wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. Swoosh. At this time, the Green Cauldron and the three sovereign divine weapons caught up. Three seniors, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked at them in surprise. The ancient pagoda coldly snorted, Don't misunderstand, we are not accompanying you to your death. We are just going to try and see if we can get the Chaos Imperial City to give us some face and not make things difficult for you. Qin Feiyang's expression froze, and said gratefully, Thank you. The Pure Gold Bell said, Restrain your auras, don't make too much of a commotion, now is not the time to complicate matters. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. At that moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang, Princess Huofeng, or the Ice Phoenix sword, they all restrained their auras to the extreme. The Green Cauldron, the Ancient Pagoda, and the Pure Gold Bell were no exception. Time passed. 2 months passed. Although they had restrained their auras and encountered many skeletons along the way, when they saw the sovereign divine weapons like the Ice Phoenix sword, even the skeletons with incomplete consciousness did not dare to approach. As for the human-shaped skeletons, they, who had complete consciousness, naturally did not dare to provoke them. On this day, a dilapidated ancient town appeared in front of them. The ancient town covered an area of about a few miles. In this endless and desolate land, it seemed very inconspicuous. The Ice Phoenix sword let out a surprised sound. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The Ice Phoenix sword said suspiciously, "When I came back, I didn't seem to have seen this ancient town." "It can't be." Qin Feiyang was surprised. "It couldn't have appeared out of thin air, right?" "Let me confirm." The Ice Phoenix sword stopped, and the divine sense rolled out in all directions, covering hundreds of millions of miles of land. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, Fire Phoenix First Princess, and Green Cauldron, the three sovereign divine weapons, were also looking at the ancient town suspiciously. After a while, the Ice Phoenix sword retracted the divine sense and said in a deep voice, "I am sure that I have never seen this ancient town." This, Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng looked at each other. Could it really have appeared out of nowhere? Not only that, when we came back, Li Feng and I had hunted skeletons in this area, but we didn't see them. Look at the mountain over there. The Ice Phoenix sword pointed to the ground to the left. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a giant mountain that was tens of thousands of feet high sitting on the ground in front of him. It was like a lifelike giant tiger, which was particularly eye-catching. Because of that mountain, I have a special impression of this place. Furthermore, we encountered over a dozen human-shaped skeletons here. Ice Phoenix sword said. Could it be an illusion? Princess Huofeng was suspicious. Everyone saw it. How could it be an illusion? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Princess Huofeng said, "That's hard to say, because some illusions can confuse everyone's eyes." Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang frowned slightly and immediately activated his Eye of Life and Death. Princess Huofeng, the Green Cauldron, the Ancient Pagoda, and the Pure Gold Bell looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes. What was that? Suddenly, the Green Cauldron, the Ancient Pagoda, and the Pure Gold Bell shook. Could it be the legendary Eye of Life and Death? Princess Fire Phoenix, on the other hand, had a confused look on her face. This pair of eyes gave her a very uncomfortable feeling, as if they could tear apart a person's disguise and see all the secrets in their heart. However, in her memory, she couldn't find any information about this pair of eyes. The power of life and death, Eye of Life and Death. These things were not only unfamiliar to Li Feng, but also to Princess Huofeng. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. After activating his Eye of Life and Death, he looked at the ancient town below again. He didn't know if he didn't look, but he was shocked when he saw it. The original ancient town was in ruins, and there was not a single living creature. But at this moment, in front of his Eye of Life and Death, the ancient town had changed drastically. What he saw was not an ancient town, but a castle that covered an area of dozens of miles. It was completely black and dazzling like gold. And this castle was not damaged at all. The most important thing was that in the castle he saw at least a few thousand human-shaped skeletons. More than half of them were blood-colored human-shaped skeletons, and the remaining half were actually golden human-shaped skeletons that were even more powerful than blood-colored skeletons. One had to know. The golden human-shaped skeletons had already been seen in the first ancient city that Qin Feiyang and Li Feng had entered. This kind of skeleton had mastered the supreme profound of the strongest law. Human? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was shocked, and his gaze was locked on the center of the black castle. In a room in the center of the castle, he actually saw a human. That's right. That was a living human with flesh and blood. He was about 20 years old and was over 2 meters tall. He was extremely tall and sturdy, like a small giant. He stood in front of the window of the room with his arms crossed, as if he was also looking at Qin Feiyang. And the strange thing was that between the young man's eyebrows, there was a black flame pattern imprinted on it. It was like a cluster of devil flames, emitting an astonishing aura. "You can see this, king?" The young man was indeed sizing up Qin Feiyang, and there was a trace of doubt between his brows. But suddenly, the young man looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes, and a trace of shock immediately crawled up his face. Could this be the legendary Eye of Life and Death? "Let's go!" High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang suddenly retracted his gaze, looked at the Ice Phoenix sword, and secretly roared. The Ice Phoenix sword was stunned. Princess Huofeng, the Green Cauldron, the Ancient Pagoda, and the Golden Bell were also shocked. "What's going on?" "Quick, turn around," Qin Feiyang urged. The Ice Phoenix sword quivered. Perhaps it was Qin Feiyang's eye of life and death that saw something terrifying. It immediately rolled up Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng and turned around to flee. The green cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the golden bell also quickly followed and asked, "What did you see?" "A black castle, and a large number of human-shaped skeletons." "And I saw a living person," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "The person?" Princess Huofeng said in surprise. "Is it really an illusion?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Princess Huofeng asked, "Could he be from our sky cloud realm?" "I have seen all the people who entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure this time, so I dare to conclude that he is not from our sky cloud realm." "Do you think the people of the sky cloud realm will stay with thousands of human-shaped skeletons?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "Then, isn't he an undead condensed into flesh and blood?" Princess Huofeng was shocked. 100%. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Black Castle?" The green cauldron pondered for a while and asked, "What does that person look like?" "More than 2 meters tall, young man, very strong, and the most obvious characteristic is that there is a cluster of black flame pattern between his eyebrows," Qin Feiyang said. "Black Castle. Black flame." When the green cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the golden bell heard this mark, their expressions suddenly changed and they secretly said, "Faster, don't let him catch us." "You know him?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "If your description is correct, then he is one of the 10 great demon kings under the divine king of primal chaos, Black Flame Demon King. And that Black Castle is his sovereign divine weapon, Black Flame Demon Castle," the green cauldron said in a deep voice. "Black Flame Demon King?" Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng looked at each other. "This Black Flame Demon King has the ability to create illusions, and it is quite terrifying, making people unknowingly fall into the illusion. If you didn't have the eye of life and death to see through the illusion, I'm afraid we would be finished by now." The ancient pagoda and the red bell spoke one after another, their words full of fear. Qin Feiyang, the sword of death, and Princess Huofeng heard this and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They didn't expect that they had already walked through the gates of hell without anyone knowing. "Then how strong is this Black Flame Demon King?" the sword of death asked. "I don't know. But this lord has heard a rumor. It is said that once, the Black Flame Demon King suppressed a low-level sovereign divine weapon with a wave of his hand." The green cauldron said. "What? Suppressed a low-level sovereign divine weapon with a wave of his hand?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. To suppress a low-level sovereign divine weapon, one must at least master 2 ultimate laws. This was incredible. He didn't expect to meet one of the top 10 demon kings so soon. Wait, why is he here? Could it be that he knows that we are going to finally Feng, so he came to intercept us halfway? Qin Feiyang was surprised. "I'm not sure, but no matter what, we can't fight him head-on." The green cauldron's tone was extremely solemn. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look behind. Seeing that the Black Flame Demon King didn't chase after them, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Looking back, he glanced ahead and pointed to a river on the right, saying, "We'll go around the river." "River?" Princess Huofeng and the 4 sovereign divine weapons were slightly stunned when they heard this. They looked to the right. Where was the river? It was clearly an endless stretch of mountains. Qin Feiyang looked at the reaction of Princess Huofeng and the 4 sovereign divine weapons. He was slightly stunned and closed the eye of life and death. At that moment, the river disappeared. It was indeed a mountain range. What was going on? He opened the eye of life and death again. The mountains and rivers disappeared and the river reappeared. "Damn it." Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately darkened and said angrily, "We are still in the illusion." Because this was the only explanation. The eye of life and death was different from what the naked eye could see, so it could only be an illusion. What? Still in the illusion? Princess Huofeng and the 4 sovereign divine weapons were shocked. Could it be that they had already fallen into an illusion from the moment they saw the ancient town? "Break for me!" Qin Feiyang roared, and the eye of life and death surged out waves of black and white divine light, like angry waves in the ocean, rolling out in all directions. The eye of life and death couldn't see through illusions, but it could break them. At that moment, under the gaze of Princess Huofeng and the 4 sovereign divine weapons, the void and the earth were like a broken mirror, crazily shattering. So, the illusion disappeared. The real scene also appeared in front of their eyes. At this time, they realized that although they had been running for so long, their bodies had not moved at all. They were still standing in the same place. This undoubtedly confirmed their guesses. From the moment they saw the ancient town, they had already fallen into an illusion. Chapter 37:10. So scary. Unknowingly, we fell into an illusion. It feels like the illusion I experienced when I entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Princess Huofeng's face was full of lingering fear. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang's help to break the illusion, she would have been in deep trouble. Qin Feiyang stared at the black castle below warily and asked, "You also experienced an illusion before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure?" According to the elders of the clan, that was the first stage. Princess Huofeng nodded. Then will there be people who can't even pass the first stage? Qin Feiyang was curious. It is said that the illusion of the first stage is based on the desires in our hearts. So the more one desires, the stronger the desire, the more terrifying the illusion. On the contrary, a person with a pure heart will almost not be affected. But how can people like us not have desires? But even if we don't pass, it doesn't matter, because everyone left their divine souls outside. Princess Huofeng transmitted. We don't. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. As expected, Princess Huofeng was not surprised at all. How could these ruthless people leave a way out for themselves? They usually put all their eggs in one basket. If they didn't succeed, they would die trying. This was also the reason why they were stronger and more responsible than others. And the most important point, if their divine souls were split, their divine souls would be incomplete. If their divine souls were incomplete, they would never have the chance to enter the state of epiphany. For example, Qin Feiyang. If he also left his divine soul outside, then when he entered the first ancient city, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the supreme mystery of war. This was what it meant to give and take. In the blink of an eye, the moment the illusion was broken, the black flame castle below suddenly rose from the ground and floated in the void in front of them, emitting a shocking aura. Following closely, the golden skeleton inside the demon castle brought the blood-colored skeleton and rushed out of the demon castle in a grandiose manner, surrounding Qin Feiyang and the others. It really is the eye of life and death. I never imagined that there would actually be someone in this world who could fuse the laws of life and death. Along with a loud voice, the young man walked out of the demon castle step by step. He stood in the air above the demon castle and looked at Qin Feiyang with interest. It's him, one of the 10 great demon kings, Black Flame Demon King. Lu Ding thought. His tone was extremely solemn. Qin Feiyang looked at the Black Flame Demon King, and his pupils shrank. He bowed and said, "Junior Qin Feiyang greets Senior Demon King." The Black Flame Devil King had not even released his aura, but he could already feel a great sense of danger from him. This was definitely a terrifying existence that could not be easily provoked. He might even be on the same level as the Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Master. He's quite polite. However, I can't come to drink tea and chat with you. Go! As soon as the burly young man finished speaking, the surrounding golden skeletons and crimson skeletons immediately activated their power of laws. There were ordinary laws and there were supreme laws. And without exception, all of them had reached the strength of the supreme laws. "Senior, let's talk nicely," Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. Princess Huofeng also hurriedly said, "Senior, we don't seem to have offended you. Why are you doing this?" However, the Black Flame Demon King turned a deaf ear, and there was a hint of playfulness on his face. "Don't fight, just break through." Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and he transmitted his voice to the 3 sovereign divine weapons, Ice Phoenix Sword and Green Cauldron. Clang! The 4 sovereign divine weapons immediately erupted with a monstrous power. The Black Flame Demon King's gaze immediately swept across the 4 sovereign divine weapons and said with a smile, I advise you not to make a move. Hearing this sentence, the three sovereign divine weapons couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This was an instinctive fear. Just like in the Sky Cloud realm. No matter who it was, as long as they heard the name of Dragon King, they would instinctively feel fear. Qin Feiyong looked at the Black Flame Demon King and transmitted his voice. Ice Phoenix Sword, it's not good to anger him. Return to my body first and wait for my orders. Because so far, he didn't feel any killing intent from the Black Flame Demon King. If there was no killing intent, there might be a turning point. But if the Ice Phoenix Sword were to make a move, this possible turning point would probably never really appear. The Ice Phoenix Sword responded and disappeared into Qin Feiyong's body. Seeing this, the three sovereign divine weapons also retreated to the side. At least you know your place. The Black Flame Demon King's expression eased a lot, and said indifferently, do it. Boom. The golden skeletons and human-shaped skeletons that had been ready for a long time immediately activated their supreme laws, and a terrifying destructive wave instantly flooded all directions. The void, the earth, and the mountains suddenly began to collapse and shatter. Take care of yourself. Qin Feiyong looked at Princess Huofeng and shouted secretly. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his 3,000 clones. One must know. Now he was facing thousands of human-shaped skeletons, and each of them had mastered supreme laws. With such a lineup, if he didn't activate his 3,000 clones, he would only be killed instantly. The Black Flame Demon King looked at the 3,000 clones, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. This didn't seem to be clones? Boom. As soon as the 3,000 clones appeared, the supreme laws of thunder, destruction, and karma were all activated. Whether it was quantity or quality, they instantly surpassed the surrounding skeletons. What? They can even activate supreme laws? The Black Flame Demon King was shocked. The surrounding human-shaped skeletons were also extremely surprised. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking roars, the 9,000 supreme laws evolved by the 3,000 clones immediately flooded the sky and attacked in all directions. Rumble. This was a scene of complete suppression. The supreme laws of the thousands of skeletons were crazily shattered and disintegrated. In just a few breaths, the 9,000 supreme laws crushed through and instantly drowned the thousands of skeletons. A series of painful screams immediately resounded. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of skeletons were all shattered, and even the souls of the dead were all annihilated. Princess Huofeng stood behind Qin Feiyong and watched this scene, and her heart was in turmoil. One move to kill thousands of human-shaped skeletons. Such terrifying strength was indeed not something that they could compare with. The Black Flame Demon King was also a little dumbfounded. He thought that for Qin Feiyong and Princess Huofeng, this would be a bloody battle with a slim chance of survival. After all, there were thousands of human-shaped skeletons, and each of them had mastered a supreme law. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they were killed by this kid named Qin Feiyong. The Black Flame Demon King took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyong and said, "You are Qin Feiyong?" "That's right." Qin Feiyong raised his head to look at the Black Flame Demon King and nodded respectfully. The Black Flame Demon King asked, "What is your relationship with Li Feng?" Li Feng. Qin Feiyong's heart trembled. Could it be that Li Feng had really fallen into the hands of the Chaos Royal City? The Black Flame Demon King said, "This king wants to hear the truth." Qin Feiyong's eyes flickered. At this time, if he said that he did not know Li Feng, the Black Flame Demon King would definitely not believe it. After all, the Ice Phoenix Sword was with him at this time. However, he did not know the true purpose of the Black Flame Demon King's trip. If he said that he knew Li Feng, would it bring about a fatal disaster? The Black Flame Demon King's tone became sharper. But Qin Feiyong still did not feel any killing intent from the Black Flame Demon King, which made him very puzzled. If there was killing intent, the Black Flame Demon King's purpose was naturally obvious. He was definitely here to find trouble with them. But there was no killing intent. This made him unable to figure out what the Black Flame Demon King wanted to do. Qin Feiyong nodded. "Very good. No denial. Then this king will ask you again, How is your relationship? The Black Flame Demon King asked. Our relationship is not bad, Qin Feiyang said truthfully. The Black Flame Demon King said, then you should know the Blood Ancestor. Blood Ancestor? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. How was it related to the Blood Ancestor again? Could it be that the reason why the Chaos Royal City targeted Li Feng was actually because of the Blood Ancestor? The Black Flame Demon King smiled and said, actually, you don't have to be nervous. We have some connections with the Blood Ancestor. Inquiring about his whereabouts is also to catch up with him. I just don't know if he has come to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure this time. Connections? Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng looked at each other. It seemed that he was not lying, because the Black Flame Demon King's smile was very sincere. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and nodded. This junior does know the Blood Ancestor. How is your relationship? The Black Flame Demon King asked with a smile. Relationship? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, the Blood Ancestor, the Human Emperor, and the Feather Emperor are as close as brothers. This junior is the descendant of the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor. In terms of relationship, it should be quite good. What? You are the descendant of the Feather Emperor? The Black Flame Demon King was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. The descendant of the Feather Emperor. The Black Flame Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang, and a light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, speaking of which, we have some connections with the Feather Emperor. When they entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, we even drank together. It can't be. Qin Feiyang was surprised. If that was the case, then their relationship must be quite deep. Since you are the descendant of the Feather Emperor, you are also our guest. Why don't you follow this king to the Chaos Royal City? This king believes that when the Divine King sees the descendant of the Feather Emperor, he should be very happy. The Black Flame Demon King smiled. Looking at the Black Flame Demon King's attitude, Princess Huofeng said in surprise, after all this time, you are not here to find trouble with us? It is indeed a little unexpected. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, shall we go? Princess Huofeng asked secretly. This, Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. The Black Flame Demon King did not give Qin Feiyang any extra time to think. He smiled faintly and said, let's go. Maybe the Divine King will be happy and give you some good fortune. If that is the case, Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons, then at Princess Huofeng, and finally at the Black Flame Demon King. He cupped his hands and smiled. Then this junior will respectfully accept. The Black Flame Demon King smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the Black Flame Demon Castle disappeared from his body. He then looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and smiled faintly. The 3 of you can go together. The 3 sovereign divine weapons responded respectfully. Chapter 37:11. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang, Princess Huofeng, and the 3 sovereign divine weapons followed behind Black Flame Demon King, flying forward like lightning. Black Flame Demon King suddenly asked, how has Feather Emperor been these years? Pretty good. Qin Feiyang nodded. What about Blood Ancestor? Did he enter the Sky Bell Divine Treasure this time? Black Flame Demon King asked again. Qin Feiyang nodded. That old guy actually came again? Black Flame Demon King was surprised and frowned. Don't tell me that he hasn't mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law yet? This, after leaving the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, many things happened. Not only Feather Emperor, but even Blood Ancestor was greatly injured. So now, this junior is not very clear about Blood Ancestor's strength. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Greatly injured? Black Flame Demon King was surprised and frowned. There shouldn't be many people in the Sky Cloud realm who can hurt them. It's a long story. Qin Feiyang sighed. Black Flame Demon King nodded and smiled. Well, let's wait until we reach the Chaos Royal City. The group disappeared at the end of the world like lightning. Half a month later, a desert entered their sight. In the desert, the wind whistled and yellow sand filled the sky. Boom! Not long after entering the desert, a battle fluctuation suddenly came from the front. Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng were surprised. At the same time, Black Flame Demon King, who was walking in front of the two, also had a trace of suspicion on his face. But soon, a glint flashed across his eyes. One of the auras seems to be, after Qin Feiyang carefully identified it, there was a trace of joy in his eyes. Because there was an aura that was exactly the same as Blood Ancestor's. In other words, it was very likely that Blood Ancestor was fighting with someone in front. Senior. Qin Feiyang looked at Black Flame Demon King in front of him. The Black Flame Demon King smiled without turning his head. This king has sensed the aura of the Blood Ancestor. To be able to meet him on the way, this should be the so-called fate. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Up ahead, an old man in blood-red clothes was being attacked by two middle-aged men. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. The blood-robed old man was none other than the Blood Ancestor. As for the two middle-aged men, one was wearing a fiery red robe while the other was wearing a black robe. Their auras were no less powerful than the Blood Ancestor's. Blood Ancestor, I didn't expect you to still be alive. But it's a pity that he's about to die in our hands. Now, do you feel indignant? The two of them sneered again and again as a terrifying law surrounded them. One was the law of fire, while the other was the law of darkness. The aura emitted by the two laws completely surpassed the supreme profundities. Truly, when a tiger leaves the plains, it will be bullied by dogs. The Blood Ancestor roared. The slaughter nomological laws surged like a tide, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. Humph. Do you think it's still the same as before? Now, we don't need Lord Dragon King. We are enough to kill you. The two of them sneered. The darkness nomological laws and the fire nomological laws surged toward the Blood Ancestor like a tide. The Blood Ancestor's slaughter nomological laws immediately collapsed in the face of the two laws. Immediately after, the two laws drowned the Blood Ancestor. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. The Blood Ancestor was covered in wounds. With a roar, the slaughter nomological laws forcibly tore open a hole. Then, the time nomological laws surged out of the Blood Ancestor's body. Swish. The next moment, the Blood Ancestor activated the supreme profundities of the time nomological laws. Instant time rushed out like lightning and fled into the distance. Thinking back, when facing a demon like you, we could only kneel down and beg for mercy. You didn't even look at us. But now, you're being chased by us. Do you feel particularly aggrieved? One of the two middle-aged men also grasped the supreme profundities of the time nomological laws and chased after the Blood Ancestor crazily. The Blood Ancestor clenched his fists. That's right. When he was at his peak, these two middle-aged men were like ants in his eyes. He could crush them with one finger. But at this moment he was being chased by two people who he had once regarded as ants and had fallen into such a sorry state. How could he not feel aggrieved? He was going crazy with hatred. Stop running. No one can save you now. The two of them sneered. That's not necessarily true. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded in front of them. The Blood Ancestor and the two middle-aged men looked forward almost at the same time. The yellow sand swept across the world with the wind. Clang. The next moment, accompanied by a terrifying sword sound, a young man in white holding the sword of Thanatos rushed out of the yellow sand. Qin Feiyang. The two middle-aged men's expressions changed. The Blood Ancestor was overjoyed. He hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "They are the dragon's antiques. Kill them quickly." The dragon's antiques? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Then, a sneer appeared on his face. He looked past the Blood Ancestor and looked at the two middle-aged men behind him. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Let's go. The middle-aged man in black's expression changed. He immediately looked at the middle-aged man in a fiery robe and shouted. The middle-aged man in a fiery robe waved his hand and rolled up the middle-aged man in black. He activated the moment of time and turned around to escape. The Blood Ancestor stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang. There is a miniature of the law of slaughter in their interspatial ring. Don't let them escape. A miniature of the law of slaughter? Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment. With a clang, the Ice Phoenix sword also appeared. The Ice Phoenix sword? Isn't this the sovereign divine weapon of the Feng people? Why is it with Qin Feiyang? Could it be that the Ice Phoenix sword has submitted to Qin Feiyang? The blood ancestor and the two middle-aged men were shocked. Clang. The Ice Phoenix sword was a sovereign divine weapon. Its speed was much faster than the moment of time. In the blink of an eye, it landed above the two of them. Don't, the two of them roared. But it was meaningless. The Ice Phoenix sword emitted a world-destroying sharpness and rushed towards the two of them. Behind, Qin Feiyang also waved the Death God sword. Waves of sword chi flooded the sky, releasing a world-destroying divine power. Qin Feiyang, you little bastard, we curse you to die a horrible death. The two of them roared. Under the painful screams, they were drowned by the sword chi. Their bodies were directly shattered in the void, and their souls were also annihilated. The Ice Phoenix sword flew in front of Qin Feiyang with the two interspatial rings. Under the protection of the Ice Phoenix sword, the two interspatial rings were intact and the blood contract in the interspatial rings was erased. Because the two of them also left their souls outside, even if they were killed, the owners of the interspatial rings would still be them. Qin Feiyang took the two interspatial rings and immediately began to search. He found a palm-sized iron box. It was shining with divine light and was quite exquisite. When Qin Feiyang opened the iron box, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly rushed out. The world instantly turned into a sea of murderous intent. It really is the epitome of the law of slaughter. Princess Huofeng ran over and stood beside Qin Feiyang. She looked at the blood-colored flame in the iron box with longing in her eyes. Although she did not master the law of slaughter, as long as she had the epitome of the law of slaughter, she could quickly comprehend the law of slaughter and also comprehend the supreme profound meaning in the shortest amount of time. Phew! The blood ancestor breathed a sigh of relief and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. He glanced at the epitome of the law of slaughter, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't expect it either. Qin Feiyang closed the iron box and handed it to the blood ancestor under Princess Huofeng's eager gaze. The blood ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Why was his attitude different from before? After coming back to his senses, the blood ancestor looked at the iron box and waved his hand. I don't need it. You can keep it. Qin Feiyang did not stand on ceremony and kept it. It's better to be polite. The blood ancestor was speechless. With you, there's no need. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The blood ancestor was stunned. This attitude was really different from before. One had to know. In the past, every time Qin Feiyang saw him in the underworld, he wanted to kill him. Why you here? The blood ancestor asked suspiciously, then looked at the Ice Phoenix sword and asked in confusion, why is it with you? The Ice Phoenix sword has already abandoned the dark and joined the light. As for why we are here, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned his head to look behind. His expression was slightly stunned as he looked suspiciously at Princess Huofeng and asked, Where is that senior? Princess Huofeng looked behind and shook her head. I don't know either. Wasn't he still there just now? Senior? What senior? The blood ancestor was suspicious. This king. Accompanied by a burst of laughter, the Black Flame Demon King had silently appeared above their heads without them noticing. This voice, the blood ancestor's gaze trembled as he slowly raised his head. When he saw the Black Flame Demon King, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately looked at the Ice Phoenix sword and the Death God sword and shouted, Run! The Ice Phoenix sword and the Death God sword were stunned. Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng were also surprised. Why was this different from what they had expected? When old friends meet, shouldn't they greet each other cordially? Wait, where are the green cauldron, the ancient pagoda, and the golden bell? Qin Feiyang glanced around and looked at the Black Flame Demon King, but he didn't see the three sovereign divine weapons. Left without saying goodbye? They couldn't have left without saying goodbye. Hurry! The blood ancestor urged anxiously. But before his voice fell, a terrifying force of death emerged, and a barrier instantly enveloped Qin Feiyang and the others. The owner of this barrier was the Black Flame Demon King. What a strong force of death! Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This force of death was stronger than the law of death she had seen outside, and it was stronger by more than a little. The moment this barrier appeared, it was as if the world had turned into hell. "Senior, what are you doing?" Princess Huofeng was surprised. "No matter what he said to you before, I can tell you responsibly that he is lying to you." The Blood Ancestor looked gloomily at the Black Flame Demon King and said in a deep voice. Chapter 37:12. Lie. Princess Huofeng's face turned pale. Qin Feiyang's eyes also sank. Whether it was for public or private reasons, the Blood Ancestor would not lie. But even now, he did not feel the slightest killing intent from the Black Flame Demon King. He believed the Black Flame Demon King's words based on this basis. Because if the Black Flame Demon King really had other intentions, then his heart would definitely be filled with killing intent. However, he never thought that his judgment would be wrong. This also reflected that the Black Flame Demon King was an extremely terrifying and shrewd person. "Break out," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Clang. Not only the sword of Thanatos, but also the Ice Phoenix sword and the ancient castle also rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body and jointly bombarded the enchantment formed by the power of death. With a loud bang, the enchantment shattered on the spot. After all, it was 3 sovereign divine weapons. With just one enchantment, it was impossible to stop them. "Do you really want to make a move?" The Black Flame Demon King waved his hand again, and a destructive force emerged. An enchantment appeared again, trapping Qin Feiyang and others inside. Law of destruction. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Whether it was the law of death or the law of destruction, they were both above the supreme profound meaning. In other words, this person had grasped at least 2 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Don't fight, we are not his opponent. Because he still has the demon castle. The Blood Ancestor roared. Hearing the Blood Ancestor's words, Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng's hearts suddenly sank to the bottom. Even the Blood Ancestor said so. How strong was this person? "If you let me make a move, the consequences will be quite serious." The Black Flame Demon King laughed, still without the slightest selfishness. It was as if in his eyes, this was an easy and pleasant game, and Qin Feiyang and others were not even qualified to make him want to kill them. "What are you being arrogant for? Eat my sword." But at this time, accompanied by a roar, a black-clothed youth descended from the sky, holding a red sword, and attacked the Black Flame Demon King like lightning. Caught off guard, the Black Flame Demon King's head split open on the spot, and blood gushed out. But at this moment, the demonic castle rushed out and attacked the Crimson Sword. So strong? Madman spat out a mouthful of blood as he and his red sword flew out like a meteor. "Senior brother." At the same time, Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He looked at the 3 sovereigns' divine weapons and shouted, "Take this chance to break out." That was right. The person who came was Madman. The Crimson Longsword was the sovereign divine weapon of the Devil Palace. The 3 sovereign divine weapons attacked and shattered the barrier. Immediately, they took Qin Feiyang and the others away without looking back. After seeing how powerful the demon castle was, the mad scientist and the red sword didn't dare to continue fighting. The red sword stabilized its body and immediately swept up Madman, chasing after Qin Feiyang and the others. "You're all courting death." Although the Black Flame Devil King's head had been split open, it didn't seem to have much of an effect on him. It also didn't seem to have damaged his divine soul. Clang. A monstrous demonic aura erupted from the demon castle as it chased after Qin Feiyang's group with the Black Flame Demon King. Killing intent. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the Black Flame Demon King. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented killing intent from the Black Flame Demon King. Finally no longer hiding? Wait! Suddenly, he looked at the demon castle and his expression changed. So fast. The speed of the demon castle was far faster than the sword of death. After the mad scientist and Qin Feiyang met up, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Old Qin, what's going on? How did you provoke such a terrifying existence? It's a long story. Qin Feiyang sighed and asked, "Why are you here?" The mad scientist said, "When I was outside the desert, I heard the battle here, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't expect to meet you guys." "Then you really came at the right time." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't come earlier, but he came at this time. Although he did help them solve their urgent situation, he also dragged the mad scientist himself into the water. Because in the current situation, they couldn't escape at all. The blood ancestor said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to reminisce. Quickly think of a way to get rid of them, otherwise they will catch up sooner or later." Get rid of them? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the demon castle and the black flame demon king. The distance between them had been shortened by half. He sighed and said, "Do you think it's possible to get rid of them?" "I was careless. If I had told you about the grudge between us and the divine king of primal chaos, you wouldn't have been deceived by them." The blood ancestor sighed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. The grudge between me and the Feather Emperor and the divine king of primal chaos." The blood ancestor nodded. "What grudge?" Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and Princess Huofeng were surprised. Even the dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan don't know about these grudges. The blood ancestor shook his head and looked at the demon castle and the black flame demon king, who were getting closer and closer. He said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about it after we are out of danger." The mad scientist pondered for a while and looked at Princess Huofeng. He asked, "How many rulers' weapons do you have?" Princess Huofeng said, "You have 2, and we have 4 with the Ice Phoenix sword. A total of 6 rulers' weapons. Maybe we have the strength to fight." The mad scientist looked at Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor with a fierce glint in his eyes. The blood ancestor was silent. "If the green cauldron, the golden bell, and the ancient tower were here, we would have a better chance. But where are they now?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "We can't take the risk." The blood ancestor shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Back then, the Feather Emperor and I together with 5 rulers' weapons couldn't beat this person. 6 rulers' weapons might not be enough." "What? The 2 of you together with 5 rulers' weapons couldn't win?" The 3 of them looked at each other. How heaven-defying was this person? Although the Feather Emperor and I didn't master the most powerful laws at that time, and it's about the same as it is now, we can't underestimate this person's strength. I don't want to take the risk without full confidence." The blood ancestor shook his head. "But now we have no other choice." Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other and sighed. The blood ancestor frowned. Clang. But suddenly, a series of earth-shattering sounds came from behind them. Qin Feiyang and the others turned around and saw that the speed of the castle had greatly decreased. The loud sounds came from inside the castle. Boom! 3 terrifying auras suddenly rushed out of the castle. "It's the green cauldron, the ancient tower, and the golden bell," Princess Huofeng exclaimed. So they were inside the castle. It seems that the Black Flame Demon King sent them to the castle when they weren't paying attention. At this moment, they are resisting. No! To be precise, they are helping us. Because they are resisting, the castle naturally has to suppress them. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. Then what are we waiting for? Take the opportunity to get rid of them. The blood ancestor looked at the Ice Phoenix sword and shouted. The Ice Phoenix sword's speed reached the extreme and disappeared from the Black Flame Demon King's sight. Damn it! Watching Qin Feiyang's group slip away right under their noses, the Black Flame Devil King was enraged to the extreme. He looked at the Devil Castle and shouted, "Release them!" Boom! As the power suppressing the 3 sovereign divine weapons loosened, 3 divine lights rushed out of the castle. They were the ancient tower, the green cauldron, and the golden bell. As soon as they came out, they immediately fled. "You want to leave?" Killing intent surged in the Black Flame Demon King's eyes, and the power of death and destruction rolled out. He threw a punch at the ancient pagoda, and with a loud clang, a crack appeared on the ancient pagoda. At the same time, the power of the castle erupted and blasted toward the green cauldron and the golden bell. Clang! The two sovereign divine weapons shattered on the spot. This was the true strength of the Black Flame Demon King and the castle. They could completely suppress the sovereign divine weapons. How dare you offend this king? The Black Flame Demon King stared at the three sovereign divine weapons, his dark eyes flashing with a bone-chilling light. Lord Demon King, we are sorry. But Qin Feiyong saved our lives. We can't just stand by and watch him die. We are willing to accept the punishment. The three sovereign divine weapons floated in the void, trembling. Punishment? The Black Flame Demon King smiled sinisterly as his fist, which seemed to be made of divine iron, smashed towards the ancient pagoda. But suddenly, he withdrew his hand and lowered his head to ponder. What's wrong? The castle was puzzled. I have thought of an even more fun game. The Black Flame Demon King chuckled as the killing intent in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a hint of playfulness. He then raised his head and looked in the direction where Qin Feiyong and the others had fled. He said indifferently, Qin Feiyong, if you want to save the three divine weapons of the Green Cauldron, come and find me personally. His voice wasn't very loud, but it could be heard hundreds of millions of miles away. In the distance, in the sky above a mountain. When Qin Feiyong heard the voice of the Black Flame Demon King, he immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction of the Black Flame Demon King. Don't be rash. The Blood Ancestors saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly advised. If you go back now, not only will the Green Cauldron and the others be finished, but you will also be finished. Besides, we don't know if there are other Demon Kings on the way. Most importantly, we don't even know how strong they are. I agree. If other Demon Kings are on the way and their strength is beyond imagination, then we will not be able to escape. As for the Green Cauldron and the others, right now, they are the bargaining chips in the hands of the Black Flame Demon King. As long as we don't look for the Black Flame Demon King, he won't really destroy them. When we are fully prepared, we will go and rescue them. The Ice Phoenix Sword and the Death God Sword also spoke one after another. Don't worry, I know where their lair is. As long as I am confident, I will take you there immediately. The Blood Ancestor said again. Madman and Princess Huofeng heard this and nodded in agreement. Qin Feiyong took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the Black Flame Demon King. He roared, Okay, just you wait, I will come to find you sooner or later. Finished. He turned to look at the Ice Phoenix Sword and said in a deep voice, Let's go. Shwa. The Ice Phoenix Sword took the four and quickly disappeared. It seems that he is also a person who is afraid of death. The Black Flame Demon King smiled disdainfully and retracted his gaze. He looked at the three sovereign divine weapons and joked, Do you think he will really come to save you? The three sovereign divine weapons were silent. This king is looking forward to it. The Black Flame Demon King smiled and let the demon castle suppress the three sovereign divine weapons. Then, he turned around and disappeared without looking back. Chapter 37:13. Half a day passed. Qin Feiyong and the others entered a valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains and was occupied by a blood-colored human skeleton. There were also many skeletons under its command. Qin Feiyong and the other three swiftly took care of them. Then they dug out a hidden cave in a corner of the valley. The four of them retracted their auras and hid in the cave. Madman swallowed a life divine pill and shook his head. This time, we really escaped from death. Blood Demon and Princess Huofeng nodded in agreement. The Sword of Thanatos and Ice Phoenix Sword had also returned to Qin Feiyong's body. On the other hand, Qin Feiyong stood at the side with his back against the wall. He was silent and his face was gloomy. Don't worry, the heavens help the worthy. Madman went forward and patted Qin Feiyong's shoulder to comfort him. He then asked curiously, But speaking of which, how did you know these three sovereign divine weapons? It's a long story. Qin Feiyong sighed deeply and told him what happened between Lu Ding and the Feather Emperor back then, as well as what happened during this period of time, including Li Feng's situation. So that's how it is. Madman suddenly understood. What did you say? Li Feng might have fallen into the hands of the Chaos Royal City? Blood Ancestor suddenly stood up and looked at Qin Feiyong. I'm not sure yet, but it should be close. Qin Feiyong shook his head. Damn it. I should have warned him in advance not to be too flamboyant. Blood Ancestor was extremely angry. What the hell is going on? What grudge do you have with the Feather Emperor and the Divine King of Chaos? Qin Feiyang frowned. Sighed. Blood Ancestor was silent for a while and sighed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you know my identity?" "I know. The Ice Phoenix Sword has already told me." Qin Feiyang nodded. "What is his identity?" Madman was curious. He was one of the 3 leaders of the Sky Cloud realm. He is as close as brothers with the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor. Qin Feiyang then explained the situation of the Blood Ancestor, the death of the Human Emperor, and the identity of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon. What? Madman was shocked. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon came from the Divine Kingdom? And she was the princess of the Divine Kingdom? No wonder the Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Master wanted Qin Feiyang to make a decision and promise in advance. "Since you already know, I won't hide it anymore." "That's right. I am the Blood Ancestor that the Ice Phoenix Sword spoke of." The Blood Ancestor nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then why are you in the ancient realm?" The Blood Ancestor recalled for a moment and sighed. "During the battle with the Divine Kingdom, the Feather Emperor, the Human Emperor, and I were all seriously injured. We were happy to have chased away the Divine Kingdom and were about to celebrate. However, we didn't expect that Feng Ho, the Dragon King, and the Kirin Master would suddenly attack us. Speaking of which..." The Blood Ancestor looked at Princess Huofeng with crimson light in his eyes. Princess Huofeng shrunk her neck and immediately hid behind Qin Feiyang and Madman. She carefully looked at Blood Ancestor and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you want to hate someone, then hate them. Do not hate me." When the Blood Ancestor heard this, he looked at Princess Huofeng in a daze and shook his head. "You really are an interesting little girl." Princess Huofeng smiled. The Blood Ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and the Madman and continued, "When the battle just ended, we never imagined that they would plot against us behind our backs. At that time, the Human Emperor fell, and the Feather Emperor and I were both heavily injured. The hatred on the Blood Ancestor's face and the resentment in his heart were extremely strong. Back then, if he hadn't fought with the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor, how could they have chased away the Divine Kingdom? Although the Phoenix Empress, the Dragon King, and the Qilin Master had contributed greatly, shouldn't they at least do it openly if they wanted to target them? Sneak attack? How could the masters of the 3 great forbidden areas have the face to do such a thing? What happened later? Madman asked curiously. Later, the Feather Emperor and I took the Human Emperor's heir and escaped to Hell. The Human Emperor's heir is the current ancestor of the Qin clan, Qin Badian." The Blood Ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I already know about this." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You know about this too?" The Blood Ancestor was surprised. "I've already talked to the Feather Emperor." Qin Feiyang said. "I see. Okay, then I'll be direct. Why am I in the ancient realm? Back then, after sending Qin Badian to Great Qin, we accidentally discovered that there was another world in the Divine Ruins. This world is the ancient realm that you are familiar with. At first, we thought that it might be a world stronger than the Sky Cloud realm, so we entered the ancient realm to explore. But when we entered the ancient realm, we discovered that it was just a backward civilization. Such a world couldn't arouse our interest at all. However, just as we were about to leave, we discovered that there was also a dragon in the ancient realm. At that time, the Feather Emperor was worried about Qin Badian, so he left the ancient realm first. As for me, I stayed in the ancient realm to investigate the dragons." The Blood Ancestor slowly explained. Qin Feiyang asked, "So you also know about the existence of the Ice Dragon?" "Of course. Moreover, I have a blood feud with the Ice Dragon." The Blood Ancestor snorted coldly. "Blood feud?" Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. "That's right. I investigated the dragons in the ancient realm while reconstructing my body and soul. Later, according to my investigation, the dragons of the ancient realm and the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm had nothing to do with each other. So, I boldly continued to stay in the ancient realm and treated it as a game. Later, one day, because the dragons of the ancient realm had never been on good terms with our human race, a war broke out. At that time, I had nothing to do, so I wanted to help the human race. Because of the dragons of the sky cloud realm, I had always been quite disgusted with the dragons of the ancient realm, but I didn't expect to attract the ice dragon. At first, I didn't take him seriously. After all, with my strength, why would I be afraid of a backward civilization? But when the ice dragon attacked, I realized how wrong I was. The blood ancestor sighed. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Madman couldn't help but laugh and ask, "So you were seriously injured by the ice dragon again?" They really admired the blood ancestor's courage. He actually dared to challenge the ice dragon? That's right. The blood ancestor smiled bitterly and said, "Not only was I seriously injured, but I was also sealed by him. As long as I'm in the ancient realm, I'll never be able to reconstruct a complete body and divine soul." I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He was wondering why the blood ancestor had always been in the form of a remnant soul in the ancient realm. It turned out that the ice dragon had sealed him. There's something you don't know. At that time, the ice dragon hadn't married Long Zun yet. The blood ancestor said. What? They haven't married yet? In that case, wasn't the battle back then something that happened a very long time ago? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. At that time, Long Zun was only a princess of the dragons, but she was indeed a beauty. And your master, Yi Zhong, was still young and frivolous at that time. As for the ice dragon, after sealing me, he actually told me that he was only here to play. I'm very puzzled. Why am I so unlucky? To meet such a ruthless person? The blood ancestor was extremely annoyed. Qin Feiyang asked, "So it was at that time that the ice dragon and Long Zun met?" Later, I don't know what happened, but the two of them actually got together, got married, and had a child. But according to my personal guess, it should be Long Zun who seduced the ice dragon. The blood ancestor chuckled. He suddenly became a little old and frivolous. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist were curious. They seemed to have smelled the scent of gossip. Look, the ice dragon displayed such powerful strength. Long Zun must have some thoughts in her heart. Let me tell you, although Yi Zhong is so infatuated with Long Zun, this Long Zun is really not a good woman. She's very scheming, the blood ancestor said. I've known this for a long time. During those years in the ancient realm, didn't she always take advantage of Master's feelings for her? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. So, I deduced that Long Zun saw the powerful strength of the ice dragon and wanted to climb up this mountain, so she used a honey trap to get married. The blood ancestor chuckled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The mad scientist also looked at the blood ancestor strangely. What's wrong? The blood ancestor was puzzled. The mad scientist frowned and said, "Why do I suddenly feel that you are like a wretched little old man? Go away. How can you talk to your elders like that?" The blood ancestor angrily rebuked. The mad scientist bared his teeth and said, "According to what you said, this Long Zun is really a terrifying woman. Otherwise, how do you think such a backward civilization like the ancient realm would have a relationship with the ice dragon?" The blood ancestor disdained. That's true. The mad scientist nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the blood ancestor, and said, "After hearing your words, I've finally solved a mystery in my heart." What mystery? The blood ancestor was puzzled. It turns out that I have been very confused. Why would such a powerful existence like the ice dragon place his wife and child in the ancient realm? I used to think that there was another reason. Now I know that the dragons of the ancient realm have always existed, and it has nothing to do with the dragons of the sky cloud realm. The dragons of the ancient realm are simply a race of another world. The ice dragon is just playing in the human world and accidentally met Long Zun in the ancient realm. The ancient realm is Long Zun's hometown, so she and the siblings Long Chen didn't leave the ancient realm. After all, no one wants to leave their hometown. Qin Feiyang smiled. The blood ancestor said, You are a typical example of making a very simple question complicated. Isn't that because I didn't know the past of Long Zun and the ice dragon? Qin Feiyong was helpless. The mad scientist bared his teeth and said, but then again, the ice dragon is really magnanimous. He actually allowed Long Zun to keep Yizhong, a love rival, by her side. The ice dragon is confident. With his terrifying strength, how could the ice dragon dare to do anything to hurt him? Let's talk about it later. Do you think that the ice dragon really has feelings for Yizhong? That's just Yizhong's own wishful thinking. Not to mention other things, just Yizhong's identity as a human means that the ice dragon can't really be with him. Do you think that everyone is the princess of the divine kingdom and the human emperor? The blood ancestor despised. Chapter 37:14. Master is really pitiful. Qin Feiyong sighed. He's not pitiful. He asked for it. He fell in love with a woman he shouldn't have. The blood ancestor shook his head. Let's not talk about Master. Qin Feiyong waved his hand, looked at the blood ancestor, and asked, so, after being sealed by the ice dragon, you have been in the ancient realm? The blood ancestor nodded. Then why didn't you leave the ancient realm earlier? Qin Feiyong asked. I did have plans to leave the ancient realm immediately. But at this time, Qin Badian came to the ancient realm, so I temporarily stayed in the ancient realm. The blood ancestor said. I see. Qin Feiyong suddenly understood and asked suspiciously, then why didn't you directly show your identity to the ancestor? The time wasn't right. The blood ancestor shook his head. What's the grudge between you and the Beast Emperor? Why was the Beast Emperor gnashing his teeth when he saw you? Qin Feiyong was curious. The blood ancestor smiled faintly and said, when he was very young, I bullied him. Qin Feiyong smiled bitterly. Looking at the Beast Emperor's hatred for the blood ancestor, it shouldn't be as simple as bullying. The blood ancestor said faintly, it must have been very painful at that time. That's why he hates me so much. Qin Feiyong was stunned. Sure enough, it wasn't that simple. You have to know that for someone like me, even a divine dragon like the Dragon Emperor, without the protection of the ice dragon, is as simple as crushing an ant, let alone a beast. I can let him live, and he is already grateful to me. The blood ancestor said proudly. Qin Feiyong was speechless. Wasn't this the logic of a bandit? I snatched something from you, and you still have to thank me. Let's not talk about the Beast Emperor. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and looked at the blood ancestor. Then, why did you take a fancy to Li Feng? And you even brought him to the Sky Cloud realm? He's so pitiful. The blood ancestor said straightforwardly. That's it? Qin Feiyong was stunned. What else? Of course, there's also his hatred for dragons. Said the blood ancestor. What about Long Tianyu? Why does he also have your aura? Qin Feiyong was suspicious. The blood ancestor hesitated for a moment before saying angrily, why do you have so many questions? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the feud between me and the Divine King of Chaos? Qin Feiyong and Madman looked at each other. Since he didn't answer the question directly, it seemed like there was something else going on. The blood ancestor waved his hand. I've already told you why I'm in the ancient realm, so let's stop here. Alright. Then tell me about your feud with the Divine King of Chaos. Qin Feiyong nodded. If the blood ancestor didn't want to talk, there was nothing he could do. However, regarding Long Tianyu, he had to be careful. Me and the Divine King of Chaos. The blood ancestor pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'll have to start from the last time I came to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. At that time, Feather Emperor and I traveled together in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure and accidentally learned about the existence of the Divine King of Chaos from some human-shaped skeletons. Speaking of this, the blood ancestor seemed to have thought of something exciting and couldn't help but look excited. Qin Feiyong, Madman, and Princess Huofeng all pricked up their ears and waited for him to continue. At that time, we thought that since the Divine King of Chaos was so strong, he must have a lot of treasures. Feather Emperor and I were also bold back then. We searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the Divine King of Chaos and finally found him. However, The Divine King of Chaos is indeed strong. We didn't even meet him officially, but we felt a sense of danger from him. Later, we discussed and decided not to fight him head-on. So, we hid near the Divine King of Chaos's nest and slowly waited for an opportunity. Finally, one day, we found an opportunity. The Divine King of Chaos left the nest with the Chaos Royal City and the 9 Demon Kings, leaving only the Black Flame Demon King to guard it. Seeing this situation, the two of us decisively took action and infiltrated the Divine King of Chaos's nest. In the end, we found a secret technique in his nest. We wanted to continue, but we were discovered by the Black Flame Demon King. Originally, we wanted to kill the Black Flame Demon King and wipe out the Divine King of Chaos's nest, but the Black Flame Demon King's strength was beyond our imagination. At that time, if it weren't for Little Rabbit and the others who happened to pass by and helped us, Feather Emperor and I would have turned into a pile of dirt. The Blood Ancestor sighed. "You're that bold?" Princess Huofeng was shocked. "It's passable." The Blood Ancestor smiled proudly. "No wonder the Black Flame Demon King was looking for you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Then what secret technique did you find?" "It's a secret technique that can devour the souls of the dead." At that time, Feather Emperor saw that this secret technique was too fierce, so he took the initiative to give it to me. The Blood Ancestor said, "I see. It seems that the Black Flame Demon King was looking for you to snatch back this secret technique." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. "Wrong. They wanted to kill me. After all, we almost destroyed their nest. Although this time, I let Li Feng enter the Sky Belt Divine Treasure to make him grow quickly with the help of the souls of the dead, I didn't expect the Divine King of Chaos and the others to be so vengeful." The Blood Ancestor shook his head. "Nonsense. You almost destroyed their nest. How can they not be vengeful?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Why are you yelling at me? Back then, this was the idea of your ancestor, Feather Emperor. I was purely instigated by him." The Blood Ancestor said angrily. "Instigated?" Qin Feiyang looked at him in disdain. He couldn't do anything else, but he was quite good at shirking responsibility. "Hold on. Back then, Ice Dragon only sealed you. Now that you have left the ancient world, the seal should have been removed, but why is your strength so weak?" Madman sized up the Blood Ancestor suspiciously. "Am I weak? Do you know how strong the ultimate intent of the slaughter law is?" The Blood Ancestor sneered. "I don't know. But this daddy knows that you were chased by those 2 old fogies, the dragons." Madman laughed. "Say that again?" The Blood Ancestor's eyes flashed fiercely. Madman's pupils shrank as he gritted his teeth. "It's the truth. Don't dislike it." The Blood Ancestor glared at him fiercely and muttered, "My strength, how should I put it? Think of it this way. I encountered an accident during my cultivation, but soon my strength will recover and I will be even stronger than when I was at my peak." "Really?" Qin Feiyang and Madman were surprised. "Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Feather Emperor. He knows about my situation." The Blood Ancestor said. "All right then." Madman nodded. Princess Huofeng asked, "Then, how are we going to save Li Feng and Lu Ding now?" Hearing this question, not only the Blood Ancestor, but even Qin Feiyang and Madman fell silent. "We definitely can't fight them head-on. Although the Blood Ancestor knows where their nest is, with our strength, even if we sneak there, we won't be able to do anything against the Divine King of Chaos, the Royal City of Chaos and the 10 Demon Kings." Princess Huofeng sighed. "I have an idea." Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. "What idea?" The 3 of them looked at him suspiciously. "Join forces with the Feng people, the dragons, the Kirins, the land of buried gods, and the divine beasts and sea beasts of the heavenly cloud ocean. I don't believe that we can't beat them with the combined strength of all forces." Qin Feiyang said. The Blood Ancestor and Madman looked at each other. This was a good idea. However, the divine beasts and sea beasts of the land of buried gods and the heavenly cloud ocean could be ignored. After all, they were allies and it wasn't difficult to convince them. But why would the Feng people, the dragons, and the Kirins help them? One had to know. They were sworn enemies with the three races. After learning about this, the three races were overjoyed, so why would they take the risk to cooperate with them? I know your concerns. I have an idea. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. The blood ancestor pondered for a while and nodded. If there is really a way, we can give it a try. After all, I can't think of a better way. Madman said. Then it's decided. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the blood ancestor and said, I saw that you activated momentary time before, so you should be able to set up a time array. But you still want to cultivate here? You have to know that we've only been here for 1,000 years. If more than 10 years have already passed, the blood ancestor frowned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the gold sun divine sword and the silver moon divine sword appeared. He said, when I subdued them, I accidentally injured them, so I need a time array to repair their bodies. This way, when I face danger in the future, they won't only be able to watch from the side. You call that being careless? It was clearly intentional, okay? The two great swords were indignant. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at them. All right then. We can all recuperate here for a while. The blood ancestor glanced at the two sovereign divine weapons and waved his hand. A time array appeared and merged with the cave abode. What level of time array is this? Madman was curious. 1,000 years in a day. If you want something more powerful, you can only find someone else. The blood ancestor said. Hurry up and repair your bodies. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the two great swords. This was already beyond his expectations. Originally, he had only hoped for a 1,500-year time array. It was so comfortable to have a time array. The blood ancestor and madman's injuries quickly healed. Qin Feiyang also quickly comprehended the first level of the law of life and death. When madman saw the law of life and death, he was also puzzled like Princess Huofeng. But when they learned the origin of the law of life and death from the blood ancestor, they couldn't help but be envious. As for the blood ancestor, when he learned that Qin Feiyang had a miniature version of the law of life and death, he was also extremely shocked. On this day, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then turned to look at Madman and said, Senior brother, there's something I still feel that I shouldn't hide from you. What is it? Madman looked at him suspiciously. It's about the mystery of your background. Qin Feiyang said. What? Madman's eyes trembled. Chapter 37:15. Qin Feiyang told Madman what Ice Phoenix Sword said about the Blood Demon King. Blood Demon King, Blood Demon Race? Madman murmured. After digesting this information, he asked, So you suspect that I am a descendant of the Blood Demon Race? Qin Feiyang shook his head and pondered for a while. We suspect that you are the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. Reincarnation? Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. Why don't you say that I am the reincarnation of the god of creation? Madman rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not joking with you. The reason why we suspect so is because we have a basis. What basis? Madman frowned. Blood Demon Tower. There is also the evil moon, evil sun, and the Een Demon power in the Een Demon land. Look, back in Fallen Valley, the Blood Demon Tower directly left King Yu's father and turned to you. You have to know. The Blood Demon Tower is the Blood Demon King's sovereign weapon. Is there no reason why it took the initiative to stay by your side? Qin Feiyang said. Madman fell silent. And your transformation ability is exactly the same as the Blood Demon race. Moreover, you and the Blood Demon race don't need it. The other blood demons find it extremely difficult to absorb the evil power of Fallen Valley. For example, King Yu, as the current king of the Blood Demon race, even he can't absorb the evil power of Fallen Valley, but you can. And you, not only can you absorb the evil power of Fallen Valley, but you can also absorb the Een Demon power in the Een Demon land. And back then, when you approached the evil moon, a strange scene appeared in your mind. Isn't this the evil moon awakening the memories of your previous life? Qin Feiyang said again. Madman remained silent. This is my initial guess. The scene that appeared in your mind should be the scene of the Blood Demon King fighting with the powerhouse of the Divine Kingdom in Hell. In other words, the Blood Demon King might have fallen in that battle. Qin Feiyang said. The madman pondered for a moment, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "It sounds so logical. Am I really the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King? We can't rule out this possibility. Furthermore, Dragon King, Feng Ho, the master of the Qilin, and the Golden Dragon Spear are all sovereign-level divine weapons. They've long since noticed that you're related to the Blood Demon King." Qin Feiyang said. "Pooh." Madman took a deep breath and chuckled. "Then if I really am the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, wouldn't you have to call me ancestor? Scram. What's the point of taking advantage of me?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. If that's the case, then I'll definitely protect you and the white-eyed wolf from now on." The madman patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and gritted his teeth. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he glanced at Princess Huofeng and transmitted his voice. "You have to help me keep the white-eyed wolf's matter a secret. I'll tell this woman that the white-eyed wolf has met with an accident and died outside." What? The madman was stunned. He glanced at Princess Huofeng and secretly said, "Aren't you afraid that the white-eyed wolf will find trouble with you?" "I'm just trying to provoke her." Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. "How's the effect?" The madman was curious. "Not bad." Qin Feiyang secretly said. "It seems that she has fallen in love with him. The white-eyed wolf's marriage is finally settled." The madman gritted his teeth. "Now only Fire Lotus is left. I really don't know who in this world is worthy of this girl." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Women shouldn't be worried, right? Moreover, Fire Lotus is a reasonable, smart, and capable woman." The madman said. "Fire Lotus is outstanding, but we have to help her keep a check. We can't just find a random man to make do with. No matter what, her character has to be good. We can't let Fire Lotus be wronged." Qin Feiyang said. "You're still worried about this? With us standing behind her, who dares to let her be wronged?" The madman smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He transmitted his voice. "We'll talk about this later." After that, Qin Feiyang took out an iron box and smiled. "This is the epitome of the slaughter law. I'll give it to you." "Why are you giving it to me? I already have it." The madman waved his hand. "Right, I forgot that you've already obtained the epitome of the slaughter law." Qin Feiyang patted his head. Qin Feiyang and the madman didn't transmit their words. When Princess Huofeng heard this, she immediately looked at the madman with shock in her eyes. This little madman actually obtained a epitome of the slaughter law? What are you looking at? Our talent is something you can only look up to. The madman looked at Princess Huofeng proudly. Shameless. Princess Huofeng coldly snorted. Then she lowered her head with a trace of sadness on her face. If he was still alive, he should also be this outstanding. That's it? The madman was surprised. He thought that Princess Huofeng would have a good quarrel with him. After all, this was the personality of the Princess Huofeng. He didn't expect her to remain silent. She must have thought of the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Madman looked at Princess Huofeng's expression and thought, since we have already tested her sincerity, shouldn't we tell her that the white-eyed wolf is still alive? Don't worry. Isn't there a saying of suppressing first and then revealing later? We will let her slowly grieve by herself. When this emotion accumulates to a certain extent, when she suddenly sees that the white-eyed wolf is still alive, it will definitely erupt. At that time, the feelings in her heart will naturally be revealed uncontrollably. Qin Feiyang said. I didn't expect you to be so insidious." The madman laughed sinisterly. "We are brothers with the white-eyed wolf. Of course, we have to add fuel to the fire. Otherwise, with just the two of them, they can't hope to break through this layer of window paper." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Makes sense." The madman nodded and looked at the iron box. "Don't you also control the slaughter law? You can keep it for yourself." "I don't need it." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put away the iron box. "Why don't you need it?" The madman was suspicious. The battle word art and the life and death law both have a law miniature. Therefore, I guess that the other 3 divine arts of the 6-word divine art should also have a law miniature. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Is that so? The madman nodded and said enviously, your luck is too good. The law miniature actually came together. It's okay, it's okay. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Look at how proud you are. The madman looked at him in disdain. Say, if I am really the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, then when I died in my previous life, did I leave any inheritance in hell? How would I know? Besides, whether you are the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King or not, we still have to investigate. Qin Feiyang said. All right, work hard to become stronger first. We will talk about it after we leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. I don't need the Law of Slaughter's miniature, but if you encounter the law of space, death, destruction, thunder, light, or darkness, you must help me get it. The madman secretly said. No problem. Qin Feiyang nodded. In the blink of an eye. Outside, 5 years had passed. And inside the time array, more than 8 million years had passed. The Silver Moon Divine Sword and Gold Sun Divine Sword were finally restored. On this day, Qin Feiyang also comprehended the 5th profound of the law of life and death. The power of life and death emerged and condensed into a palm-sized black and white seal. One side was engraved with life and the other side was engraved with death. This was the 5th profound life and death seal. Moreover, with the comprehension of the 5th profound of the law of life and death, Qin Feiyang also grasped the 5th profound of the law of death and the law of life at the same time. His mind moved. The 5th profound of the law of death, gate of hell appeared. Comprehending one law is equivalent to comprehending 3 laws. How can people live like this? The madman looked at this scene and felt extremely unbalanced. If you can comprehend the law of life and death, you can also do this. The blood ancestor opened his eyes and looked at the madman. I want to, but I don't have this dog life. The madman said with jealousy. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the 3 of them. Have you all cultivated enough? We're just waiting for you. The madman rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, then let's set off. Do you have a destination? Princess Huofeng asked. The exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Because only by reaching the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure would there be a chance to gather the people of the major forces. Moreover, this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to wait until he was about to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure before he could find the Primal Chaos Divine King. Because once he offended the Primal Chaos Divine King, it was equivalent to offending the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasure. He didn't care about skeletons. But he had to consider the sovereign divine weapons of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. After all, the Primal Chaos Divine King was the ruler of this place. With an order, the sovereign divine weapons of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure would probably have to obey. No one knew how many sovereign divine weapons there were here. Therefore, after saving Li Feng and the 3 sovereign divine weapons, they had to immediately leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. This way, they could avoid being hunted down by the Primal Chaos Divine King. Or else, facing the pursuit of the Primal Chaos Divine King, even if they could successfully save Li Feng and the 3 sovereign divine weapons, it would be very difficult for them to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure alive. In short, rescuing Li Feng and the 3 sovereign divine weapons couldn't be rushed. It required a precise, thorough, and foolproof plan. The Gold Sun Divine Sword and the Silver Moon Divine Sword entered Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and Princess Huofeng left the cave under the lead of the Blood Ancestor. As for the time array, the Blood Ancestor didn't destroy it. He left it for the fated person. The Blood Ancestor had been to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure before. Although he didn't have a complete understanding of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, he at least knew the location of the exit. According to the Blood Ancestor, the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was in the west, located in the central area of a mountain called the Myriad Peaks Ridge. Their current location was south of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. It would take them 50 years to reach the Myriad Peaks Ridge even if they didn't stop. Of course, Qin Feiyang wasn't in a hurry. Along the way, he carefully looked for divine items like nomological miniatures, nomological inheritances, and sovereign divine weapons. Chapter 37:16. In the blink of an eye. Another 2 months passed. It had been almost 16 years since Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Others didn't know, but Qin Feiyang's harvest was not small. Golden Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword, Ice Phoenix Sword, Golden Dragon Spear, Silver Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, and a miniature of the Law of Slaughter. 6 sovereign divine weapons and a miniature of the law. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Now, even if Qin Feiyang left the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it could be considered a fruitful trip. But the adventure wasn't over yet. On this day, they passed by a swamp. Because it was a swamp, it was very humid and filled with miasma. Moreover, there were many skeletons here. Not to mention ferocious beast skeletons, even human-shaped skeletons could be seen everywhere. You have to pay special attention to places where skeletons gather. The blood ancestor stopped in the air and scanned the swamp below. Why? Qin Feiyang, madman. Princess Huofeng looked at him suspiciously. The blood ancestor looked at Princess Huofeng and said suspiciously, as the eldest princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, didn't the elders of the older generation tell you about the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? They told me a little, but it wasn't very detailed. And I heard from the elders that although they came here last time, the place they went was probably only the tip of the iceberg. So, what they know is not comprehensive. Princess Huofeng shook her head. That's true. Even the Feather Emperor and I, who provoked the Divine King of Primal Chaos, don't dare to say that we truly understand the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, let alone them. The blood ancestor's eyes were filled with disdain. But just as he finished speaking, the topic suddenly changed. He looked at Princess Huofeng and sneered, however, you should have agreed on a place to gather in advance, right? Qin Feiyang and Madman turned to look at Princess Huofeng. Princess Huofeng couldn't help but feel a trace of panic on her face. As expected, the blood ancestor laughed and looked at Princess Huofeng. The Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit didn't tell Qin Feiyang and the others because they wanted to train them, but it's different for you Feng people, dragons, and Qilins. Train us. Qin Feiyang and Madman. Could it be that you have never thought about why the Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit didn't tell you about the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure before you entered it? Of the blood ancestor asked. We didn't think so much about it. Qin Feiyang shook her head. Of Azus. However, the Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit did it out of painstaking effort. They didn't tell you guys about the Sky Bell Divine Treasure situation because they didn't want you guys to rely on them. They wanted to train your survival ability and your ability to react to danger. The blood ancestor explained. Qin Feiyang nodded and said in surprise, you know their intentions so well. Did you talk to them? But I know the Feather Emperor too well. I don't need to think to know what he wants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told you about the first trial. The blood ancestor said. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded. If he knew about the first trial in advance and was mentally prepared, he wouldn't have fallen so deep into it. He wouldn't have had to comprehend the law of life and death to break the illusion. The Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit have high hopes for you. Same. I'm also looking forward to Li Feng's performance. Although I briefly mentioned the Sky Bell Divine Treasure to him before coming, I didn't explain it in detail. I also didn't set a meeting place with him in advance. I want to let him do as he pleases. But the Feng people, and the Kirin clan came here purely to find the law of life and death, as well as to subdue the sovereign divine weapon. Therefore, they must have agreed on a meeting place before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. They will wait for everyone to meet before moving together. This way, everyone can take care of each other. The blood ancestor said. Lunatic said suspiciously, then why didn't Bing Runing and the Golden Dragons go to the meeting place directly? Why did they come to provoke old Qin? I can only say that they were unlucky. They accidentally bumped into Qin Feiyang. As for Bing Runing, she was simply courting death. Isn't it better for her to live a good life? Why did she have to take the initiative to provoke him? The blood ancestor smiled disdainfully. That's true. Lunatic bared his teeth. However, Bing Runing dared to provoke him because she was confident. After all, she had the Ice Phoenix sword. If it weren't for the ancient tower and the golden bell, Qin Feiyang would have been helpless against Bing Runing's provocation. Because he couldn't catch up. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Princess Huofeng and frowned. Have you been lying to me? What did I lie to you about? Princess Huofeng said in a panic. Qin Feiyang asked, then look into my eyes and tell me, did the Feng people agree on a meeting place in advance? But Princess Huofeng didn't dare to look into Qin Feiyang's eyes. This meant that there was indeed an agreement in advance. Why did you lie to me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Princess Huofeng was extremely flustered. You have to know that even if you have the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Fire Phoenix Sword to protect you, as long as I want to, I can forcefully control you and read your memories. Qin Feiyang said. Princess Huofeng's pupils constricted, and said helplessly, I'll tell you. Actually, I hid it from you for your own good, and also for the sake of the clan. So, I still have to thank you? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. You should have thanked me. You already know that the Feng people, the dragons, and the Qilin clan have already formed an alliance. Our goal is to get rid of you in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Likewise, I also know your personality. If I let you know the meeting place, you will definitely find trouble with them. So, I can't let you meet, or else you will definitely fight. I'm purely being kind, but I didn't expect you to misunderstand. I really can't explain myself. Princess Huofeng said with grievance. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a wry smile, All right, I apologize. Princess Huofeng coldly snorted, looked at the madman and Qin Feiyang, and said, No matter what the Feng people do with you, I have a clear conscience towards you. Yes. The two nodded and asked, Then where is the meeting place? Do you really want to say it? If I say it, you promise not to look for them? Princess Huofeng asked. I don't dare to promise. After all, you also know that I want to use the 3 clans to rescue Li Feng and Lu Ding. But there is one thing that I can promise you. In the future, in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, I won't cheat a single soldier, brick, or tile of your Fire Phoenix clan. Qin Feiyang said. Princess Huofeng shook her head and said, No, you have to promise that you won't cheat the Ice Phoenix clan. Hey, are you having a fever? The madman stretched out his hand and touched Princess Huofeng's forehead. You are the one with a fever. Princess Huofeng slapped the madman's hand away. If you don't have a fever, then what nonsense are you talking about? Bing Runing and Bing Changtian treated you like this, and you still protect them. The madman said angrily. But after all, they are also members of the Feng people. Princess Huofeng said. As expected, you are so stupid that you are incurable. The madman shook his head. I promise that in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, I won't hurt the Feng people. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. I believe you. The place we agreed on is in the Dragon Tiger Mountain Range. I don't know the exact location, but I know the direction. It is in the southwest. Princess Huofeng said. Dragon Tiger Mountain Range. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he nodded. I know where it is. It is indeed in the southwest. The last time we came to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, we humans and dragons had a battle near the Dragon Tiger Mountain Range. Then should we go and find them now? The madman asked. Let's look for this swamp first. A place where skeletons gather usually hides a law miniature. The blood ancestors scanned the swamp below and said, A law miniature. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and Princess Huofeng's eyes lit up. You may not know, but the skeletons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure can also fuse with law miniature, so for them, it is also a supreme treasure. The blood ancestor laughed. So, any skeleton that grasps the profound meaning of the law is a fused law miniature? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not exactly. Many skeletons have awakened the laws they had when they were alive. And with the law miniature here, only purple gold skeletons are qualified to fuse with it. This is the rule of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The blood ancestor explained. Purple gold skeletons? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He had never seen one before. The skeletons here are divided into 6 levels. Whether they are humanoid skeletons or ferocious beast skeletons, there are strong and weak ones. The first is the white skeletons. These skeletons are similar to ordinary skeletons. They don't have complete consciousness and rely on instinct to move. The second is the blood-colored skeletons. They already have a complete consciousness and grasp the profound meaning of ordinary laws. The third is the golden skeletons. They are even more powerful and have grasped the profound meaning of the strongest law. The fourth is the purple gold skeletons. Each of them has grasped 6 profound meanings and at least 1 profound meaning of the strongest law. Next is the fifth. The fifth is the skeletons that have condensed flesh and blood and have recovered the memories and methods of their previous life. Although they can't be compared to the primal chaos divine king and the 10 great demon kings, each of them has monstrous strength and have grasped an ordinary profound meaning. The last is the 10 great demon kings, who have grasped the profound meaning of the strongest law. The blood ancestors slowly explained. Chapter 37:17. In other words, as long as they comprehend the ultimate meaning, they can condense a body of flesh and blood? Madman asked. More or less. Blood ancestor nodded. Then why was the fire lotus able to condense a body so quickly back then? Madman was puzzled. The fire lotus? Blood ancestor was slightly taken aback. The palace master of 9 heavens palace? Madman nodded. Then what's her situation? Blood ancestor was puzzled. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang explained the situation of the flame lotus in a simple and clear manner. I see. Then she's still very different from these skeletons. First of all, she's in the form of an undead, not a skeleton. Secondly, although she lost the memories of her previous life, her consciousness was still there. Lastly, the undead barrier-breaking pill you gave her. Although I've never seen this pill before, from what you said before, it should be a pill specially used to help the undead get rid of evil and death energy. Blood ancestor guessed. Madman nodded. He turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, Anyway, they're all undead. Do you think this undead barrier-breaking pill has any effect on the skeletons here? I don't know. It's useless even if I know. First of all, I don't have any herbs right now. Second of all, I don't have a pill furnace or a pill flame. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Blood ancestor's eyes flashed as he urged, Don't worry about that for now. Let's quickly look around and see if there are any laws here. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded. Be careful. Although the skeletons below haven't attacked us yet, based on my experience, it should be the skeleton king of this swamp that ordered them to stay put. If he sees us entering his territory, the skeleton king might give the order for them to attack us together. Blood ancestor whispered before taking the lead to enter the swamp below. Qin Feiyang and the others followed closely behind. You really dare to break into this king's territory. Kill them. Just as the 4 of them entered the swamp, a sinister laugh rang out from somewhere in the middle of the swamp. Following this voice, the originally motionless ferocious beast skeletons and humanoid skeletons immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang's group as if they had gone mad. The power of the various great laws instantly swept across the sky. These were all white skeletons, so there was nothing to worry about. With the strength of the 4 of them, they could wipe out a large number of people with a wave of their hands. But not long after, blood-red figures flew out of the swamp one after another. There were human-shaped skeletons that were no different from ordinary people, and there were also skeletons of ferocious beasts that were as large as mountains. Their entire bodies seemed to be dyed in blood, and they emitted an astonishing baleful aura. It's actually a human, it's really a pie falling from the sky, sending us such delicious food. There were at least a few hundred blood-colored skeletons. The souls of the dead in each eye socket seemed to be condensed from fresh blood. They were constantly jumping and filled with a bloodthirsty aura. Boom! All kinds of ordinary and supreme profundities covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Courting death. Killing intent surged in Madman's eyes. The supreme profundities of the space-time laws were activated, and the void of this world instantly collapsed, turning into a giant ice crystal-like hand that covered the sky and slammed towards those blood-colored skeletons. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, a group of blood-colored skeletons were destroyed on the spot. At the same time, a vortex also appeared between the blood ancestor's eyebrows, and a huge bloody hand appeared and grabbed all the souls of the dead. You can also devour the souls of the dead? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Nonsense! Even Li Feng can do it, so how can this ancestor not do it? The blood ancestor laughed sinisterly. His eyes were blood-red and suffused with an astonishing baleful aura. All the souls of the dead were devoured by him. Awesome! Don't hide, come out and die. The blood ancestor scanned the surrounding swamp and laughed loudly. Arrogant. The voice from before sounded again. Don't. The next moment, the mud in the center of the swamp splashed as 11 figures charged out like lightning. There were 10 golden skeletons and 1 purple gold skeleton. Among the golden skeletons, there were 6 human-shaped skeletons and 4 ferocious beast skeletons. Their skeletons seemed to be made of gold, and from their appearance, they should be 4 giant tigers. The purple gold puppet was a human-shaped skeleton that was more than 2 meters tall. It was obviously a giant when it was alive. The souls of the dead in its eye sockets were like 2 purple gold flames, exuding an astonishing baleful aura. There's a purple gold skeleton. The blood ancestor was overjoyed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Quickly get rid of them and find its nest. Because I sense the aura of the epitome of the laws on it. The blood ancestor thought to himself. The aura of the epitome of the laws? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He raised his head and looked at the purple gold skeleton. After careful observation, he found that there was indeed a trace of an unusual aura on it. It seemed to be the aura of an extreme flame. The blood ancestor said, judging from this aura, it is in the process of merging. Quickly get rid of it. Leave the purple gold skeleton to me. You guys deal with the rest. The madman rushed toward the purple gold skeleton as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He didn't care what kind of epitome of the laws it was. He just wanted to get it first. Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng looked at each other and immediately jumped toward the 10 golden skeletons. On the other hand, the blood ancestor. For a moment, he stood aside and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with eyes full of expectation. You're courting death. The purple gold skeleton sneered and instantly activated the 6 supreme profundities of the laws, including the supreme profundities of the law of destruction and the law of karma. Sure enough, it has mastered the 6 supreme profundities. The madman muttered. The 6 supreme profundities were comparable to the patriarchs of the various clans. They were called super powerhouses. Are you confident? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. He and Princess Huofeng were already fighting the 10 golden skeletons. Each of these golden skeletons also mastered a supreme profundities of the supreme profundities of the laws. 10 of them were equivalent to 10 supreme profundities of the supreme profundities of the laws. Qin Feiyang didn't have such a lineup, but Princess Huofeng seemed to be having a hard time. Don't worry. The madman chuckled. Boom! A ferocious power roared out. His body, which was originally 7 feet tall, instantly turned into a giant that was 100 feet tall. Shatter for me! The madman roared and threw a punch at the 6 supreme profundities with his flesh and blood body. Boom! The power of this punch could be said to be terrifying beyond compare. The supreme profundities of the 4 ordinary laws disintegrated on the spot. Even the supreme profundities of the law of karma and the law of destruction were blocked by his punch. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He knew that the madman was very strong after transforming, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Back in the Yin demon land, he didn't seem to be this strong. This is the strength of the blood demon after transforming. On top of that, his fleshly body has already reached the level of a paragon. Therefore, his strength after transforming has far exceeded the supreme level. He can even compete with the supreme profundities of the supreme profundities of the supreme profundities. The blood ancestor was like a kind elder, his face full of a gratified smile. Of course. According to seniority, he was indeed the elder of Qin Feiyang and the others. So strong? The purple gold skeleton was also shocked. What kind of monster was this? His strength was actually this strong? Surprised? The madman chuckled. The law of space and time and the law of death roared out. The two supreme profundities attacked, and coupled with his own terrifying strength, the other party's supreme profundities of the law of karma and the law of destruction were shattered on the spot. Immediately after, the madman used the ghost steps, and his aura instantly disappeared. Like a ghost, he appeared behind the purple gold skeleton. Boom! Immediately, his fist, which was as heavy as a mountain, smashed towards the purple gold skeleton. No! The purple gold skeleton roared in despair. The next moment, its skeleton body was shattered by the madman's punch. Strong. Princess Huofeng's heart trembled. Was this the strength of the madman? Just with the strength after transforming, he could compete with the supreme profundities. What kind of monster was this? Not good. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis swept over. Princess Huofeng turned around and saw a golden skeleton appear behind her without anyone noticing. It let out a sinister laugh. Pumph. In the nick of time, Great Princess Fire Phoenix released two strands of power. One was the power of the Ice Phoenix, and the other was the power of the Fire Phoenix. The two powers merged into one and condensed into a barrier. Chirp. The next moment, an Ice Phoenix and a Fire Phoenix rushed out and pounced on the golden skeleton. Accompanied by a scream, the golden skeleton was shattered on the spot. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also used the space-time step, activated the supreme profundities of the law of destruction and the law of karma, and defeated the other 9 skeletons one by one. Seeing that the battle was over, the blood ancestor finally made his move. The bloody hand reached out from between his eyebrows and grabbed the souls of the purple gold skeleton and the 10 golden skeletons, and directly swallowed them. Boom! As the law energy of the purple gold skeleton and the 10 golden skeletons were absorbed, the blood ancestor's body suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and a mighty power of death rolled out. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 hurriedly looked at the blood ancestor. The aura emitted by this power of death was so terrifying that even their bodies and minds were trembling uncontrollably. Was this the strength of the ultimate profundities? Ha! The law energy contained in the purple gold skeleton is indeed different. The blood ancestor laughed. Don't tell me your law of death has really broken through to the ultimate profundities? Qin Feiyang asked cautiously. How can I joke with you? The blood ancestor was full of smiles. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he frowned. The soul of the purple gold skeleton has such a huge amount of energy? Of course, it's impossible for a supreme law to be upgraded to the ultimate profundities with just the soul of the purple gold skeleton alone. Before I met you, I had already swallowed a large number of souls and was almost on the verge of a breakthrough. The blood ancestor said. That's what I said. How could a purple gold skeleton's soul be able to upgrade the law of death from the ultimate profundities to the ultimate profundities? Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. But it's really enviable. Princess Huofeng whispered. For the blood ancestor and Li Feng, the Skybell Divine Treasury was undoubtedly a real treasure trove. It could even be said that, for them, the souls of the dead here were more valuable than the sovereign divine weapon and the law of death. Because as long as no one stopped them, and as long as they had enough time, the law energy they had mastered would be upgraded to the ultimate profundities sooner or later. Chapter 37:18. Suddenly, the blood ancestor's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered, with the improvement of the law of death, even if I face a sovereign weapon now, I have the power to fight. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and Madman were surprised. I have a bold plan. But this plan is a secret for the time being. The blood ancestor smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang and Madman rolled their eyes. Didn't you say that those who master the ultimate profound of the strongest law can't enter the sky bell divine treasure? Madman was suspicious. Those who master the ultimate profound of the strongest law can't come in from the outside, but those who comprehend the ultimate profound inside won't be affected. The blood ancestor said. I see. Madman nodded in realization. Let's go and find the nest of the purple gold skeletons. The blood ancestor took a step forward and landed in the sky above the center of the swamp. His divine sense rolled down. At the same time, not far away, on a mountain peak, 3 figures stood side by side, restraining their aura like 3 ghosts. 2 old men and a middle-aged man. Why does he look familiar? The middle-aged man looked at the blood ancestor with a trace of suspicion on his face. It can't be so fast. Have you forgotten about this old devil? One of the old men in white said in a deep voice. Old devil? The middle-aged man was taken aback and looked up and down at the blood ancestor. One of the 3 leaders of the human race, the blood ancestor. The other old man in a green robe said, It's actually him. The middle-aged man's eyes trembled and his face was full of fear. Yes, it's him. I didn't expect him to still be alive. I didn't expect him to also come to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The eyes of the old man in white and the old man in green were also filled with fear. What they didn't expect was that the blood ancestor had raised the law of death to the ultimate level at this time. They were passing by and heard the battle fluctuations, so they wanted to come and take a look. When they came over, they didn't expect it to be Qin Feiyang and Madman. Originally, they wanted to see if they could find an opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang and the Madman, but they didn't expect that the blood-red-clothed old man standing next to them was the old demon who had once intimidated the Sky Cloud realm, the blood ancestor. Even if it was the blood ancestor, it didn't matter. This was because they could see that the blood ancestor had yet to recover to his peak. After all, if he recovered to his peak, the blood ancestor would not be able to enter the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. Since he hadn't recovered to his peak, he would find an opportunity to eliminate him. However, they had never expected that the blood ancestor would break through before they could find an opportunity. The ultimate profundity of the laws of death. Against such a terrifying technique, the blood progenitor wouldn't even fear a sovereign weapon, let alone them. Thus, they had already given up on the idea of attacking. Let's go! The green-robed old man sighed helplessly as he looked at the white-robed old man and the middle-aged man. Leaving just like that? The middle-aged man frowned. What else? You should know that it's not just the blood ancestor. Qin Feiyang also has a sovereign weapon. As for us, although we've grasped ultimate profundities, they're only ordinary ultimate profundities. Fighting against them is simply courting death. The green-robed old man said. But isn't there still the eldest princess of the Fire Phoenix clan? The middle-aged man was unwilling to give up. The green-robed old man snorted coldly and said, Can't you see? She's in cahoots with Qin Feiyang. I really don't know how the Fire Phoenix clan leader taught her. She's such a traitor. In that case, if there's a chance, we'll get rid of this woman too. The middle-aged man clenched his hands. Let's talk about it when there's a chance. Now, let's hurry and meet up with everyone. The green-robed old man shook his head. Wait a moment. They seem to be looking for something. The white-robed old man raised his hand. The green-robed old man and the middle-aged man looked suspiciously. Above the swamp, not only the blood ancestor, but Qin Feiyang and the other 2 also released their divine senses and began a thorough search of the swamp. Suddenly, their divine senses were all focused on a certain spot in the ground. Deep underground, there was a stone cave about 100 feet wide. Around the stone cave, there was a barrier formed by the power of law that could conceal the aura inside. Let's go down and take a look, the blood ancestor said. The 4 immediately activated their power of law and condensed a barrier around their bodies. This was to avoid being dirty by the mud, and then they rushed into the swamp. Sure enough, they're looking for something? Could it be the epitome of the laws? On the mountain peak, the middle-aged man was surprised. The green-robed old woman shook her head and said, Even if it's the epitome of the laws, it's not something we can touch. Not necessarily. Things in this world are hard to predict. Maybe an opportunity will appear in the next moment. The white-robed old man's eyes flickered. The green-robed old woman looked at the two and couldn't help but frown. Were they courting death? But at this moment, on the other side, another 4 figures broke through the air. They were 2 men and 2 women. All of them looked middle-aged, and their auras were restrained to the extreme. It's them? The green-robed old woman and the other 2 were stunned. They didn't expect the opportunity to really come. The ripples from the previous battle came from here. And this time, there are obvious traces of battle, but why is there no one here? The 2 men and 2 women flew above the swamp and looked down suspiciously. Friends from the Ice Phoenix clan, come here. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their minds. The 2 men and 2 women were stunned. They raised their heads and scanned their surroundings. Soon, they saw the green-robed old man and the other 2 on the mountain peak not far away. The 3 of them were waving at the 4 of them. The old antiques of the dragons? The 4 of them were stunned. They secretly became vigilant and flew toward the mountain peak. I really didn't expect to meet you. The green-robed old man chuckled. The 3 of you are? The 4 of them landed on the mountain peak and looked at them suspiciously. We also followed the battle fluctuations. The green-robed old man whispered. Is that so? The 4 of them looked at each other and asked, then who was fighting here just now? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he said truthfully, Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, the eldest princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, and the Blood Ancestor. What? It's actually them. Wait, what did you say? The Blood Ancestor? And the eldest princess of the Feng people? The 4 of them were surprised. That's right. The Blood Ancestor suppressed the 8 barren lands back then. We definitely recognized him. As for the eldest princess of the Feng people, Humph, we agreed to an alliance, but you actually colluded with Qin Feiyang and the others. I really feel bad for the Feng people. The green-robed old man and the other 2 added fuel to the fire. Isn't the Blood Ancestor dead? The 4 of them frowned. We were also very surprised when we saw him just now. But fortunately, he hasn't recovered to his peak state yet. The 4 of you, since we met here, why don't we join forces and eliminate them? The green-robed old man and the other 2 began to instigate. Eliminate? The 4 of them pondered for a while and frowned. It's possible to eliminate Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Blood Ancestor, but the eldest princess of the Feng people? They looked a little hesitant. She has already colluded with Qin Feiyang. What's there to worry about? Moreover, this eldest princess has mastered 2 supreme laws. In time, her status in the Feng people will definitely be important. And she is a member of the Fire Phoenix clan. When she grows up, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous to the Ice Phoenix clan. The green-robed old man and the other 2 sneered. The 4 of them frowned and said in a low voice, but she left her divine spirit in the phoenix nest. When she tells Lord Feng Ho, how should we explain it? That's simple. She's in cahoots with Qin Feiyang. Isn't that the best reason? I'm afraid that when the time comes, when Feng Ho finds out, not only will he not help her, but he will also scold her. The green-robed old man and the other 2 said. Hearing this, the 4 of them could not help but nod. Our plan is like this. The green-robed old man and the other 2 immediately whispered in the ears of the 4 of them. At the same time, about 10,000 feet underground, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 finally arrived in front of the stone cave. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, a power of law surged toward the stone cave. With a buzz, a barrier appeared. This was a barrier condensed by the power of destruction. You want to stop this ancestor with this? The Blood Ancestor smiled disdainfully and took a step forward. The power of death surged as he slapped the barrier, shattering it on the spot. The 4 of them entered the stone cave. Below the stone cave, there was magma surging, and the scorching heat rushed toward them. And in the center of the stone cave, there was an unusual flame floating. That flame was like a strand of hair. It was extremely small, but it emitted a terrifying aura. When they saw that flame, Qin Feiyang and the other 3's eyes lit up. The miniature of the law of fire. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? The blood ancestor smiled proudly. You're wise. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy flattered. Huh. The blood ancestor laughed and looked at the two. Take it, this ancestor doesn't need it. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were surprised. I have a secret technique. Why would I need this miniature of the law of fire? The blood ancestor smiled proudly. That's true. Then we won't be polite. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and stepped forward to grab the miniature of the law of fire. The four of them searched for a while and didn't find anything else. They left the underground and appeared above the swamp again. The miniature of the law of fire. On top of the mountain. Looking at the miniature of the law of fire in Qin Feiyang's palm, the eyes of the green-robed old man and the other three revealed a look of greed. Follow the plan. The middle-aged man transmitted his voice. The two men and two women nodded and immediately rushed down the mountain silently, approaching the swamp. At the same time, Frenzy looked at the miniature of the law of fire and said to Qin Feiyang, We and the white-eyed wolf haven't grasped the law of fire, so who should we give it to? Me. Hearing Frenzy's words, Princess Huofeng immediately shouted in her heart. Her eyes were filled with desire because she had grasped the law of fire. We have so many people around us, are you afraid that no one will want it? Qin Feiyang looked at the miniature of the law of fire and laughed. He was about to put it away when he suddenly noticed Princess Huofeng's expression. His eyes couldn't help but flicker. Chapter 37:19. Give it to me. It's useless to you anyway. Princess Huofeng muttered in her heart, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Because with the current relationship between the Feng people and Qin Feiyang really had no reason to take care of her. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the miniature of the law of fire flew in front of Princess Huofeng. Ha! Princess Huofeng was stunned. The madman and the blood ancestor were also stunned. What was going on? He was actually giving it to this woman? No matter how useless it was, he couldn't give it to his future enemy. Was this kid out of his mind? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You're not dreaming. This is for you. But at this moment, Princess Huofeng felt like she was dreaming. It was too unreal. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Isn't this because we want to use your people in the future? So we need you to cooperate with us. The madman and the blood ancestor suddenly realized that they were trying to bribe Princess Huofeng. Calculating it this way, it was still worth it. After all, the value of the 3 divine weapons of the Green Cauldron far exceeded the value of a law of fire. And if they didn't bribe Princess Huofeng first, what if they accidentally revealed their plan? Wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Besides, in the end, Princess Huofeng might really get together with the white-eyed wolf. This way, it wouldn't be a loss. There is indeed a collusion. Preposterous. The 2 men and 2 women hiding below couldn't help but have a hint of killing intent in their eyes when they saw this scene. Just as this killing intent appeared, Qin Feiyang was startled and said to himself, Not good, there's killing intent. Killing intent? The madman and the other 2 were also shocked. The blood ancestor didn't have much contact with Qin Feiyang. But madman was different from Princess Huofeng. The madman and Qin Feiyang were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. He knew Qin Feiyang as well as he knew himself. Princess Huofeng had also interacted with Qin Feiyang for a long time. Therefore, they all knew that Qin Feiyang was especially sensitive to killing intent. Therefore, he firmly believed Qin Feiyang's words. Since he said there was a murderous aura, there must be other people hiding nearby. Don't tell anyone. Pretend you don't know. Just as the 3 of them were about to search, Qin Feiyang secretly said. The madman and the other 2 looked at each other and understood. This was to catch the other side off guard. We're all on the same side, there's no need to be so courteous. Hurry up and accept it. Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Huofeng and smiled amiably. He said that on purpose. And he also said it on purpose for the people hiding in the dark to hear. Because other than the Black Flame Devil King, only the dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan could have the intention to kill him. But it would never be the Black Flame Devil King. Because if it was the Black Flame Devil King, it would definitely not be so cautious and directly attack them. Therefore, the people hiding in the dark were definitely from the three major races. As for whether it was the Feng people, the dragons, or the Kirin clan, it didn't matter at all. Because the three major races had already formed an alliance, no matter which side it was, when they heard what he said to Princess Hufeng, it would have the effect of sowing discord. Although this method was a bit despicable and there was the suspicion of using Princess Hufeng, it was nothing compared to the alliance of the three major races against him. All right. Princess Hufeng nodded and unceremoniously put away the miniature of the Law of Fire. In fact, she also knew that Qin Feiyang was scheming in his heart, but it didn't matter. Anyway, they had already come this far. Besides, she also didn't want to go against her heart, because she really couldn't bring herself to hate Qin Feiyang and Frenzy. Even if she constantly reminded herself in her heart that these two were the future enemies of the Feng people and couldn't get too close to them, it didn't have the slightest effect. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Okay. Frenzy and the other two nodded. Boom. Clang. Just as the four of them turned around, accompanied by a series of loud sounds, four monstrous divine auras suddenly emerged from the swamp below. What? There are actually four sovereign divine weapons. Although Qin Feiyang and the other three knew that there was an ambush, when these four divine auras emerged, they were still shocked. These four auras, it's the Profound Ice Divine Hammer, Profound Ice Divine Bow, Profound Sky Divine Sword, and Profound Sky Fan. Princess Hofeng exclaimed. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy had already recognized the auras of the Profound Ice Divine Hammer and Profound Ice Divine Bow. As for the Profound Sky Divine Sword and Profound Sky Fan, they were also familiar with them. Because when Bing Changtian came to ambush them, he had brought 5 sovereign divine weapons, which were the Ice Phoenix Sword, Profound Ice Divine Hammer, Profound Ice Divine Bow, Profound Sky Divine Sword, and Profound Sky Fan. And these were the 5 sovereign divine weapons of the Ice Phoenix clan. The 5 sovereign divine weapons of the Fire Phoenix clan were the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Saber, and Divine Phoenix Spear. Qin Feiyang had seen the 5th sovereign divine weapon before. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked panicked when they saw the 4 sovereign divine weapons charging towards them. The 2 men and 2 women of the Ice Phoenix clan, as well as the green-robed old man and the other 2 on the mountain peak, all revealed cold smiles. It was so sudden, coupled with the sneak attack without warning, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't react in time. Anyway, in their eyes, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were already corpses. However, just as Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were about to die, with a loud clang, the ancient castle, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the crimson longsword of the Demon Hall appeared instantly. Clang. As soon as the 3 sovereign divine weapons appeared, they immediately attacked the Profound Ice Divine Hammer, Profound Ice Divine Bow, and Profound Sky Divine Sword. As for Princess Hofeng, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't need to help. After all, she alone had 2 sovereign divine weapons. Clang. The Fire Phoenix Sword appeared and blocked the Profound Sky Fan. What? The 4 from the Ice Phoenix clan and the 3 from the green-robed elder froze. How could this be? Wasn't this reaction too fast? One had to know that at such a close distance, even if the ancient castle's sovereign divine weapons didn't know beforehand, it was impossible for them to counterattack so quickly. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 finally turned around and looked down at the swamp below. Soon they found the 2 men and 2 women. Surprise! A well-planned sneak attack. How could we counterattack? Qin Feiyang laughed. The 4 of them had ugly expressions. For uncles, what are you doing? Do you want to kill me too? Princess Hofeng glared at the 4 of them. The 4 of them snorted coldly and flew into the air. They glared at Princess Hofeng and said, "As the eldest princess of the Feng people, you refuse to change your ways and continue to wallow in the mire with them. Don't you deserve to be killed?" "I didn't." Princess Hofeng shook her head. "We heard the conversation between you and Qin Feiyang clearly. You're one of us now. We even gave you the epitome of the laws. How dare you deny it?" One of the women shouted. "You've misunderstood. I'm just friends with them." Princess Hofeng explained. Shut up. The woman shouted impatiently and said in a deep voice, I'll give you a choice now. Do you want to continue fooling around with them or come to my side and help me get rid of them? Princess Huofeng was in a difficult position. Don't force her. We'll settle our grudges. Qin Feiyang looked at the four of them and said calmly. Then he looked at Princess Huofeng and said, Step aside. But Princess Huofeng looked anxious. What she was worried about still happened. Qin Feiyang said to himself, Don't worry. Didn't they leave their divine souls in the phoenix nest? Even if we kill them, they won't really die. Alright. Princess Huofeng nodded helplessly. Then she turned around and retreated with the fire phoenix sword. You're still retreating to the side to watch the show? Why do the Feng people have a white-eyed wolf like you? The four of them were furious. The madman said disdainfully, The four of you are elders. How dare you force a junior like this? I really admire your shamelessness. Don't be arrogant. You even took out the castle. It seems that you only have these 3 rulers' divine weapons. 3 rulers' divine weapons and you dare to be arrogant with us? Kill them. The 4 of them roared. It was as if they had killed their wife. The 4 rulers' divine weapons immediately erupted with terrifying divine power and attacked the castle, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the crimson longsword. Retreat. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The Blood Ancestor immediately activated momentary time and retreated with Qin Feiyang and the madman. Isn't there still the Ice Phoenix Sword, Gold Sun Divine Sword, and Silver Moon Divine Sword? Why do you only let the castle and the others attack? The madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang looked around and sent a voice transmission. Earlier, when the 4 sovereign divine armaments of the profound Ice Divine Hammer ambushed us, I seemed to have sensed a trace of killing intent. However, it should have been very far away, so I couldn't be sure. You mean, there are other people hiding nearby? The madman thought. I don't know. But we have to be careful. Qin Feiyang said. So, if you show weakness first, if there are really people hiding in the dark and see us at a disadvantage, they will definitely not be able to resist and attack? The madman thought. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Blood Ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang. Was he so sensitive to killing intent? After pondering for a while, he thought if that's the case, then with me here, they won't dare to attack you easily. Then let's see if they know that you have grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of death. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. If they didn't know, they would definitely choose to attack, but if they knew, they would only dare to come out when the Blood Ancestor was restrained. The 7 rulers' divine weapons clashed, and a terrifying divine power enveloped the surroundings, causing the world to collapse. Qin Feiyang should only have these 3 rulers' divine weapons. Should we attack? On the mountain peak, the middle-aged man stared at the battlefield and asked in a low voice. Because the Ice Phoenix Sword and the other 2 rulers' divine weapons had been in Qin Feiyang's body for the past few months, even if the green-robed old man and the others came here early, they didn't see the 3 rulers' divine weapons. So, now that the castle, the Sword of Thanatos, and the Red Sword were restrained, their biggest concern was the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor hasn't attacked yet. With his strength, he can easily kill us. The old man in white shook his head. Chapter 37:20. Qin Feiyang, we can't hold on much longer. The Sword of the Grim Reaper roared. If you can't hold on, just surrender. Don't force yourself. The Ice Phoenix clan is also willing to let go of our past grudges and accept you. The 4 Ice Phoenixes said. Let go of our past grudges and accept us? What is the Ice Phoenix clan? Are you qualified to make us work for you? The Sword of the Grim Reaper smiled disdainfully. Don't be so shameless. It's your honor that we're willing to take you in. If you really want to die, we can fulfill your wish. The 4 of them sneered. Do you really think you're sure to win? The Sword of the Grim Reaper sneered. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to his surroundings the entire time. Seeing that no one had come out for a long time, he couldn't help but frown. He turned to the Blood Ancestor and secretly said, I'll have to trouble you to help me finish this play. Can't you be considerate of the old man? How can an old man withstand such torment? The blood ancestor was helpless. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Isn't it because you're too much of a threat to them? As long as you're here, they won't dare to show up. Fine. Capable people do more work. The blood ancestor nodded. The power of death suddenly rolled out, and then he activated the moment of time and rushed to the battlefield like lightning. When they saw this scene, the 4 members of the Ice Phoenix clan were immediately filled with bewilderment. How dare he interfere in the battle of the sovereign divine weapons? The blood ancestor must be crazy. Although he was indeed very strong at his peak, he hadn't recovered to his peak state yet. Suddenly, they looked at the surging power of death around the blood ancestor and their expressions changed drastically. This aura, this strength, what the hell? His law of death had reached the level of the ultimate profound? Why didn't the 3 old men say anything about such a big thing? Don't panic. We didn't know that his power of death had reached the level of the ultimate profound. But it doesn't matter. Now that the 3 sovereign divine weapons and the blood ancestor are restrained by the profound ice divine hammer, we can wait for an opportunity to attack Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo. The voices of the green-robed elder and the other 2 resounded in the minds of the 4. This was just to appease the 4 of them. If the 4 of them were to find out that they had been hiding something from them, it would undoubtedly infuriate them. At that time, the spearhead might even turn towards them. He had heard of it. The 4 members of the Ice Phoenix clan glanced at each other, but didn't think too much about it. After all, hiding one's strength was a very common thing. Immediately, they turned in the air, circled around the battlefield, and charged toward Qin Feiyang and the madman. Meanwhile, the green-robed old man and his 2 companions finally moved. A murderous look flashed in their eyes. They quietly entered the mountain below, and lurked towards the place where Qin Feiyang and his companion were. Although they could instantly kill Qin Feiyang and the madman with their strength, these 2 young people had always been full of miracles. Therefore, if there was a chance to kill him in one strike, it would be the best. I can feel that killing intent again. There's no mistake. There's still a group of people hiding here. Be careful. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly warned Madman. All right. The madman responded. The 2 of them turned around and looked at the 4 members of the Ice Phoenix clan. Seeing this, Princess Huofeng secretly reminded them, "You too be careful. The 4 of them are at the same level as Bing Changtian and my father." Qin Feiyang and the madman were stunned. At the same level as Bing Changtian and the Fire Feng people? Didn't that mean that they were just super strong and hadn't mastered the ultimate ultimacy? They had always thought that the 4 of them were also the reclusive old antiques of the Feng people. This time, there are a total of 25 people from the Feng people. Except for me, Daifuku, and Bing Runing, the other 22 people, 10 of them are the ancestors of the Feng people who have mastered the ultimate ultimacy. The remaining 12 are the elders of the Ice Phoenix clan. Their strength is similar to my father's. The 4 of them are the elders of the Ice Phoenix clan. They are very close to Bing Changtian, so the 4 Dominator divine weapons were given to them. Princess Huofeng secretly explained. I see. Qin Feiyang and the madman nodded. Because the Feng people only had 2 major clans, the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan, they only had 2 clan leaders, unlike the Kylan clan and the Dragons clan, who both had 10 clan leaders. Of course. This alone didn't mean that the Feng people were inferior to the Dragons clan and the Kylan clan. It was just that the other super strong experts of the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan weren't clan leaders, so they were relatively unknown and not many people paid attention to them. Only super strong experts. Then you go and deal with them. The madman laughed. I don't need to do it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As his voice fell, 4 incarnations appeared and said, "I'll leave it to you." No problem. The 4 incarnations laughed loudly and leaped toward the 4 people. You actually only sent your incarnations to fight with us? Who are you looking down on? The 4 people were furious. They instantly activated their supreme profound meanings. Basically, each of them had mastered a supreme law. This level of strength was also quite terrifying. If it were other young people, they wouldn't dare to fight at all. Unfortunately, they encountered Qin Feiyang. Although there were only 4 incarnations, if they looked down on them because of this, they would suffer a great loss. So what if I look down on you? The 4 incarnations clamored. The eye of heaven opened. All the supreme profound meanings of the 4 people were copied in an instant. Boom! A chaotic battle began. The 4 people of the Ice Phoenix clan became more and more frightened as they fought. Was he a human or a ghost? The 4 incarnations had all the means that Qin Feiyang had. But it didn't matter. There were still the 3 old antiques. When they attacked, no matter how strong Qin Feiyang was, he would only die. Looking at the green-robed elder and the other 2. At this time, they had also sneaked over. Old Qin, if the other group has a reclusive old antique, do you think we should seize this opportunity to subdue them? Madman was constantly paying attention to the surrounding movements and asked. Subdue? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. This idea is not bad. After all, the reclusive old antiques have mastered the ultimate profound meanings. However, the other party must have left their divine souls outside and aren't afraid of death. So, to subdue them, they must be willing. Willing? Then forget it. Madman shook his head. How could the old antiques of the 3 races willingly submit to them? Whether it was the battle between the demon ancestor and the 7 sovereign weapons, or the 4 incarnations and the 4 Ice Phoenix clan members, they were all extremely intense. Qin Feiyang and Madman wanted to observe the ultimate profound meaning of the death law, but they didn't dare to be distracted now. Finally, the green-robed elder and the other 2 attacked. The 3 great laws appeared and instantly exploded with a terrifying destructive force, attacking Qin Feiyang and Madman. There are still 3? Madman was shocked. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang had always been sensitive to killing intent and sensed it in advance. Otherwise, facing the sneak attack of the 3 reclusive old antiques, he might have suffered a great loss. The 4 people of the Ice Phoenix clan also laughed. At the scene, only Princess Huofeng was a little absent-minded. She didn't expect there to be 3 old antiques hiding. She became nervous. However, when she thought that Qin Feiyang still had the Ice Phoenix sword and the 2 great divine swords, she immediately relaxed. Instead, she sympathized with the 3 reclusive old antiques. Because she also understood. The reason why Qin Feiyang didn't let the Ice Dragon Sword and the 2 great divine swords appear was definitely because he sensed that there were other people nearby. In other words, Qin Feiyang and Madman were waiting for these 3 people to take the initiative to appear. But the green-robed elder and the other 2 didn't know. They thought that Qin Feiyang and Madman were already fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by them. On their faces, there was a proud smile. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Madman lowered their heads to look at the 3 of them. The 3 of them were stunned. What was going on? Why couldn't they find the slightest bit of panic on the faces of these 2 little bastards? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Madman grinned. What? How long have you been waiting for us? You discovered us long ago? How is this possible? The 3 of them were in extreme disbelief. Previously, they didn't reveal the slightest bit of their aura, nor did they make the slightest sound. How could they be discovered by Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo? Don't panic. So what if they discover us? Without the sovereign divine weapon, they are not your match at all. The 4 people of the Ice Phoenix clan shouted. That's right. We have grasped the ultimate profound meaning. The green-robed elder and the other 3 finally calmed their minds. The power of the 3 great laws was like a tide, destroying everything in all directions as it surged towards Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo. Your 3 clans have suffered a lot in our hands, yet you still don't learn from your mistakes. Since we have already discovered you, we naturally have the confidence to deal with you. Otherwise, why would we still be acting here for so long? We would have escaped long ago. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered as the Ice Phoenix sword appeared. What? Ice Phoenix sword? Why is the Ice Phoenix sword in his hands? Whether it was the green-robed elder or the 4 people of the Ice Phoenix clan, they were all shocked. Even the profound Ice Divine Hammer and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons were stunned to the extreme. The Ice Phoenix sword was the sovereign divine weapon of their Ice Phoenix clan. It had always been in the hands of Bing Runing, but now it was in the hands of Qin Feiyang? What was going on? Clang. As soon as the Ice Phoenix sword appeared, its terrifying sharpness was earth-shattering. The power of the three great laws couldn't resist at all and directly turned into nothingness. I'll give you a chance, submit to Qin Feiyang. The Ice Phoenix sword shouted condescendingly. What? Help Qin Feiyang recruit troops? The four people of the Ice Phoenix clan were a little confused. What was going on? In fact, they had already thought that the Ice Phoenix sword had submitted to Qin Feiyang, but this was too terrifying. Thinking about it made their hair stand on end, so they didn't want to believe it. Submit to Qin Feiyang? Are you dreaming? The green-robed elder and the other two were stunned and immediately laughed in anger. In that case, I can only announce that your trip to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure has come to an end. The Ice Phoenix sword smiled coldly, and waves of sword chi shattered the heaven and earth as it attacked the three people. Chapter 37:21. The heavens are unfair. Why are they only helping Qin Feiyang? The green-robed old man and the other two roared, their hearts filled with anger and injustice. The heavens are helping me? What a joke. Everything I have today is because of my hard work. Only a person without ambition would beg the heavens for mercy. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. You're really bold. You even dare to blaspheme the heavens. Just you wait. You'll get your retribution sooner or later. The three of them laughed as a destructive aura burst out from their bodies. Their physical bodies exploded in the void. Self-destruction? As expected, they'd rather die than submit. The madman shook his head regretfully. The Grim Reaper's sword moved and erased the explosion of the three. They self-destructed just like that? The four from the Ice Phoenix clan stopped and stood there dumbfounded. Are you waiting to be tortured if you don't self-destruct? The four incarnations sneered. The four of them quivered. That's right. If they didn't self-destruct, they would be tortured to death. Instead of being tortured and humiliated, they might as well self-destruct. Mysterious Sky Divine Hammer, run. Don't fall into their hands. The four of them looked at the four sovereign divine weapons and roared, decisively choosing to self-destruct. Boom. The destructive aura rushed in all directions and the four incarnations were annihilated on the spot. The Grim Reaper's sword moved again and quickly erased the explosion. They're all wiped out just like that? Princess Huifeng was also dumbfounded by this scene. She thought that the four sovereign divine weapons, three reclusive old antiques, and four supreme experts would be able to fight for a while. She didn't expect that the result would be so weak. Clang, clang. The four supreme experts had self-destructed, and the four sovereign divine weapons didn't dare to continue fighting. They shook off the three sovereign divine weapons and wanted to escape. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Qin Feiyang sneered. The Ice Phoenix sword pierced through the sky and blocked the four sovereign divine weapons. Ice Phoenix sword, you really joined Qin Feiyang? The mysterious Ice Divine Hammer roared. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Ice Phoenix sword said indifferently. Clang. Before he finished speaking. Accompanied by two sword cries, the two trump cards, the Gold Sun Divine Sword and the Silver Moon Divine Sword, finally appeared and arrived in front of the Ice Phoenix sword like lightning. The six sovereign divine weapons, together with the ancestral devil, surrounded the four sovereign divine weapons. Why are there two more sovereign weapons? The Profound Ice Divine Hammer, the Profound Ice Divine Bow, the Profound Sky Divine Sword, and the Profound Sky Fan. He never expected that Qin Feiyang still had such a terrifying trump card. This was really playing the pig to eat the tiger. The Blood Ancestor sneered. Submit obediently, or you will all face destruction today. After all, you are not like those pieces of trash who left their divine souls outside. The four sovereigns' divine weapons were extremely flustered. Who would have thought that a sure-win situation would turn out like this? Qin Feiyang, stop. At this moment, Princess Huifeng flew over under the Fire Phoenix sword's lead, protecting the Black Ice Divine Hammer and the four sovereign weapons. The four sovereigns' divine weapons were astonished by this scene. One had to know. They wanted to kill the first princess before, so they never expected that Princess Huofeng would help them. But they never expected that the first princess would take the initiative to protect them. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang, the blood ancestor, and the madman couldn't help but frown. Princess Huofeng looked at Qin Feiyang with pleading eyes and said, "You promised me that you wouldn't hurt the people of the Feng people, including the sovereign divine weapons." "Who told you that it includes the sovereign divine weapons? Moreover, the 4 people from before self-destructed. What does it have to do with me?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "The death of those 4 people has nothing to do with you, but these 4 sovereign divine weapons are also the people of the Feng people." Princess Huofeng said, "Are they human? They are clearly divine weapons." The madman was very angry. Divine weapons have spirits, so they are also living beings. Moreover, their artifact spirits are in human form, so they are considered half-human. Princess Huofeng protected the 4 sovereign divine weapons and didn't let Qin Feiyang and the others attack no matter what. "Can you not resort to sophistry? Don't challenge our patience. If you provoke us, we will kill you too." Qin Feiyang glared at her. He knew that he couldn't bring this woman with him. See, now there was trouble. If he had known this would happen, he would have driven this woman away. "Then kill me. We have 6 sovereign divine weapons on our side anyway. You can't stop them even if you kill me." After Princess Huofeng finished speaking, she simply closed her eyes and waited for death. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Why was it so troublesome? "How about this?" the madman said telepathically. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "Let the 4 sovereign divine weapons swear a blood oath to be loyal to this woman forever. This way, when she gets together with the white-eyed wolf, it is equivalent to being our sovereign divine weapons. Without the sovereign divine weapons, the strength of the Ice Phoenix clan will be greatly reduced. It will be much easier to kill Bing Runing and Bing Changtian in the future." The madman thought. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "This is the only way now. It seems that in the future, we will have to work harder to bring her and the white-eyed wolf together. We can't let others take advantage of us." "That's right. When we find those ingrates, even if we have to use some despicable means, we'll make them cook the rice that's already been cooked." The madman laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. This was too despicable. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 sovereign divine weapons and said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" The black ice divine hammer was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Swear a blood oath to be loyal to the eldest princess of the Fire Phoenix clan forever." What? Princess Huofeng opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. How could she encounter such a good thing? If the 4 sovereign divine weapons really made a blood oath, then all 9 of the sovereign divine weapons of the Feng people would be in the hands of the Fire Phoenix clan. In the future, the Ice Phoenix clan would never have the chance to challenge the position of the Fire Phoenix clan. In this way, Qin Feiyang had done her a big favor. Seeing that the 4 sovereign divine weapons didn't say anything, Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold and murderous. There is no room for negotiation. Okay. The 4 sovereign divine weapons finally accepted. In this situation, what else could they do but accept? Because they saw that Princess Huofeng was also tempted by Qin Feiyang's condition. If they didn't agree, Princess Huofeng might be angry and join forces with Qin Feiyang to suppress them. One had to know. Qin Feiyang had 6 sovereign divine weapons and a terrifying old devil. If he added the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and the Fire Phoenix Sword, they would have no way to survive. "You know what's good for you." Qin Feiyang sneered and then instructed the 4 sovereign divine weapons to make a blood oath. When the oath was made, the 4 sovereign divine weapons immediately became obedient. They didn't dare to have the slightest disobedience to Princess Huofeng. Remember, you are only loyal to one person now, and that is the eldest princess in front of you. In the future, even Feng Ho has no right to order you. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The 4 sovereign divine weapons responded. The madman glanced at Princess Huofeng and laughed secretly. Now, we are only missing the white-eyed wolf. You don't really want to do such a wicked thing, do you? Qin Feiyang was surprised. In extraordinary times, extraordinary means must be used. Madman chuckled inwardly. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky speechlessly for a long time before saying, "Up to you, just don't play with fire. You know the white-eyed wolf's personality. If you provoke it, I can't control it. Damn. This is for his sake, okay? He should be thanking me." The madman cursed secretly. Okay, you can do whatever you want." Qin Feiyang couldn't win, so he chose to surrender. He looked at the blood ancestor and asked, "Are you familiar with those 3 reclusive old antiques?" "I have a little impression. They are the antiques of the dragons." The blood ancestor nodded. "Those dragons have sacrificed a lot now." Qin Feiyang smiled. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the northwest. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked and hurriedly looked up. The blood ancestor frowned. "It seems to be the aura of the golden dragon spear, white dragon sword, and black dragon mirror?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. After carefully sensing for a moment, a smile appeared in his eyes. It was really them. If he had sensed the aura of the golden dragon spear in the past, he would have been on guard, but it was different now. But why would they come here? It seems that it's not just their auras. There are also the auras of the dragon's other sovereign divine weapons, the other patriarchs of the dragons, and those reclusive old antiques. Qin Feiyang, the madman, the blood ancestor, and Princess Huofeng looked at each other and immediately put away their sovereign divine weapons and hid in the void. A moment later, finally, a group of people arrived in a grandiose manner. As expected, apart from Long Chen, everyone from the dragons was present. I remember that the dragons came with a total of 21 people. Long Chen, the 10 patriarchs, and the 10 reclusive old antiques. The golden dragons are long, the black dragons are long, the silver dragons are long, the white dragons are long, and the old antique who grew up with the silver dragons are long, as well as the 3 old antiques from before. They all died in our hands. So now the dragons are only left with 6 patriarchs and 6 old antiques. But you didn't subdue the silver dragon god Bao, and the blood dragon blade has been with us for a long time. Now the dragons still have 6 sovereign divine weapons. 6 sovereign divine weapons, 6 reclusive old antiques, and 6 supreme experts. This lineup is a bit scary. The madman chuckled. Although he said it was scary, he didn't look nervous at all. There was indeed no need to be nervous. After all, Qin Feiyang had 6 sovereign divine weapons, and with the golden dragon spear and the other 3, he had 9. This didn't even include the blood ancestor. As for Princess Huofeng, she also had 6 sovereign divine weapons. It could be said that she was a woman that no one dared to provoke. If Qin Feiyang and the others really fought with the dragons, then Princess Huofeng definitely wouldn't act like before. She would definitely help. The fluctuations of the battle just now came from here. But why is there no one here? The group of people from the dragon tribe flew over and looked at the devastated land, their faces full of suspicion. The swamp had long since been reduced to ashes by the clash between the sovereign weapons. Chapter 37:22. Wait! Suddenly, one of the patriarchs frowned. "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. The person who spoke was the patriarch of the blood dragons. He said in a deep voice, "There seems to be the auras of Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo here." He already hated Qin Feiyang and Madman to the core. Back then, Qin Feiyang not only stole his ruler divine weapon, the blood dragon blade, but also suppressed him in the soul-sealing valley and tortured him. Therefore, all these years, he had been thinking about revenge at every moment. Their auras are indeed here. The other 5 patriarchs also nodded, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Because back then, other than the silver dragons, the 9 patriarchs of the dragons had all stayed in the soul-sealing valley. It was a living hell. So now, when Qin Feiyang and Madman were mentioned, their hearts burned with anger. However, they didn't know that the golden dragon spear, white dragon sword, and black dragon mirror were all calculating in their hearts. The blood dragons closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a moment. Other than Qin Feiyang and Madman, there are also the auras of the ancient castle, the sword of Thanatos, the demon palace's ruler divine weapon, the daughter of the fire Feng people, and the 5 ruler divine weapons of the ice phoenix race. Wait. There are also the auras of the 3 patriarchs. The blood dragon's body shook, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He scanned his surroundings and said in shock, "It seems that the Feng people and the 3 patriarchs were fighting with Qin Feiyang. But there's also a familiar aura." One of the reclusive old antique's eyes trembled slightly. "That's right. It's him. That old demon blood ancestor. He's also in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure." The other old antiques also spoke, their faces full of disbelief. "Blood ancestor? Are you talking about the blood ancestor, one of the 3 leaders of the human race?" The blood dragons and the others were shocked. "That's right." The reclusive old antiques nodded. "Impossible. Didn't he die back then?" The 6 patriarchs shook their heads, as if they found it hard to accept this fact. This was because when the blood ancestor and Li Feng appeared, everyone had already entered the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. In addition, the blood ancestor and Li Feng had been very low-key in the Sky Cloud realm all these years. Therefore, only the Dragon King, Feng Ho, the Qilin Master, the Feather Emperor, and the little rabbit knew about the blood ancestor's return. There's no mistake. It's his aura. This old devil is actually still alive. A few reclusive old antiques scanned their surroundings, their eyes filled with fear. The blood ancestor's strength has already reached the pinnacle. Even our Dragon King couldn't defeat him back then. Now that he's actually come to the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure, wouldn't we be doomed if we were to encounter him in the future? One of the patriarchs said solemnly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Their hearts were especially heavy. In the dark, the blood ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and chuckled. "Do you see that? This is the power of this ancestor. Just the mention of this ancestor's name is enough to make a group of elders and reclusive antiques tremble in fear." "Amazing!" Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up. This wasn't a compliment, but the truth. Not to mention the patriarchs, who were more powerful than him, but the reclusive old antiques of the 3 major races were all existences who had grasped the ultimate mysteries. Looking at the entire human race, perhaps only the blood ancestor and the Feather Emperor could scare them to this extent. "Should we make a move?" Madman asked secretly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he glanced at Princess Huofeng. "That depends on what position our first princess is in." Although the dragons had already suffered heavy losses, their current force didn't pose any threat to him at all. After all, they now had the Sword of the Grim Reaper, the Ancient Castle, the Crimson Longsword, the Ice Phoenix Sword, the Golden Sun Divine Sword, the Silver Moon Divine Sword, and the Golden Dragon Spear. The dragons, on the other hand, only had 6 patriarchs, 6 old antiques, and 6 sovereign divine weapons. The 6 patriarchs and 6 old antiques weren't a problem at all. The blood ancestor alone could deal with them. But if Princess Huofeng wanted to consider the big picture and help the dragons, then it would be difficult to deal with them. After all, Princess Huofeng alone had 6 sovereign divine weapons. If Princess Huofeng helped the dragons, then their advantage would be gone. If Princess Huofeng were to help them, it would be much easier for them to deal with the remaining members of the dragon clan. And if Princess Huofeng was the same as before. She was neutral and didn't want to help either side. With Qin Feiyang's current strength, it would be very difficult for them to forcefully subdue the 6 sovereign divine weapons. Because in terms of numbers, Qin Feiyang's group only had an advantage, but they didn't have an absolute advantage. Madman couldn't help but glance at Princess Huofeng. "Why are you looking at me? My original intention is to help you. But I'm afraid that the Dragon King will hold a grudge against the Feng people." Princess Huofeng was a little hesitant. "As long as we can subdue these 6 sovereign divine weapons, it's equivalent to all the dragon's sovereign divine weapons falling into our hands. At that time, we won't even have a single sovereign divine weapon. Even if the Dragon King holds a grudge against the Feng people, what can he do?" Madman said disdainfully. "That's true." Princess Huofeng nodded. "Then what's your position?" Madman asked. "This," Princess Huofeng hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. Eldest princess, you have to think carefully. If you help Qin Feiyang like this, even Lord Feng Ho might be angered by you. After all, Qin Feiyang is the common enemy of our three races. If you help Qin Feiyang subdue the dragon's sovereign divine weapons, it's equivalent to weakening the dragon's strength. If we weaken the dragon's strength now, it's equivalent to weakening our own strength. That's right. If all the dragon's sovereign divine weapons fall into their hands, then they will have 15 sovereign divine weapons. No. There's also the Blood Dragon Blade, the Horsetail Whisk, and the Demon Palace's sovereign divine weapons. That's 18 sovereign divine weapons. 18 sovereign divine weapons, plus the Land of Buried Gods Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor. In the future, when facing them, even if our three races form an alliance, we can only bow our heads. The four sovereign divine weapons, the Shen-Tian Divine Hammer, saw that Princess Huofeng wanted to help Qin Feiyang and immediately advised her. Princess, we have to look at the big picture. Although the dragons don't have a good relationship with the Feng people, we can't break this balance. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Fire Phoenix Sword also said. Hearing this, Princess Huofeng fell into a dilemma. Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the Blood Ancestor looked at each other and frowned. This woman had become an uncertain factor? Princess Huofeng finally looked at Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist and sighed. I choose to be neutral. Please understand my difficulties. Okay, we understand. The mad scientist was so angry that he laughed. Don't be like this, okay? You're making me feel bad. Princess Huofeng sighed. Humph. The mad scientist snorted and looked at Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor. Even if she doesn't help, with our strength, we can still subdue the dragons. The remaining 6 sovereign divine weapons will just be a bit harder. Then let's do it. The Blood Ancestor thought. As long as they could subdue the 6 sovereign divine weapons, the strength of the human race would surpass the 3 forbidden lands. In the future, whether it was facing the Divine Kingdom or the 3 races, they would have a better chance of winning. Qin Feiyang nodded. At the same time, the Blood Dragons looked at the Golden Dragon Spear and the 3 sovereign divine weapons and asked, "Where are you taking us?" Qin Feiyang paused and stopped the Blood Ancestor and the Mad Scientist. He looked suspiciously at the Golden Dragon Spear, White Dragon Sword, and Black Dragon Mirror. They were the ones leading the team? Don't worry. You'll know soon. I promise to give you a big surprise. White Dragon Sword smiled. Heard about it. The 6 patriarchs and the 6 old antiques couldn't help but look expectant. What should we do? We all thought Qin Feiyang was still cultivating there, but we didn't expect him to come here. The Black Dragon Mirror asked the Golden Dragon Spear and White Dragon Sword. It's a bit unexpected. We wanted to give him a surprise, but now, who knows where he went? The Golden Dragon Spear sighed. What are the 3 of you plotting? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in their minds. Qin Feiyang? The Golden Dragon Spear and the 3 sovereign divine weapons were stunned. He hadn't left yet? He was hiding in the dark? Then they were overjoyed. We were just thinking about how to find you. How is it? The surprise we brought you is good enough, right? The Golden Dragon Spear said. Surprise? Qin Feiyang was stunned. After we left, we rushed to the rendezvous point of the dragons and found an excuse to lure them here so that you could catch them all in one fell swoop. White Dragon Sword laughed. This, Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons in shock and asked, in other words, you're going to take them to find us now? The 3 sovereign divine weapons replied in secret. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. So it was a scheme hatched by these 3. How ruthless! But he liked it. How is it? Are you confident? The Golden Dragon Spear asked. Qin Feiyang said, as long as you can injure one of the sovereign divine weapons by surprise, I'm confident. If they could injure one of the sovereign divine weapons, the dragons would only have 5 sovereign divine weapons left. On their side, with the Golden Dragon Spear and the 3 sovereign divine weapons, they had 9 sovereign divine weapons and the powerful Blood Progenitor. It was a 2-on-1 situation. If they still couldn't defeat the dragons, then let alone others, even he would have to call himself trash. That's not a problem. The 3 sovereign divine weapons were confident. With 3 sovereign divine weapons, wouldn't it be easy for them to ambush one of the sovereign divine weapons? But Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He secretly told the madman and the blood progenitor about the situation, and their eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang shouted. Boom! The golden dragon spear, the black dragon mirror, and the white dragon sword came to life and attacked one of the sovereign divine weapons. The sovereign divine weapon was right next to them. Never did it think that the golden dragon spear and the other 2 sovereign divine weapons would suddenly attack it. With a loud clang, the sovereign divine weapon was sent flying, and cracks appeared on its body. Chapter 37:23. Golden Dragon Spear, what are you doing? This sudden scene caused the 6 patriarchs, the 6 reclusive old antiques, and the 5 sovereign divine weapons to change their expressions. The golden dragon spear and the other 2 sovereign divine weapons turned a deaf ear to him and charged toward the sovereign divine weapon again. Clang! In the face of 2 fatal attacks, the sovereign divine weapon shattered into pieces. Damn it, are you crazy? One of the reclusive old antiques roared. They are not crazy. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded. This voice, the expressions of the Dragon Clan members changed abruptly. Wasn't this the voice of that little bastard Qin Feiyang? Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a terrifying aura, the ancient castle, the Grim Reaper's sword, the Ice Phoenix sword, the Red Long sword, the Golden Sun Divine sword, and the Silver Moon Divine sword appeared from the void. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 also appeared from their invisible state. What? They have been hiding here all this time? 6 sovereign divine weapons. Blood Ancestor. Wait, why is the Ice Phoenix sword with them? Princess Fire Phoenix, what are you doing? The group of people glared at Princess Huofeng and roared, don't forget that we have already formed an alliance. The Ice Phoenix sword is no longer the Feng people's sovereign divine weapon. Princess Huofeng shook her head and sighed, retreating to the side. What? The Ice Phoenix sword has also been subdued by Qin Feiyang? The group of people's faces were filled with disbelief. But there was no time to think. The ancient castle's 6 sovereign divine weapons and the 3 sovereign divine weapons joined forces to attack the group of people. Bastard! You actually betrayed us. The group of Dragon Clan members finally understood. They turned around and began to flee. Where do you think you are going? The demon ancestor waved his hand, and the power of death enveloped all directions like a tide. The group of people's expressions changed again. The strength of this power of death had actually reached the level of the ultimate profound meaning. One of the old antiques looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons and roared, hurry up and run, we will cover your retreat. If the 3 sovereign divine weapons hadn't betrayed them, they would have a great advantage. But now, 3 sovereign divine weapons had joined Qin Feiyang, and 1 sovereign divine weapon had been severely damaged. There were only 5 sovereign divine weapons left. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, had 9 sovereign weapons and the Blood Ancestor. Not to mention winning, he didn't even have the courage to fight. The 6 sovereign divine weapons rushed toward the Golden Dragon Spear, White Dragon Sword, and Black Dragon Mirror in an attempt to break through the encirclement. The Golden Dragon Spear and the other 2 sovereign divine weapons were also doing their best to stop him. Go to hell. The 6 sovereigns' divine weapons, including the ancient castle, arrived. Their terrifying divine might shook heaven and earth. The 6 reclusive old antiques roared, Princess Fire Phoenix, we are allies now. How can you leave us in the lurch? Quickly help us. Princess Huofeng turned a deaf ear. She already felt very guilty for not helping Qin Feiyang, so how could she help the dragons? Bastard! Qin Feiyang, the dragons and you are irreconcilable. The 6 reclusive old antiques looked at each other, and a trace of ferocity crept onto their faces. Suddenly, a destructive aura rushed out of their bodies. The 6 of them exploded in the void, and a terrifying destructive force swept out in all directions. The 6 patriarchs didn't even have time to react before they were killed by the self-detonation. This was because self-detonation was uncontrollable. Whether it was their opponents or their companions, they would all be affected. Self-detonation is useful? The sword of the Thanatos sneered. The 9 sovereign divine weapons attacked at the same time, but in an instant, they suppressed the waves of self-detonation. Then, they continued to attack the 6 sovereign divine weapons. Keep an eye on Princess Fire Phoenix. Don't let her cause trouble. The Blood Ancestors secretly warned Qin Feiyang and the Mad Scientist. Then, he charged into the battlefield with a terrifying power of death. The power of death around him was on par with the divine might of the sovereign divine weapons. Qin Feiyang and the Mad Scientist looked at each other. They paid attention to the battlefield while paying attention to Princess Huofeng. Fortunately, Princess Huofeng didn't show any signs of making a move. The Mad Scientist secretly said, "Old Qin, didn't you say that you would join forces with the 3 major races to rescue Li Feng and the others? Why are you still trying to kill them?" "I did think of joining forces with them. But now, the opportunity is right in front of us. It would be a pity if we miss it. Let's talk about it later." The only ones who can truly fight against the Divine King of Primal Chaos, the Primal Chaos Royal City, and the 10 Demon Kings are these sovereign divine weapons. As for the patriarchs and reclusive old antiques, although they are very strong in the Sky Cloud realm, they can only be cannon fodder in the face of terrifying existences like the Divine King of Primal Chaos. Qin Feiyang said. "That's true." The Mad Scientist nodded. Qin Feiyang secretly said, "So, we only need to subdue these sovereign divine weapons." The battle became more and more intense. Facing the storm of attacks from the Blood Ancestor, the Ancient Castle, and the other 9 sovereign divine weapons, the other 5 sovereign divine weapons were gradually covered in wounds. "Princess, are we really going to sit back and watch? If this continues, the remaining 6 sovereign divine weapons of the dragons will fall into Qin Feiyang's hands sooner or later." The mysterious Sky Divine Hammer and the other sovereign divine weapons were extremely anxious. If the Feng people and Qin Feiyang were friends and companions, then this scene was naturally what they wanted to see. But the problem now was, the Feng people and Qin Feiyang were opponents. Let's not talk about the dragons first, let's talk about Qin Feiyang first. The stronger Qin Feiyang was, the greater the threat to the Feng people in the future. "Don't say any more." Princess Huofeng was a little angry. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade persuaded, "Princess, we know that you like the Golden-Winged Wolf King, but now that the Golden-Winged Wolf King is dead, you don't have to remember these old feelings." "What did you say?" "Princess, you like the Golden-Winged Wolf King?" The Mysterious Ice Divine Hammer, Mysterious Ice Divine Bow, Mysterious Sky Divine Sword, and Mysterious Sky Fan were all shocked. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade replied, "Princess, you are the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan and the future of the Feng people is on your shoulders. How can you ignore the safety of the Feng people because of a little love? You're being silly." The 4 sovereign divine weapons shouted. Hearing these words, Princess Huofeng's face showed a painful expression. After a while, she looked at Qin Feiyang and the Mad Scientist and sighed. "This is the last time. I will definitely consider the big picture in the future." The 4 sovereign divine weapons couldn't help but sigh helplessly. They never thought that the princess would have feelings for the Golden-Winged Wolf King. This was simply bad news for the Feng people. It was fine now, but if Feng Ho found out in the future, the princess would definitely be in trouble. Suddenly, following a loud explosion, cracks began to appear on the other ruler divine weapon. "Come on!" The Mad Scientist roared excitedly. How lively!" But before he finished speaking, a faint laughter sounded. Qin Feiyang, the Mad Scientist, and the Blood Ancestor raised their eyebrows. Long Chen's laughter. At the same time, the 6 sovereign divine weapons were overjoyed, and they shouted, "Deity Child, save us!" The sovereign divine weapons actually had a time when they asked for help. If this was seen by the people of the Sky Cloud realm, they would definitely be shocked. But the reality was so cruel. At this point, the sovereign divine weapons weren't invincible. Qin Feiyang and Madman raised their heads and looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a white-clothed young man walking over with a faint smile on his face. If it wasn't Long Chen, who else could it be? I just sensed the fluctuations of a fierce battle here. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be Brother Qin and Brother Mo. Long Chen smiled faintly. A surge of divine might silently gushed out of his body, blocking the surging waves of battle outside of his body. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. The madman looked at Long Chen and laughed sinisterly. Are you planning on interfering in the matter between us and the dragon race? I'm a divine dragon, so the dragons are naturally not outsiders to me. Why don't the two of you let them go this time on account of your old friend? Long Chen stopped in the air and looked at Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist with a smile. Do you think that's possible? The mad scientist sneered. Long Chen smiled faintly. Then I'll owe you a favor, okay? A favor? The mad scientist was taken aback. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen and said, if you really want us to let them go, it's not impossible. Brother Qin, it's okay. Long Chen smiled. Old Qin, what are you thinking? The mad scientist looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. The blood ancestor couldn't help but frown. I know what I'm doing, Qin Feiyang said secretly and looked at Long Chen. 4 conditions. First, the 4 heaven-defying divine weapons are in your father's hands. Ask him to return them to us. Second, Chang Shui. Chang Shui is important to me. I believe you know a little about it. It was snatched away by the small beast in the early years. I need you to help me get it back. Third, ask the small beast to remove the seal on my other 2 war souls. If you can keep your promise, I'll let go of the 6 sovereign divine weapons. Qin Feiyang said. This, Long Chen hesitated. The mad scientist was too enlightened. It turned out that Qin Feiyang wanted to take out such an important thing. The broken sword was the human emperor's divine weapon, and it was a sovereign divine weapon. Thousand Phoenix Mountain, Thieving Heaven Realm, Purple Gold Dragon Ball. Although they were only heaven-defying divine weapons, they had extraordinary meaning to Qin Feiyang. Because these were the heaven-defying divine weapons of Qin Batyan and Lu Xingyang. Needless to say, Chang Shui. Just like the ancient castle, it appeared with Qin Feiyang's birth. It must have a lot to do with Qin Feiyang. Most importantly, although it came with him, it was given to him by Qin Feiyang's mother. To Qin Feiyang, Chang Shui was not only his friend and companion, but it was also a spiritual sustenance. As for the seal on the 9-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul, they were undoubtedly more important. Back in the ancient realm, these 2 war souls were already on par with sovereign divine weapons. Even the ice dragon was wary of them. It was because these 2 war souls were too powerful that they broke the balance of the ancient realm that the small beast sealed them. Moreover, it did not seal them just once. It sealed them twice. The first time, Qin Feiyang broke the seal with the help of the dragon's heaven-defying divine weapons and other external forces. On the second level, the small beast strengthened the seal. Qin Feiyang tried many methods, but he could not break the seal. Hence, he guessed that the only person in the world who could break the seal was the small beast. Chapter 37:24. The small beast had targeted Qin Feiyang many times, so it was unlikely that it would take the initiative to lift the seal. Besides, even if they wanted to find it, Qin Feiyang and the others did not have the ability to do so, because no one knew where the small beast was. But Long Chen was different. Long Chen was the son of Ice Dragon. He could contact Ice Dragon. And because of the father and son relationship, he had a higher chance of persuading Ice Dragon. And Ice Dragon could contact the small beast, so as long as Long Chen agreed, there would be a chance. These are my only 4 conditions. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen and said. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a frown, the broken sword is not a problem because these 4 divine artifacts are now in my mother's hands. In your mother's hands? Qin Feiyang was stunned. But the seal of the small beast and Chang Shui, we are all friends. I don't want to say something irresponsible. I have no confidence at all. Long Chen's words were very direct and honest. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Long Chen said again, but if you trust me, I can give it a try. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen, his eyes flickering. To tell the truth, the more he looked at Long Chen, the more he admired him. If it were someone else, even if they could not do it, they would definitely say no problem and just brush him off. But Long Chen did not. He would do whatever he wanted. Frank and honest. I trust you. If it were someone else, I would definitely make him take a blood oath, but I don't think it is necessary for you. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the blood ancestor and the castle and said, "Stop. Are you sure?" The blood ancestor turned to look at Qin Feiyang with displeasure written all over his face. Qin Feiyang said apologetically, "I know you're not happy, but these things are really too important to me. I hope you can understand." "Fine." The blood ancestor shook his head and sighed before taking a step back. The ancient castle and the 9 sovereign divine weapons also retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. The dragon's 6 sovereign divine weapons also ran behind Long Chen and heaved a sigh of relief. "All of you, go to my Qi Si to recuperate." Long Chen smiled. "All right." The 6 sovereign divine weapons nodded and entered Long Chen's Qi Si. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "You said there are 4 conditions. What is the last one?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "For the 4th condition, you have to promise to do something for me." "What is it that can stump you?" Long Chen asked curiously. "It's a long story. When the time comes, I will tell you." "Of course. I definitely won't let you commit suicide, and I definitely won't let you do anything immoral or immoral." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I have never doubted that." Long Chen smiled faintly. "All right. Next, shall we travel together or meet at the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Long Chen was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman with a wry smile. "If I go with you too, will I still have a chance to obtain a fortune?" "Ah." Qin Feiyang and the madman were stunned. The madman rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "As the son of the ice dragon, what fortune do you need? I guess it's to stimulate people like us who have no background, right?" "You have no background?" Long Chen was speechless. He cupped his hands and said, "Then let's meet at the exit." The blood ancestor frowned and said, "I think you should let the castle establish a mental contract with one of the dragon's sovereign weapons. This way, it will be easier to contact Long Chen. After all, the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury is very far away from the lair of the Divine King of Primal Chaos." "Makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. What if Long Chen didn't go to the exit until the very last day? If they couldn't contact Long Chen, it would be useless even if they had an agreement in advance. "Wait." Seeing that Long Chen was about to leave, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. Long Chen stopped and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let a sovereign weapon appear and establish a mental contract with the castle. This will make it easier for us to contact each other in the future." "You're quite thoughtful." Long Chen smiled and took out a sovereign weapon. Qin Feiyang's and the madman's pupils shrank. It was a long sword. It was about 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide. The left half of the sword was milky white and emitted a sacred aura. The right half was snow white and emitted a bone-chilling coldness. On the 2 sides of the sword hilt, there was an ice dragon and a saint dragon respectively. This sword was like a combination of the Heaven Dragon God Sword and the Ice Dragon Saint Sword. And this sword wasn't one of the 6 sovereign weapons from before. It was a divine weapon they had never seen before. Obviously, this was Long Chen's own sovereign weapon. The son of the Ice Dragon is indeed different. He can get a sovereign weapon so easily. The madman laughed and said with a hint of mockery. Long Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Was there a need to be so sarcastic? Although he didn't want to rely on his father, he had no choice. He had to have something to protect himself. "Sorry to trouble you." Qin Feiyang looked at Gu Chao and smiled. Gu Chao flew over and quickly established a contract with the long sword. "Let me know if there's anything." Long Chen smiled and left with the long sword. Qin Feiyang looked at the long sword and Long Chen's back. His eyes flickered. Gu Chao flew to Qin Feiyang's side and said, "Feiyang, you can't be careless with that sword." "Did you see anything?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. However, That sword gives me a very dangerous feeling. Gu Chao said. You also have this feeling? The blood ancestor was surprised. Don't tell me you have it too? Gu Chao was stunned and asked. The blood ancestor nodded and looked at the Ice Phoenix sword and the other 8 sovereign weapons. You should be no exception, right? Yes. Although the sovereign weapon's aura isn't strong, the sense of danger it gives me is not inferior to the Black Flame Demon King and the Demon Castle. Ice Phoenix sword said. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Stormy waves were set off in their hearts. Could it be that the long sword had surpassed a low-level sovereign weapon? If it was before, they wouldn't have thought so much. After all, they didn't know that sovereign weapons had different levels. But it was different now. There were a total of 6 grades of sovereign weapons. And Long Chen was Ice Dragon's son. Now that Long Chen was in the Sky Cloud realm and the situation there was so complicated, it was very likely that Ice Dragon would give Long Chen a high-level sovereign weapon. Because this was enough to protect himself in the Sky Cloud realm. As for high-level sovereign weapons with Ice Dragon's strength and status, it shouldn't be difficult to find one. It seems that your approach this time is wise. It might not be a good thing for us to have a bad relationship with him. The blood ancestor took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, After all, he is Ice Dragon's son. How could he not have some life-saving trump cards? In short, we must be fully focused when facing this man. That's not my concern. Even if he is Ice Dragon's son, as long as there is a chance, I will not let him go. After all, there is a saying that the son must pay the father's debts. The blood ancestor coldly snorted. He was still holding a grudge against Ice Dragon for sealing him back then. Don't worry. No matter what happens now, we will definitely fight with him in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The sovereign weapons entered his sea of qi. Then he glanced down and said with a smile, The dragons have been annihilated. Next, we will go straight to the meeting point of the Feng people. The 10 patriarchs and the 10 reclusive old antiques had all fallen. Although they didn't really die, there was no doubt that there would be one less big trouble in the Skybell Divine Treasury in the future. What about her? Madman glanced at Princess Huofeng not far away. We have to bring this woman with us. After all, we have to rely on her to make use of the Feng people. Qin Feiyang transmitted. How infuriating. If it wasn't for the white-eyed wolf, I would have crippled her. Madman snorted. He had worked so hard to get the rights to control the profound ice divine hammer and the 4 sovereign weapons, and this was how she repaid them? You are a man, so you should be more open-minded. Let's talk about it later. She does have her difficulties. Let's put ourselves in her shoes. If we were her, we would also be caught in a dilemma. Anyway, I don't have any other requests now. I just hope that she can cooperate with us to save Li Feng and Lu Ding. Qin Feiyang thought. Madman was stunned and asked suspiciously, Don't you have any thoughts about the other Feng people and the other sovereign weapons? I have also thought it through. Although she didn't help us, from her standpoint, not helping either side is actually the greatest help she can give us. Don't forget, she is only the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan. Above her, there are the patriarchs, elders, reclusive antiques, and even the terrifying existence Feng Ho. She has no choice. Qin Feiyang sighed. Madman frowned and pondered for a while. It was indeed so. Qin Feiyang sighed. I can even predict that when she leaves the Skybell Divine Treasure and returns to the Phoenix Nest, she might face a lot of trouble. You mean Feng Ho will punish her? Madman raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded. Madman raised his head and looked at Princess Huofeng. Suddenly, he felt some sympathy for this woman. There were many things that she didn't want to do, but she had to do it because of the restrictions. Now it seemed that being born in such a clan wasn't necessarily a good thing. The most simple point was, there was no freedom, no right to choose. Looking at it this way, he and Qin Feiyang were much happier. Although they had gone through a lot of hardships along the way, at least they could do whatever they wanted and not be restricted by anyone. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the blood ancestor and asked, You're really not angry, right? What's the use of being angry? The blood ancestor glared at him. Huh? Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. But I can understand your feelings. I don't know much about Chang Shui or seals, but the human emperor's sword is your ancestor's sovereign divine weapon. You should think of a way to take it back. The blood ancestor nodded and smiled. Thank you for your understanding. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. Then let's go. The three of them stepped forward and walked towards Princess Hufeng. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two walking over, Princess Hufeng felt inexplicably nervous. She wondered if he would blame her for this. Would he blame her in his heart? Chapter 37:25. Madman walked in front of Princess Hufeng. Seeing her terrified expression, he was both angry and amused. He said helplessly, "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." Princess Hufeng looked at Madman with a surprised expression. He didn't even say a word of reproach? This didn't match Madman's character. Do you have to let me scold you a few times before you feel better? Madman was speechless. No need, no need. Princess Hufeng came back to her senses and waved her hand. Who would ask for a scolding? It seems that they also understand your difficulties. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade smiled. Those who know how to think from another perspective, not to mention other things, their character is definitely impeccable. Fire Phoenix Sword thought. Princess Hufeng nodded. In fact, she was on good terms with Qin Feiyang and Madman. On one hand, it was because of the white-eyed wolf. On the other hand, it was because she valued their character. Although in the eyes of the enemy, they were ruthless and arrogant, in the eyes of friends, they were loyal and righteous. You might not notice it at first, but if you were willing to get along with them, you would slowly discover a unique charm in them. This was the charm of a person's personality. Longhu Mountain Range. This mountain range was very large, and one couldn't see the end. In the center of the mountain range, there were two particularly tall peaks. One was shaped like a giant dragon, and the other was shaped like a giant tiger. The two peaks stood opposite each other, forming a scene of dragons and tigers fighting. This was the meeting point of the Feng people. Longhu Mountain Range was about 2 years' journey from the swamp. Qin Feiyang's group of 4 arrived at Longhu Mountain Range without any danger. Along the way, they coincidentally snatched a law miniature from a purple gold skeleton. But it wasn't the strongest law, it was the Law of Thunder. Qin Feiyang naturally didn't need the Law of Thunder, so he directly gave it to Madman. Madman had already grasped 2 law miniatures. They were the Law of Slaughter and the Law of Thunder. Princess Hufeng, on the other hand, only possessed a miniature version of the Law of Fire. As for Qin Feiyang, he had the laws of life and death, the laws of lightning, and the laws of war. Actually, these law miniatures were already enough for them to cultivate. This was because even if one obtained the epitome of a law, it would still take a very long time to comprehend the ultimate profundity. However, since he came to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, this treasure land, he naturally couldn't miss out on the good fortune that could be encountered anywhere. And the significance of the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure was to search for opportunities. It seems unrealistic for you to cultivate here. After all, you only have 1,000 years. Therefore, whether it was the people from the various forbidden zones or Qin Feiyang and company, they all planned to first find enough nomological miniatures and then slowly cultivate after leaving the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. 1,000 years was a very short period of time for people at their level. In the blink of an eye, it might have already passed. As such, every day was precious. The blood ancestor slowed down and looked at the mountains in front of him. After confirming for a moment, he said, "Yes, the Longhu Mountain Range is right ahead. It has been almost 18 years since I entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. I wonder if the Patriarch is still waiting for me here?" Princess Hufeng whispered. "It's only been a dozen years. If we are unlucky and randomly teleported to a further place, let alone a dozen years, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet here even if it takes 50 or 60 years. So, even if your clansmen take action, they will definitely leave 1 or 2 people in the Longhu Mountain Range to wait for everyone." The blood ancestor said. "I hope so." Princess Hufeng nodded and flew towards the Longhu Mountain Range. At the same time, below, at the edge of the mountain range, there was a small valley. An old man in a fiery red robe was sitting cross-legged. One could see that his hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and there were many wounds on his body. His tattered robe was stained with blood. At this moment, he was sitting in the valley, seemingly recuperating. Just as Qin Feiyang's group entered the sky above the mountain range, the old man immediately opened his eyes and looked up at Qin Feiyang's group. "Your Highness." The old man's eyes immediately locked onto Princess Hufeng, and his blood-stained face was full of joy. "Daifuku?" Hearing the old man's voice, Princess Hufeng was stunned and hurriedly stopped. She lowered her head and looked at the valley. When she saw the old man in the valley, she was immediately overjoyed. That's right. This old man was Princess Hufeng's guardian, Daifuku. Daifuku came back to his senses and hurriedly flew into the air and landed in front of Princess Hufeng. He looked up and down at the Princess Hufeng and said happily, "Your Highness, it's good that you're fine. I've made you worry." Princess Hufeng smiled apologetically. "It's my duty." Daifuku waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang in frenzy. He cupped his hands and smiled. "It must be the two of you who have taken care of Her Highness." "Thank you." "It's fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "This is..." Daifuku looked at the blood ancestor with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. "You don't even know me?" The blood ancestor was stunned. It seemed that he was just a small figure in the Feng people. "Ancestor?" Daifuku muttered. Someone who could call himself an ancestor must have a powerful background, but why had he never seen him before? Princess Hufeng said, "Daifuku, let me introduce you. This is one of the 3 famous leaders of the human race, Senior Blood Ancestor." "Blood Ancestor?" Daifuku was stunned. Suddenly, his eyes trembled and he hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, sir." As a member of the Feng people, even if he hadn't seen him with his own eyes, he often heard the name of the blood ancestor. He never expected that the old man in blood-red clothes in front of him was actually the old devil who terrified people back then, the blood ancestor. "Rise." The blood ancestor waved his hand. Daifuku smiled at the blood ancestor respectfully, then looked at Princess Hufeng and whispered, "Your Highness, let's talk in private." Princess Hufeng was slightly stunned and said suspiciously, "We're not outsiders. If you have anything to say, just say it." Daifuku saw that Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were also looking at him suspiciously, so he couldn't help but smile apologetically. He looked at Princess Hufeng and said secretly, "Your Highness, it won't take long." But Princess Hufeng nodded helplessly and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. She smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, please wait for us for a while." "Go ahead." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Since he didn't want them to listen, he wouldn't force them. Daifuku took Princess Hufeng and flew over a giant peak deep in the mountains. "Can't you transmit your voice? Is there a need to go so far?" The mad scientist pouted. "Since you don't want us to know, then it's naturally the Feng people's secret. The farther we are, the safer we will feel." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and landed on a mountain next to the valley below. He looked around curiously and chatted with the mad scientist and the blood ancestor. Above the giant peak, Daifuku stopped and turned to Princess Hufeng. He frowned and said, "Princess, why are you with the blood ancestor? Do you know how dangerous this is?" "We've been getting along well along the way." Princess Hufeng shook her head. "How is that possible? He's the blood ancestor. Tell me honestly, did he bully you?" Daifuku asked. "He really didn't. Besides, with Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist, he can't bully me." Princess Hufeng was helpless. "Are you sure?" Daifuku still didn't dare to believe it. Because back then, the blood ancestor and the Feng people were opponents. "I'm sure." Princess Hufeng nodded. "That's good." Daifuku heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't tell me you called me over to talk about this?" Princess Hufeng was suspicious. "Of course not. I want to say that it's best to let them leave now. Because you also know that we have already formed an alliance with the dragons and Kirins. Also, Lord Feng Ho personally instructed us to get rid of Qin Feiyang if there's a chance. If the clansmen see that not only are you with them, but you also brought them to the rendezvous point, they will definitely be angry." Daifuku said worriedly. They have helped me too much along the way. How can I burn the bridge after crossing it? Besides, I have an agreement with them. Princess Huofeng shook her head. What agreement? Daifuku was surprised. Princess Huofeng hesitated and shook her head. I can't reveal it for the time being. You can't even tell me? Daifuku frowned. I can't. In short, if it weren't for Qin Feiyang and the others, I would have died in the hands of Qi Xiong and the others. No matter what, I can't repay kindness with enmity. Princess Huofeng said. What? Qi Xiong? Daifuku was shocked. That's right. Not long after entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, I met Qi Yefeng and the Silver Dragons. Princess Huofeng briefly explained how Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng plotted against her and the Silver Dragons. Bastards! We clearly agreed to form an alliance, but they actually plotted against us behind our backs. Dafu was furious when he heard this. Don't you understand them? A bunch of selfish people. The so-called alliance can't withstand the test of benefits. That's why I chose to go with Qin Feiyang and the others. After all, no matter what, Qin Feiyang and the others won't plot against me behind my back. Princess Huofeng said disdainfully. Daifuku frowned and said, although Qi Xiong and the others are indeed hateful, how are you going to explain when they meet up with our clansmen? How am I going to explain? Just tell them the truth. Princess Huofeng shrugged. I'm afraid that even if I tell them the truth, they won't buy it. Although Qin Feiyang has a sovereign divine weapon and the blood ancestor, almost all of our clansmen have arrived. If they really fight, Qin Feiyang and the others will be doomed. Daifuku said worriedly. So you're thinking about their safety? Princess Huofeng suddenly understood. It seemed that Daifuku also had a good impression of Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. Then she shook her head and said with a wry smile, Daifuku, you've been with Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist for so long. Is that all you know about them? Daifuku looked at Princess Huofeng. What did she mean? Their current strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Not to mention our Phoenix clan that has already suffered heavy losses. Even if we were at our peak, they wouldn't be afraid. Princess Huofeng shook her head. Chapter 3726. So strong. Daifuku was shocked. One had to know that this time, the Feng people had entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure with 10 reclusive old antiques and 10 sovereign divine weapons. In addition, there were 12 Patriarch-level super experts. Such a force was not enough to deter Qin Feiyang? Wait a minute. What was the loss of soldiers? You said that almost all of our clansmen have rushed here. Is that true? Princess Huofeng asked with a smile. Daifuku said, other than Bing Runing, the 5 sovereign divine weapons of the Ice Phoenix clan and a few super experts of the Ice Phoenix clan have indeed rushed here. But you don't know that Bing Runing and a few super experts of the Ice Phoenix clan have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Princess Huofeng said. What? Daifuku was shocked and asked, does that mean that the Ice Phoenix sword, a sovereign divine weapon, has fallen into his hands? Princess Huofeng said, the Ice Phoenix sword has indeed fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands and has submitted to Qin Feiyang. However, the other 4 sovereign divine weapons are with me. With you? Daifuku was surprised. Originally, Qin Feiyang did want to subdue them, but in the end, he did not do so for my sake. Not only did he not do so, but he also made the 4 sovereign divine weapons swear a blood oath to serve me as their master. Moreover, Qin Feiyang also gave me a miniature of the Law of Fire. Princess Huofeng said. This, Daifuku was dumbfounded. Swear a blood oath to serve Her Highness as their master? Didn't that mean that the Ice Phoenix clan did not even have a single sovereign divine weapon? What was more shocking was that there was a miniature of the Law of Fire. Qin Feiyang was really generous. Anyone who knew about the law's miniature form would know its value. It could definitely be called a priceless treasure. The matter of the Ice Phoenix sword submitting is already destined, so it's useless to say anything now. Rather than wasting time looking for Qin Feiyang, I might as well make good use of this opportunity and find a few more sovereign divine weapons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Princess Huofeng said. That makes sense. Daifuku nodded, but said worriedly, however, if the clansmen were to know that the Ice Phoenix sword had fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, then even if we were to step forward to persuade them, it would be useless. It's all right. Qin Feiyang will have the means to suppress them. But don't worry, Qin Feiyang promised me that he wouldn't harm their lives. Princess Huofeng said. That's good. Daifuku heaved a sigh of relief. When he first heard that Qin Feiyang would suppress the people of the Feng people, he was really shocked. Suddenly, Princess Huofeng sized up Daifuku from head to toe, and asked suspiciously, "Why are you covered in injuries?" A trace of anger immediately appeared on Daifuku's face, but he immediately concealed it and laughed. "It's nothing big, it's just that a few days ago, I accidentally bumped into a few skeletons and was injured by them." Skeleton? Princess Huofeng was startled and asked doubtfully, "What's skeleton?" "It's just a few human-shaped skeletons." Daifuku laughed. "So it's like that?" Princess Huofeng nodded in realization. "It's all a small problem." Daifuku laughed. Princess Huofeng rolled her eyes at him, turned around to look at the void behind her, and was slightly startled. Where were Qin Feiyang and the other two? So they were there. So she saw Qin Feiyang and the other two at the top of the mountain below. Just as she was about to call out to Qin Feiyang and the other two, she frowned slightly and turned to look at the injuries on Daifuku's body. "What is it?" Daifuku's heart was drumming, as if he was very guilty. "Didn't I let the divine phoenix spear follow you? How could a few mere skeletons hurt you? Also, why haven't you recovered from the injuries you received a few days ago? Furthermore, your hair is disheveled and your clothes are tattered. It's as if you have just finished a great battle. Daifuku, you're not telling me the truth, right? The injuries on your body were clearly caused not long ago." Princess Huofeng raised her eyebrows. Daifuku's gaze was somewhat evasive, and shook his head. "Your Highness, it's really nothing." The more Princess Huofeng looked at him, the more she felt that something was wrong, and said angrily, "What exactly is going on? Tell me." "Your Highness, I know that Your Highness is concerned about me, but it's really just a small matter, it doesn't matter much." Daifuku stammered for a moment and smiled. "Small matter?" Princess Huofeng looked at the flustered Daifuku and snorted, "I think this matter is not simple, are you unwilling to tell me?" Daifuku stammered. "Old thing, didn't we ask you to patrol around the mountain range? You're actually hiding here and slacking off?" At this moment, a stern voice sounded from the depths of the mountain range. Daifuku's face changed. Princess Huofeng's eyebrows also raised. On the mountain top beside the valley, Qin Feiyang and the other two who were chatting could not help but be stunned when they heard the shout. They then looked up suspiciously. Why did the atmosphere seem a little strange? As the voice fell, two figures rushed out from the depths of the mountain range. They were two middle-aged men. One was thin and the other was fat. They had a head of white crystal-like hair, and there was a bone-piercing cold current around them. They looked domineering. Princess Huofeng? When they saw Princess Huofeng standing next to Daifuku, the two men were slightly stunned and quickly put away their domineering attitude. When did you come? We were worried sick all these years, afraid that something would happen to you." The two men came up to her and put on a kind and respectful attitude. Greets the two uncles. Princess Huofeng bowed. "We're family, there's no need to be so polite. How is it? How was the journey?" The two men asked with concern. "It's fine." Princess Huofeng nodded. "It seems that we were worried for nothing." The two men chuckled. Princess Huofeng glanced at Daifuku next to her without batting an eyelid. She found that when Daifuku looked at the two men, there was a trace of anger in his eyes. Could it be that these two men bullied Daifuku? Princess Huofeng asked suspiciously, "Uncles, just now you said that you let Daifuku patrol? What patrol?" "It's like this. We were worried that skeletons or people from other forces would break into the Longhu mountain range, so we let Daifuku walk around more when he has nothing to do." The two men smiled and seemed to unintentionally give Daifuku a threatening look. "Is that so?" Princess Huofeng looked at Daifuku. Daifuku looked at the two men and finally looked at Princess Huofeng. He nodded and said, "Yes." The two of them immediately smiled from ear to ear. Princess Huofeng raised her eyebrows and said, "Then tell me, how did you get this body?" A woman's intuition was very accurate. She felt that Daifuku's injury must be related to these two men, because the two men's attitude towards Daifuku was too bad before. It was only when they looked at her that their attitude changed. It's really nothing. Daifuku waved his hand. Princess Huofeng frowned. She wanted to help Daifuku vent his anger, but Daifuku was unwilling to tell the truth, so she couldn't do anything. Suddenly, she thought of Qin Feiyang. Couldn't Qin Feiyang read other people's memories? If it was someone else, she wouldn't get to the bottom of it. But Daifuku was different. Daifuku and Xiao Fu, the two brothers, had been protecting her since she was born. To her, the two of them were not her guardians, nor were they her followers. They were her closest family. Her family had been wronged, so of course she wouldn't let it go. It better not be you. Princess Huofeng looked at the two men and said, Daifuku, if you don't tell the truth, I'll let Qin Feiyang read your memory. What? Daifuku's eyes trembled. If he read his memory, wouldn't he be unable to hide anything? Princess Huofeng said secretly, it's not too late to tell me now. Daifuku looked at the two men opposite him, then looked at Princess Huofeng and sighed. Your Highness, I'll tell you, but please don't hold them accountable. The two men heard this and couldn't help but be stunned. What did that mean? Could it be? The two men immediately looked at Daifuku, and the threat in their eyes became more intense. Don't look at me with such threatening eyes. I don't want to tell you either. Because I don't want to destroy the unity of the Feng people because of these things. But you've gone too far. Now you're threatening me. Daifuku glared at the two men. What nonsense are you talking about? The two men said angrily. Princess Huofeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. It really had something to do with these two men. The two men noticed that Princess Huofeng's eyes were not right, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They quickly smiled and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. He's definitely trying to sow discord. Sow discord? Princess Huofeng clenched her hands and looked at the two men gloomily. Anyone can sow discord except for Daifuku. Besides, he hasn't said it yet. How do you know he's trying to sow discord? Are you guys guilty? The two men's faces were extremely ugly. As the super experts of the Feng people and Princess Huofeng's elders, they dared to talk to them like that in public. Did they have any respect for their elders? Daifuku, speak. Don't leave out a single word. Princess Huofeng said in a deep voice. Here's what happened. Because of the grudge between us and Bing Runing, the people of the Ice Phoenix clan don't like me since I came to the Longhu mountain range. They'll make trouble for me whenever they have the chance. Not long ago, they came to make trouble for me again, and they're even worse than before. They asked me to keep an eye on you in the future and stop going against the Ice Phoenix clan. Otherwise, don't blame them for not caring about their clan. They even said that you're a traitor and colluded with Qin Feiyang. Maybe you've even received some benefits from Qin Feiyang. What's more, they even said that your Highness might have betrayed the Feng people and become Qin Feiyang's spy. Of course I was angry when I heard that. You can humiliate me, but you can't slander your Highness. So I argued with them. When they saw that I dared to talk back to them, they hurt me. Daifuku said angrily. They only hurt you? You were clearly tortured. Princess Huofeng said angrily. Chapter 37:27. When the two heard this, they hurriedly looked at Princess Huofeng and said, You don't listen to his nonsense, shut up. Princess Huofeng yelled angrily. The two's expressions froze. Daifuku has never lied, let alone me. But this time he would rather swallow this grievance than tell me the truth. Do you know why? He's not stupid and he's not afraid of you. He just doesn't want to destroy the unity of the Feng people. But what about your Ice Phoenix clan? It was Bing Runing at first. If Qin Feiyang hadn't saved me, I would have died in Bing Runing's hands. All right, for the sake of the big picture, my father and I didn't pursue this matter. Even when I had the chance to kill Bing Runing on White Crane Island, I didn't do it. Then, it was Bing Chang'un. As the clan leader of the Ice Phoenix clan, he actually came to kill a junior like me. To think that I usually call him uncle. Is this how he treats me? As the clan leader, is this all you've got? Now, it's the two of you who are making things difficult and humiliating the people around me. Don't you know that Daifuku is my family? Do you really think that the Fire Phoenix clan is easy to bully? Princess Huofeng glared at the two with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. The anger and resentment that had been accumulating in her heart finally exploded completely. Because she had tolerated the Ice Phoenix clan time and time again. She thought that her tolerance would more or less influence the Ice Phoenix clan, and they would be more restrained in the future. But she didn't expect that they would take a mile after taking an inch. The two of them looked at the angry Fire Phoenix eldest princess, and a trace of panic crept into their eyes. Princess Huofeng glanced at the two, then looked at Daifuku and asked, "What about the Divine Phoenix Spear? Why didn't it help you?" "It's not the Divine Phoenix Spear's fault. Because I've already handed over the Divine Phoenix Spear after coming here," Daifuku said. "Hand over the Divine Phoenix Spear?" Princess Huofeng was slightly stunned. She said in a low voice, "Don't lie to me. Did you hand it over on your own accord, or did they snatch it away?" "I'm not lying to you about this. To tell you the truth, Your Highness, we found 2 ruler-level divine weapons not long after we arrived at the Longhu Mountain Range. This is a good opportunity. Thus, the clan elders and ancestors asked me to hand the Divine Phoenix Spear to them so that they could subdue the 2 ruler divine armaments. However, things didn't go as smoothly as we thought. I don't know where the other party found another sovereign divine weapon, but it's a total of 3 sovereign divine weapons. Right now, we only have the Divine Phoenix Spear, the Fire Phoenix Saber, and the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe. That's why we've been dragging it out until now." Daifuku sighed. 3 sovereign weapons. Princess Huofeng was shocked. She asked, "If that's the case, then the clan heads, elders, and ancestors are subduing the 3 sovereign divine weapons right now?" "That's right. Right now, only the 2 of us are guarding the Longhu Mountain Range." Daifuku nodded. "I see." Princess Huofeng nodded in realization. She looked at the 2 members of the Ice Phoenix clan and said coldly, "I asked you to guard this place to wait for the rest of us who haven't arrived yet. I didn't ask you to take advantage of the situation to bully Daifuku." Don't be too presumptuous. No matter what, we're still elders." Seeing that Princess Huofeng wasn't going to give up so easily, the 2 of them used their status as elders to intimidate Princess Huofeng. However, they didn't know. The current Fire Phoenix eldest princess was most disgusted with the use of the word elder to pressure her. "You know that you're my elders. But what you're doing, do you have the demeanor of an elder? I'm telling you now. From now on, the Fire Phoenix clan won't tolerate it anymore. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll pay them back double." As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Huofeng exuded a monstrous murderous aura. "Are you going to offend your superiors? Be careful not to be punished by the heavens." The 2 of them immediately shouted angrily, panicking to the extreme. They weren't afraid of Princess Huofeng, but of Princess Huofeng's sovereign divine weapons. Because they knew that Princess Huofeng had 2 sovereign divine weapons by herself. No! Daifuku also hurriedly stopped Princess Huofeng. He really didn't want to see the scene of the Feng people fighting among themselves. "Daifuku, since I was young, you Xiaofu and father have always taught me to look at the big picture in everything. I'll listen to you. No matter what happened in the past, I've always tolerated it. But now I realize that if we only know how to tolerate it, they'll be even more arrogant. They'll even ruthlessly throw our tolerance to the ground and trample on it wantonly. So, I don't want to tolerate it anymore, and I don't want to tolerate it anymore." Princess Huofeng shook her head, her eyes filled with disappointment towards the Ice Phoenix clan. Crazy. No wonder you can be so close to Qin Feiyang and the others. It turns out that you're all jackals of the same tribe." The 2 Ice Phoenix clan members roared, turned around, and began to flee. "Who are you scolding?" When Madman heard this, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. The people of the Ice Phoenix clan really liked to court death. Jackals of the same tribe? If I could choose, I'd rather choose to be with them than with selfish and stupid trash like you. Fire Phoenix sword, kill them! Princess Huofeng shouted. Accompanied by a loud clang, the Fire Phoenix sword rushed out, and a terrifying sharpness suddenly rushed towards the 2. "Your Highness, Daifuku called out anxiously. But Princess Huofeng turned a deaf ear to him, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "After being together for so long, this is the first time I've seen her show such strong murderous intent." From this, it can be seen that Daifuku and his brother are very important to her. After Madman said that, he laughed and said, "But you don't say, she really does look like a princess now. She does have a deterrent power." Qin Feiyang nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and looked to the left. His pupils immediately shrank. Madman and the Blood Ancestor also looked up and frowned. He saw a group of people flying over in a grandiose manner. They seemed to be the elders and reclusive antiques of the Feng people. "Looks like there's going to be a good show." Madman chuckled. The three of them had already concealed their auras, and now that the Fire Phoenix sword had appeared, they became the focus of the scene, so no one from the Feng people noticed them. Fire Phoenix sword? There were a total of 17 people in that group. They all had injuries of varying degrees on their bodies. When the 17 people saw Princess Huofeng and the Fire Phoenix sword, they were slightly stunned. But before they could rejoice, they saw the Fire Phoenix sword charging toward the two people from the Ice Phoenix clan. Their expressions suddenly changed. "Wu, what are you doing?" one of the red-haired elders shouted. "Old man?" Daifuku was shocked. He hurriedly looked at Princess Huofeng and shouted, "Your Highness, your grandfather is back." "Stuff. It doesn't matter who comes," Princess Huofeng said coldly. Clang. The Fire Phoenix sword charged forward. The two people from the Ice Phoenix clan screamed on the spot, and their blood splattered across the sky. Seeing this scene, the 17 people were anxious and angry. What was this? How could they attack their elders? In a few seconds, the 17 people were all facing Princess Huofeng. The red-haired elder looked at the Fire Phoenix sword and then at Princess Huofeng. He frowned and said, "Oh, what are you doing?" Princess Huofeng took a deep breath and bowed to the red-haired elder. "Wu pays her respects to Grandpa." "Grandpa?" Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. "She's actually this old thing's granddaughter?" The Blood Ancestor was also surprised. "You know him?" Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at the Blood Ancestor suspiciously. "He was the previous patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. What was his name again?" Right, Huodong. "Back then in my eyes he was just a small fry. I didn't even bother to look at him. I didn't expect that after all these years, not only did my strength improve so much, even my granddaughter has grown up." The Blood Ancestor sighed. "Huodong." Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at the red-haired old man. "This should be one of the reclusive old antiques of the Feng people." Huodong looked at Princess Huofeng and said angrily, "Answer Grandpa's question. Why did you kill them?" At the same time, the Ice Phoenix clan had 5 reclusive old antiques and 2 elders. They all stared at Princess Huofeng angrily. The Ice Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix were actually very easy to distinguish. The people of the Fire Phoenix clan basically all had fiery red hair. The members of the Ice Phoenix clan, on the other hand, had long snow-white hair. Their auras were also easy to distinguish. As for the former, he could feel a burning aura from afar. The latter emitted a cold current. Princess Huofeng said, "Grandpa, you can't blame me. Look at Daifuku yourself." Everyone looked at Daifuku and couldn't help but frown when they saw the wounds all over his body. "This is what they tortured him for," Princess Huofeng said. "Nonsense. How could they torture Daifuku? Even if there was such a thing, Daifuku must have done something wrong." The 7 people of the Ice Phoenix clan said angrily. "Daifuku must have done something wrong. What makes you think that it must be Daifuku's fault?" Princess Huofeng was angry again. They hadn't even asked clearly, but they were already so sure that Daifuku had done something wrong. How could they be so self-righteous? Otherwise, why would they injure Daifuku? They can't be looking for trouble for no reason. The 7 people of the Ice Phoenix clan said angrily. "Do you still need to ask? Don't you know what the Ice Phoenix clan is like?" Princess Huofeng sneered. "Impudent. Huodong, do you see that? This is the good granddaughter you taught." She even dares to talk back to us elders. The 7 people looked at Hua Dahong and said angrily. Hua Dahong frowned. Elder? Now, other than the elders of the Fire Phoenix clan, no one is qualified to be my elder, including the Ice Phoenix clan. Fire Phoenix sword, kill all 7 of these old things for me. Princess Huofeng sneered and shouted. She was too lazy to explain to these people and waste her time.